Welcome back, guys. This is the King Weebs here, and this is What If Naruto Was the Strongest Anbu. I know I've already uploaded this What If in part 1, but this is a full story of the What If. There are 7 chapters to this What If, and this is a pretty long flipping video, and this is the whole What If. And for the people who have actually never, for the people who've actually never watched this What If, here is a little bit of a summary which I will be reading out for you guys. Anyway, summary. After the attack of the cube, it was revealed who the father of the container was to the clan council to save the child's life. Now 13 years later, Konoha is prospering with many strong shinobi. One of the strongest and most feared of all of Konoha's ninjas is about to get his own genin team to test how will the students fare with the legendary demon shinobi of Konoha. Anyway, this is a story about Naruto being a Jonin team leader basically, and anyways, I hope you enjoyed this What If, and we'll get straight into it. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe. There will be a link to this What If or to the actual story in the description. Please go support the creator. He just came back after nearly 13 years to update this fanfiction, so I would really love it to see all of you go and support him or support her, I'm not sure, by just following their story. And anyways, my ducklings, don't forget to join the Discord server if you want, so we can interact there as well. And let's get into it.
Tap 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 tap, that continuous tapping. Tap 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 tap, did he really need just doing that? Tap 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 tap, can't he just sit fucking still? Tap 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 tap, shut the hell up with the damn tapping. It's driving me crazy. The man, his employer, looked back at him in shock. Sorry, I am just a little nervous. Of course he was nervous. He had every reason in the world to nervous. That still didn't mean that he could drive him crazy by tapping his fingers on his desk. The man he was guarding was known as Shinta. That's all his employer cared to tell him, and personally he didn't care anyway. Shinta was a short, balding little businessman. The one thing true about any businessman today was that they're corrupt, power-hungry little mongrels. And while he hated working for them, they pay well. Money is what was most important to Shinta, money and his own life. His life was better if he had more money, thus getting money any way he could made his life better. Whether it was from cheating people, threatening them, or just plain stealing, he didn't care. He had come to find that money was a great way to help live your life and save it at the same time. If it wasn't for money, he wouldn't be able to afford his small personal army, he wouldn't be able to live in his well-secured home, and he wouldn't be able to hire B-rank missing nin to be his personal guard. And that's why he was here. His name was Kasagi Kiro, and a rank missing nin from the Cloud. Him and his brother Shuro had run away from Cloud 3 years ago when they stole the current Raikage's personal jutsu scroll. With it they both became 2 of the best lightning jutsu users in the world. They started as low C rank in the bingo books of the hidden villages, but quickly worked their way up to B rank through the jobs they took and ninja they killed. They were originally hired to kill Shinta by a man named Gato. Apparently Gato was in the same sort of business as Shinta but was operating in Wave Country at the moment. Eventually planning to expand his operations into the Fire Country, Gato needed to get rid of Shinta. A gang war was the last thing either of the two really needed. The result of that would be messy and attract too much attention from the ninja in Konoha. So instead Gato offered him a good amount of money to just assassinate Shinta. Would have worked too, had Shinta not offered more money to be his bodyguards. The offer was generous enough for them to shred their contract with Gato and become Shinta's new top-ranked bodyguards. Besides, he didn't really like the competition with Gato's organization for jobs. He had another 2 rank 9s on his side that he tended to favor. So now this is where he was, guarding this fidgety little man while his brother was off to check on the normal guards. He had to admit that he was impressed by the guards though. It had been no easy task for him and his brother to first sneak in, and now with them helping it had become even better. Today was different, however. Security was tighter today since they had some news he didn't want to hear. Apparently after the assassination attempt, Gato decided the best way to deal with Shinta would be to send another shinobi after them, but this time it wouldn't be some missing nin. He had managed to find some info on Shinta's dealings and sent the info anonymously to Konoha. So now a team from Konoha was likely to come if the info was bad enough. Luckily for Shinta, they had a spy in Gato Corps that had managed to get this info to him, or they would have been completely unprepared for whatever was coming. The only thing unsettling to him was why Shinta was so worried. Kiro knew that Shinta's dealings weren't legal, but still it couldn't be bad enough that he was so nervous one would think that the Hokage was going to come personally. The most likely thing coming for him would maybe be a small team of likely 3 Chunin, at most a decent Jonin. So what was there to worry about? They could easily handle a few Chunin, and if a Jonin did come, then he could likely fight him one-on-one with moderate difficulty. Then if things got bad, his brother could step in. Really, Shinta, you don't need to be so nervous. The small man jumped a little in his seat. He was nowhere near this nervous when we came after him. Kiro thought, I wouldn't worry so much. Even if what you spy told us is true, then the most likely thing they would send at you is a few Chunin or maybe a Jonin depending on what kind of info they got. So don't worry, me and Shuro can easily handle some Jonin or a few Chunin. To his surprise, Shinta didn't calm down at all. If anything, the man got even more nervous when he spoke about it depending on what kind of information Konoha got their hands on. What could Konoha have learned to make him this nervous? He was about to question it further until his brother opened the door and proceeded to talk in the office. His brother walked in with a bored look on his face, as if wondering why they ever took such a simple job. His brother was much more vicious than himself and would have likely killed Shinta for the joy of it, had Kiro not figured it a way of some easy income. Shuro just walked over to the couch lazily and sat down while propping his legs up on a small coffee table in front of him. So how do things look outside, Shuro? Kiro asked just for the sake of boredom. Just by seeing how Shuro was acting, Kiro could easily tell nothing was going on outside. Nothing at all. Shuro let out a long sigh as he leaned his head back to look at the ceiling. Geez, I was hoping we could finally get some action. I am starting to get really bored of this job, bro. I know what you mean. It was true after all. This job really was starting to get boring. He had been working for Shinta for a few months now, and the closest thing he had come to a fight was threatening some of Shinta's clients into paying. While it was fun to intimidate some weaker people, it still gets boring after a while. Do we even really know if Konoha is sending anybody? Or could this be some joke Gato is pulling on us to make us look afraid? Kiro just shrugged his shoulders in response. He guessed it could be possible that the info was all false, but that didn't mean his employer was willing to risk his life by believing it wasn't. So he would still be stuck here with his brother. Even still, we should be prepared to escape. Kiro looked over at Shinta a little annoyed. Did he doubt their abilities or something? Or did he just expect something a little too tough for them to be able to handle? If that was true, then the info must have been incredibly bad, which he highly doubted. Still, it left him wondering. Shinta, just what did Konoha? Kiro was interrupted by the buzzing of the speakerphone on Shinta's desk. Kiro just looked at it annoyed, while Shinta nearly fell out of his seat when it went off. Yes, Shinta answered. Shinta, sir, this is Hiroshi at the front gate. The voice sounded a little panicky at whatever the reason he was calling for. Kiro and Shuro listened in carefully to the call, in case something important was going on. What's wrong? Well, sir, there is some guy walking towards the compound. So, well, from what I can tell from a distance, he is a Konoha nin. Looking over at his brother, he watched as a big grin overtook Shuro's bored face. Same could be said about Kira himself. He had been waiting for a fight, and it looked like they sent some poor Jonin to take care of the job. Now they would get some fun. Don't let him into the compound. Do you hear me? Shinta roared over the intercom. He was sweating nervously now in fear of what might be coming. Why, yes sir, with the guard cut off the line. Finally, some action. Come on bro, let's see if we can figure out who it is from the window. Shuro leapt off his seat on the sofa and bounded towards the window. Kiro shook his head softly at his brother's antics. He was a hell of a fighter and very intimidating, but he could get as giddy as a schoolchild when anticipation of anything. Walking over to the window of the 2-story building, he looked out towards the front gate. There were about 5 guards stationed there at the moment, each with various weapons and fighting techniques. As a ninja, they wouldn't be rated above Genin, but they were talented playing fighters. Nonetheless, looking down the road some to where the man the guard was talking about, however, he felt his jaw drop and eyes widen. It can't be, there's no way they would send him. He had grey spiky hair off to one side, his forehead protector covering his left eye, and a mask that covered the bottom half of his face. He was wearing the traditional clothing of a Konoha Jonin, a green combat vest, dark blue pants and long sleeve shirt, along with plated black gloves. That and he was reading a little orange book. All the signs were there. Copy Ninja Kakashi. Who is that bro? Shuro asked. While he may have been a skilled fighter, and a bloodthirsty one at that, he had never liked to research into other ninjas. In truth, it still surprised Kiro that his brother didn't know who Kakashi was. He would think that his brother would want to know the names of strong opponents for him to fight. That's Hitaki Kakashi, also known as the famous copy Ninja Kakashi. He is a high A-ranked Jonin from Konoha. It's said that he has copied over 1,000 different jutsus from the opponents he has fought. So he can use any jutsu for a situation. His forehead protector is covering the famous Sharingan eye. He stated in a mixed sense of awe and fear. Why the fuck would they send Hitaki Kakashi? Kiro watched as Kakashi easily knocked out every guard that was running at him as he passed through the gate, not once taking his eyes off the book he was reading. The mission looked as if it was child's play to him. We gotta get outta here. Shinta, get up. We're leaving, Kiro announced. Before he could barely make a step towards the door, his brother was in front of him with a furious look in his eyes. What the fuck do you mean we're leaving? Shuro yelled in outrage. To his surprise, the response he got was a fist to jaw from his older brother. That is the famous copy Nin out there. He is too much of a match for us. We are leaving while we can, Kiro stated hastily as he pulled his shocked brother up from the floor. Shinta was standing right behind Kiro as he started to make his way to the door. Opening it, he was shocked to see what was outside. Outside in the long hallway that led towards Shinta's office were dozens of guards unconscious. Every single one was completely disabled and either on the ground or against wall, completely knocked out. This shocked the group because they never even heard the commotion of fighting while they were only in the next room. Kiro barely managed to dodge the kunai that came flying towards his face. At the last second, he moved his head to the side and it grazed along his temple until it flew past him into the room, slamming in the opposite wall. At the end of the hall was an Anbu in a black cloak. Kiro just barely caught a glimpse of the mask when he slammed the door and pressed his back to it, breathing heavily. Oh shit. There was no denying it. They were pretty much fucked. His brother was to the side after dodging the kunai. What the fuck? Shuro yelled out in surprise, looking at the kunai embedded in the wall by Shinta's desk. Turning around, he looked at the blood running down his brother's face. Kiro had only caught a glimpse of the mask the Anbu wearing, but it was enough for him. He was wearing the Kitsune mask. Only one person wore that mask. It's the demon of Konoha. Shuro looked at his brother in shock. What? Why would Konoha send him? Who? Turning and looking down, he noticed the confused expression on Shinta's face. Of course, the little man had never heard of the demon. His name wasn't well known outside of ninja. Looking down at the small man, Kiro realized that he should at least know of the person coming for him. According to rumor, 2 years ago, on the anniversary of the defeat of the Kyuubi by the Yondawa of Konoha, a brand new Anbu was introduced to the ranks of Konoha. He was taken in well with the ninja there, but the villagers were a different case because he wore the mask of the Kitsune. Kiro was reciting word for word what he knew about the man. A lot of info started spreading about him about a year and a half ago after the demon took out some rank missing nin. The underground went completely ballistic about the unknown shinobi and price was quickly put on his head. They told each other what little info they got on him from Konoha. He completed all of his missions efficiently and was known to have incredible power. He quickly became feared and respected in Konoha and earned his nickname from other countries' shinobi as the Demon of Konoha, because of the circumstances around his mask. By the time he was finished, Shinta looked ready to wet himself, even though there was much he hadn't told him. The demon had always succeeded in his missions, and if he was here, then it meant only one thing. He was here to likely kill Shinta. Well, it seems you know a lot about me. Kuri's gaze snapped over to the desk that Shinta occupied a few minutes ago. Sitting in the chair was the demon and the kunai in the wall was gone. Shit. He was wearing the standard body armor of the Konoha Anbu along with the cloak. His legs were propped up on top of the desk as he stretched back in the chair with one hand behind his head and the other holding a small book in front of his face. Kiro and Shuro Kasagi, 2B rank missing nin. Wanted for theft of the Raikage's personal jutsu scrolls, murder of civilians, along with the murder of a number of shinobi. Both are well known for lightning jutsus they stole from the Raikage, but chakra capacity and taijutsu are supposed to be mediocre. Finishing the page, he decided it would be a good time to close his bingo book and place it back in his pocket. Though looking at you, I would say maybe mid to high C rank at best. What are you here for? Shuro exploded. Kiro almost smacked his brother on the backside of his head for asking such a stupid question. The demon only chuckled a little bit in response and cocked his head to the side as if asking if he was serious. What could Shinta possibly have done to make Konoha pissed off enough to send you and the copy Nin? Oh, we volunteered for this mission. No pay. What? Why would do something like that? Your little employer there made a deal with someone that caused us a great deal of pain. Kiros looked on in confusion. Who could Shinta have made a deal with to make them work without pay for revenge? This wasn't the kind of situation he wanted to end up in when he joined Shinta. His only chance was to somehow escape. Who? Orochimaru. He spoke with venom. Kiro's eyes widened in shock along with his brothers at the utterance of the name. The legendary traitor of the leaf, Orochimaru, was the one they wanted. When the hell did Shinta make a deal with him? How could Shinta not tell him about meeting with the Snake Sannin? Of course, Konoha would send them if Orochimaru was involved somehow. It looks like you two didn't know. Oh well, I still have a mission to complete, so get out of the way before I force you. Kiro knew his brother well and knew what was going to happen now. Shuro was trained to always focus on the mission, in this case protection Shinta. But worse than that was Shuro was easy to anger and hated being told what to do. Before Kiro could get him to stop, Shuro leapt into action like the good mercenary he was. Immediately he reached into his pouch and hurled 3 kunai at the Anbu, who tried to stand up quickly. To Kiro's surprise, he watched as the 3 kunai pierced straight into the chest of the demon and he slumped back into the chair. Kiro swallowed the lump in his throat nervously as he walked to check the body in disbelief. Let's get out of here. Kiro turned around to see his brother already in front of the door ready to escape with Shinta. Kiro was about to move also when he heard a small puff behind him. Turning around quickly, he noticed smoke where the body should have been. A bunch, and that whole time, Kiro spun around quickly to look at his brother, standing in front of the door, who was wearing an equal expression of shock. Knock knock. Kiro watched in horror as his brother turned around to face the door. When Shuro turned around, there was instantly a blade coming through the door. Before he could react, the sword had pierced straight through Shuro's throat. Tears welled up in his eyes as Kiro watched his brother pull away from the blade and start to choke on his own blood. Kiro got a final look in his brother's frightened eyes before Shuro fell to the ground. His brother was dead. The door was kicked open and the Anbu walked in, calmly stepping over Shuro and facing Kiro. He looked at the corpse on the ground and then back at Kiro before he spoke. I didn't want to kill you too. I could have brought you in peacefully if he didn't attack. Normally I would give you the option to come peacefully, but I have a feeling that you would rather stay and seek revenge for your brother. Kiro knew he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he didn't at least try something against the killer of his brother. So solemnly he nodded his head in agreement to the demon's statement. Immediately Kiro started making seals the second after he nodded. Lightning stated to gather in his palms as he slowly spread his arms out, causing the current of electricity to stretch. The Anbu watched curiously as the lightning continued to build up and glow between his palms. After his arms finished spreading out, he slowly brought them back in, straining against the power to condense the lightning till the light was almost blinding. Finally he couldn't hold it any longer and the lightning flew out horizontally like a slash in the air. Lightning lash. Kiro stared in wonder as he watched the Anbu pull his hand out of the cloak. In his palm rested a swirling blue orb of chakra. He quickly slammed the orb of chakra into the lash of lightning in the air. Rasengan. The two attacks struggled for only a second before the lightning broke in half and flew by him harmlessly. Kiro just looked on in shock that one of his best attacks was just beaten. Still, the name of the attack nagged the back of his mind. How? While you may have been using your lightning element in that last attack, the Rasengan is a technique that uses pure chakra in its attack. Thus your element gains no advantage or disadvantage against my attack and it becomes a pure battle of strength. In this case I have more. He disappeared in a blur of movement. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Kiro heard spoken to the side of him before he felt the blade pierce through his throat. Shinta stood in shock at watching how quickly his two best men had been dispatched. He watched as the Anbu quickly wiped the blood clean from his blade and resheathed it before turning to Shinta himself. You. Shinta turned around quickly to make a break for it. When he turned around he saw a man with a mask covering half of his face standing in front of him, his eye curved happily. He gave a slight wave to Shinta. Yo. Shinta fainted from the shock and nearly had a heart attack. Kakashi just scratched the back of his head while looking at the little man. The Anbu just chuckled at the antics of the Jonin as he took a scroll out of the pack that belonged to the missing nin. Afterwards he walked over to where Kakashi was sitting on top of Shinta while reading. You were late. Argamen. I was just, save it for someone else. Kakashi's sweat dropped a little. So, do you think he will know anything? Kakashi looked up with a serious expression in his eye at the question. Not likely, Orochimaru is too clever. But if he does know something we will be the first to find out. Yeah, I guess so. Come on, let's get him out of here. He's got a date with Ibiki. The Anbu shuddered a little bit at what poor Shinta would be going through. Without another word, Kakashi grabbed Shinta and threw him over his shoulder before they jumped out the window. The demon just took one last look at the two bodies on the floor before jumping out of the window alongside of Kakashi. Kakashi was waiting for him at the front gate entrance. Around him was several unconscious bodies on the ground from when he first came in. "You ready?" A single nod was all the response was all Kakashi got before they took off for Konoha at a speed most could barely see. Kakashi observed the one next to him carefully. The normally very cheerful boy was being a little too quiet and thoughtful. Something must be bothering him. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi arched his eyebrow at the honorific of respect given. Normally he would just call him some kind of pervert to get his attention. Do you think the old man will let me get a team this time around? Is it that time already? This would be the age group that you would have graduated with, right? Hi, well, I sort of doubt he would want you to teach people your own age. The Anbu's head dropped some, knowing Kakashi was likely right. Kakashi smirked a little bit before continuing. But most of the clan head's children are graduating in this group. Some of them might want you to teach. He might have been wearing a mask, but Kakashi could visibly see the changes in posture the Anbu had. His spirits were picked up some by the comment. Kakashi knew how much he wanted to be a Jonin sensei to follow the footsteps of his father. Thanks, Kakashi-senpai. You will do him proud, Naruto. Finally. Hiruzen turned around slowly in his chair to face towards the window. It was late in the evening in Konoha, but the streets still looked busy with life. Sarutobi looked on happily as he smoked from his pipe, his paperwork for the day finally finished. Things were going well in the village of the Leaves. The people were at peace and the village was in a state of prosperity. The villagers themselves were making good money for the village economy, through both trade and agriculture. Missions were plentiful and profitable. Still though, he couldn't help but believe that the village would be doing better if the man he had chosen as his successor was still alive. Minato, no matter how many times he would tell himself that every day, it still didn't make him feel any better about what had happened. Minato just wouldn't let Hiruzen make the sacrifice. It was his job as the Hokage of Konoha, not the job of the former Hokage. He used his own son, knowing that it would be impossible for him to ask anyone else in the village for theirs. He sacrificed his life, and basically the life of his son, to lead a normal life, for the village to survive. The night the Kyuubi attacked changed numerous opinions of how to hold and regard others. They also probably didn't realize just how much their decision had molded the future for Konoha. Flashback. The nickname, God of Shinobi, was surprised. Well, maybe that wasn't the right word, shocked was more like it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had prepared himself mentally on his walk to the council chamber, prepared to explain what had happened and how the boy was to be treated as a hero. What he received both severely cut both his respect and trust in many people. We should kill him while we have the chance. They were calling for the death of a child. He had tried his best to explain the sacrifice and nature of the seal that now held the great demon, but they could not see past their own fear and hatred in the aftermath of such a traumatic event. Hiruzen knew that even now, as they sat in these chambers, that his ninja was still in the midst of operations. Fires still raged across the village and the wounded were still be recovered from amongst the rubble. Many of the shinobi heads and civilian leaders present war bandages, stained with blood. This would leave a deep scar in the village's psyche that would take years to recover from. He is not the demon, just a child, Sarutobi argued. He sat in the center of the large half-circle table. To his sides were all the elders, and even the clan elders were here for this meeting. Directly in front of the group on a small pedestal sat a tiny basket where the newborn in question was sleeping. It can't be allowed to live after what it did. The third Hokage was having difficulty with them. The elders that were non-shinobi were very adamant about killing the child. He knew they feared what they didn't understand. His only hope seemed to be the few shinobi elders not incredibly willing to kill the child. Many of them showed the same signs as the others, but some of them were keeping a cool head about the situation. One was puzzling him though. Hyuga Hiyashi was normally one of the most vocal of persons in the council, but now he was remaining completely silent. Sarutobi knew that the man had been suffering a great deal. Hiyashi and Minato were teammates, rivals, and best friends. The reason he was more puzzled though, was Hayashi's thoughtful look at young Naruto. Not once had his eyes left the child's. He just kept staring as if waiting for something. I still don't see why we have reason to be afraid. Sarutobi smiled a little as he heard the response. Nara Shikaku was one of the most intelligent men he knew. The lazy Jonin and clan leader in question was currently leaning back in his chair with his arms behind the back of his head. He seemed almost bored with what was happening. What do you mean, Shikaku? What I said, he's just a child, what harm can he do? He is the demon. If we don't kill him while he's weak, we may never get another chance. You have yet to provide adequate proof that he is indeed the demon. Sarutobi looked at the new voice. Aburame Shibi was one of the quietest people he had ever met, but when he spoke it was important. His clan prided themselves on their use of logic to solve situations in question. They were the ones that would always think things out before behaving irrationally. Perhaps he would be able to persuade the growing number. The seal is all the proof we need. That doesn't prove that he is indeed the demon. Still, think of the risk. There was a loud slap as a hand hit the table. Yamanka Inoichi was standing up now, looking furious at all the people in favor of killing the child. The clan head was young and brash, but that was exactly what was needed. This is bullshit. There is no way Minato would just seal the demon for us to kill an innocent child. You would put such blind faith in him. I would trust Minato with my life. The arguing just kept going. Neither side seemed to be making any leeway with the other group, but the group of normal elders was still larger than the group against killing him. It was looking like Hiruzen would have to put his foot down and make the decision without their consideration. It would cost him politically, but it would achieve Minato's wish. During this time Sarutobi decided to pass the time as Hiashi was watching the child. How they could want to kill the boy, he couldn't understand. Just looking at him it was possible to tell he was innocent. Sarutobi just watched the child sleep restlessly. The act of the seal must have taken a lot out of him. Naruto opened his eyes for the first time for only a few seconds, not really seeing anything, before falling back asleep. Sarutobi smiled a little bit at the sight, but immediately panicked when he saw Hyuga Hiashi had risen and walked over to the basket. Hiashi, what are you doing? Sarutobi yelled out, worried for the child's sake. Could Hiashi possibly want revenge for his friend's life? To his relief Hiashi only stood in front of the baby. Do it Hiashi. Kill it Hiashi. He is the reason Minato is dead. The previous Hokage prepared to move quickly as he saw Hayashi's hand start to move towards the basket, but instead he hesitated after looking at Hayashi's speed. Hayashi's hand was not moving with the speed and confidence of a strike that could kill. His hand was slow and shaking as it reached for the boy. The whole room sat in silent shock as Hiashi gently ran his fingers through the newborn's blonde hair. Tell me Hokage-sama, Hiashi spoke softly. What of Kushina? The Sarutobi frowned softly as he knew that Hiashi had figured it out. He was waiting to see Naruto's eyes to confirm his suspicions. She did not survive. Hiruzen spoke sadly. This was not what Sarutobi was hoping for. If Naruto's lineage was to be revealed it would create so many problems for his future. The Namikaze and Uzumaki name would bring forth an immeasurable amount of danger to the child from outside the village and could create a power struggle within Konoha. I will care for him. The Hyuga's announcement had mixed reactions around the room. Outrage, shock and anger were present in the face of most, but the Sarutobi could see some curious and contemplative looks from shinobi clan leaders. Loud debate rung out in the hall. Stop with this nonsense. The deep gravelly voice drew Sarutobi's ire as the scarred and bandage-faced Danzo rose from his seat. The Jinchuriki is a weapon and he should be used as such. No, Hiruzen yelled. Standing up so quickly the chair behind him fell with a clatter. The other villages already have this power, Sarutobi. Danzo challenged. We have an opportunity to turn the most powerful of the tailed beasts into our weapon. Minato's son will not become a weapon. Hiruzen wasn't sure whether he wanted to thank Hiashi or strangle him for letting the fox out of the bag, so to speak. Many of the other councilmen sat in a stunned silence around the circle. The shinobi understanding exactly the sacrifice made and the civilians trying to comprehend the situation. W what? H how? Hiashi glared at the councilman. Do you really think so little of Minato that he would take just any child to put this burden on? The councilman in question shrank a little in his chair and started to find the surface of the table very interesting. I still don't see the issue. He should be killed even if he is Minato's son. Sarutobi didn't even bother to spare Fugaku Uchiha a glance. He didn't like anything about the man. What was there to like behind all the arrogance he put up? The man was even colder and more arrogant than any Hyuga he had ever met. The head of the Uchiha clan had shown through the discussions already that he was all for killing the child. How can you say something like that? Do you really think Minato would do this to kill his own son? Inoichi retorted. Arguing continued back and forth while Hiruzen just sat with his fingers massaging his temple. He had a feeling an argument would break out between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans because of their past, but he had been pleasantly surprised when all Hiashi did was stand guard at young Naruto's crib. The situation wasn't turning out at all how he had hoped. Some wounds just can't heal easily for those that have been hurt. We should train him. Hayashi's stoic voice once again cut through. What? Why? If we were to train the boy to use the immense amount of power he contains, he could become a pillar of our village. So, you want to use your own best friend's son as a tool? Fugaku's remarked snidely with a smirk at the Hyuga. I said no such thing. In fact, I say we teach him to follow in his father's footsteps. Perhaps one day, if he chooses, he may have the qualities to take up his father's mantle as Hokage. And who would train him? You. How do we know that you don't want to just turn him into your own little pawn? Hayashi's face never changed at the comment, but Hiyashi could see the anger in his eyes. The Hyuga was withstanding insult after insult from the Uchiha in hopes of saving the young child's life. It wasn't an easy thing for any Hyuga to take an insult laying down. Then why not have him train with each of the clan heads? Shikaku Nara spoke out. I mean, if you're so worried about him becoming a Hyuga tool, just have all of the clans train him in some way. How so? I don't know. The Hyuga could teach him chakra control and about his father. Akamichi could teach strength, Nara strategy, blah blah, you get the deal. Shikaku waved his hand in the air in an uncaring manner as he listed off different ways to train the boy. All the ninja clans were agreeing with the proposal except for Fugaku, who absolutely refused to train him, and some of the civilians were beginning to be swayed to their way. It didn't take much more debating before the decision was final that he would be taught by the clans. He would be watched closely by all involved for any negative signs, but he would be taught in secret. And quat. Very well then. This is going to be a S-class secret. No one is to know about this outside this room, and if word does get out and quat. Sarutobi warned as he eyed those that disagreed. And quat. Expect your life to be forfeit. And quat. Flashback over Hiruzen's side as he puffed on his pipe. That had been 12 years ago, and Naruto had already surpassed everyone and Naruto's expectations. He had become an Anbu by age 10 under their tutelage, and by 12 he had already had a reputation starting to be known across the world. But he wasn't an Naruto's the tool most had expected him to become. In almost every way he was turning out just like his parents. They had the same attitude about life, same hopes, same morals. Hiyashi had done his best to teach him all about his parents, and it seemed to have worked. Understood that the village needed him and that he could be their best hope for the future, and now he had just received his third request of the night from a clan head to have Naruto lead their child as a Jonin sensei. He knew Naruto wanted to desperately become one to follow in the footsteps of his father. However, there could be innumerable complications with him teaching a group his own age. They might not respect him. They might not even want to listen to him. Naruto was strong enough to become one, of course, but that didn't mean he was ready for it. Sensei held a lot of responsibility for their teams. The sensei and Arpos judged when they would take risks and protected their students from risks too great to handle. And the possible pain of losing a student could tear apart a person with as big a heart as Naruto. Sarutobi let out another puff of his pipe as he lost himself in thought. Knock knock and quat. It and Arpos open. And quat. In walked Hyuga Hiyashi with a small smile at seeing his old friend. Sarutobi stood up immediately and met Hiyashi halfway with a firm handshake before leading him to one of the chairs before his desk. And quat. So, what brings you here, Hiyashi? And quat. Well, Hokage-sama. I have a request if you would, and an Arpos. Mind. And quat. Well, that an Arpos. The beginning of this story. Sorry, but you might have to wait a while for the first chapter of this story. Till then I have a vote that will greatly influence the plot of this story. With Naruto not being a Genin, there will be a spot open among the Rookie 9. I already have 2 people picked out for Naruto and Arpos' team, so hear the vote. Teams. The sound of 2 pairs of feet lightly patted the ground as they walked along the path through the forest. To most people it would seem a little strange to watch 2 shinobi walk down the road so calmly. But if you happen to live near an area under protection of a hidden village, then it wasn't at all strange to see shinobi on their way to and from missions. One was dressed in the standard clothing that one knew was standard of the Konoha's Jonin rank, the only standout thing about him being his lopsided hair and the headband across his left eye. The strange thing was the small unconscious man draped over his shoulder left should, and in his right hand a small orange book in front of his face. Next to him walked a figure draped with a beige cloak that covered his entire body. His height was much shorter than the older man walking next to him, only reaching up to his chest level. The only part of him showing was the red and white fox mask that shone clearly to anyone observing. His posture was bored as you could see his slumped shoulders and his feet dragging as he walked along. So when do I get to carry him? The cloaked Anbu whined as he walked alongside the famous copy ninja. You don't remember what happened last time you carried a prisoner? The cycloptic ninja replied in a bored tone. Hey, that wasn't my fault. The bastard bit me when he woke up. The Anbu yelled defensively at the Jonin. You put him in the hospital for 2 weeks before he was well enough to even see Ibuki. Kakashi drawled out as his one eye looked over at the Anbu beside him. Plus Hokage-sama said you are not allowed. What? When did he tell you that? The Anbu yelled at the copy ninja. The copy ninja paid no mind to the complaining and just kept walking down the road. Are you listening to me? The gate is in sight, was the only response that he was greeted with, and immediately any thought of retort vanished. Kakashi sighed as he shifted the weight of the chubby little man on his shoulder to gain some more comfort and to observe his friend better. He could see the rigidness in his steps as he walked alongside Kakashi and noticed the stiffness of his shoulders and back. Relax, Naruto. No reason to get so worked up about walking into the village, says the person not hated by nearly the entire population. Naruto quickly retorted, though his posture did visibly relax somewhat. I can barely get through the gates without receiving a hateful glare. He paused as they noticed a few merchants from the village exit the gate along the road. An older man sent a glare of hate directly at him. At the same time, some of the others looked at him fearfully. When they had finally passed by, Naruto threw his hands into the air in frustration. I can't even get into the gates without receiving a glare. Meanwhile, Kakashi just looked a little sheepish as the two walked through the gates. I understand your reasoning, Hiyashi, but that does not mean I agree with it. The elderly Hokage let out a long sigh as he reached into his desk for some more tobacco for his pipe. With careful precision he pulled out the proper amount for himself. Not only that, but I am not sure he is ready to lead a team of genin, much less a group his own age. You can't deny that he has the ability to lead a squad. He has already led a number of missions during his time with the Anbu. Hiyashi counted quickly as he watched his man across from him take the time to light his pipe. Anbu, Hiyashi, he led Anbu. He took a moment to breath in a long drag from the pipe and release. They are already well trained and know about the chain of command and obeying your superiors. These are children we're talking about it. Respect will not come so easily, and it could cause trouble. If he is placed with a team that would cause conflict. Hiyashi responded quickly. You know that there are a number of students in this year's graduating class that would suit to a new Jonin sensei quite easily. Hiyashi responded before taking a sip of the tea that Hiruzen's secretary had provided for him before the meeting. My daughter, for example. Sarutobi arched an eyebrow slightly at the Hyuga leader. I have already had a number of requests from the other clan leaders on this same subject, Hiyashi. You wouldn't happen to have had a hand in that too, would you? A small smirk appeared on the corner of Hayashi's lips as he took another sip of the tea in front of him. It would hardly be fair of me to place your daughter on a team led by him, when I have already received so many requests from other influential members of our village for his services. If Hiyashi wanted to play dirty, then so would he. I am not one for favoritism, even if it is for Naruto. Hiyashi was silent for a few moments, telling Hiruzen that he had won a small victory there. It was only to be short-lived, however, as he could tell Hiyashi had formed another counter-argument. Perhaps we can do something for him that hasn't been done in a while. Hiyashi knew he had his attention at the raised eyebrow from the Hokage. Why don't we allow Naruto to pick the teams? He could pick the team he would feel best to lead, and it could even prove to be a useful training tool for when he will have to pick teams in the future when he takes over. If you disagree with any of his choices, you could of course make your own changes. It would be interesting to see how he arranges the teams. The Hokage had to admit as he scratched his chin. And it would give me more time to catch up on all the paperwork I am behind on. But I am still not sure this is a good idea. Many of those that have helped me train Minato's son simply feel the same way, Hokage-sama. His tea finished, he placed the small cup on the desk in front of him as he poured himself some more. Is it really so bad an idea to have him teach a team? Surely keeping him in the Anbu for a number of years will start to affect his mental state. If I had it my way, Hiyashi, he would be living a normal life and in this graduating class. The Hokage said pointedly before his face relaxed. You could see how hard of a toll being Hokage was taking on the elderly man in front of him. Not for the first time, both occupants in the room found themselves wishing that Minato was still here. Fine, I'll agree to let him have a team of genin, but if things don't go well then he will lose his team, Hiyashi. Hiyashi rose from his chair and bowed deeply. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I would like to give the news to him personally and explain to him his duties, if that is all right, of course. At the Sarutobi's nod, Hiyashi smiled slightly and turned around to leave. There will be many rules he will have to obey, Hiyashi, such as his identity. Tell him to come by in the morning and I will have the files needed for him along with the restrictions he will be given. Hiyashi once again turned around and nodded before his superior before walking to the door. He didn't make it halfway before yelling could be heard outside. You can't go in there. Hokage-sama is in a meeting. Suddenly the doors in front of Hiyashi flew apart as they were kicked open with force, and there stood the subject of the very debate with a sheepish-looking Kakashi standing right behind him holding a tiny little man over his shoulder. Mission accomplished, Oji-san. When can NN? Oh crap. Naruto's shoulders slumped as he saw Hiyashi standing in the room staring at him. His head looked down towards the ground as he muttered out, "How many do I have to do? 5 katas for ignoring the secretary, 5 for interrupting a meeting, 5 for kicking in the door, and another 5 for not showing the proper respect. All on top of your normal training, of course." Hiyashi couldn't help but smirk slightly as he saw Naruto groan. "You will come for training directly after you're debriefed. Hi Hiyashi-sensei," Naruto muttered rather unenthusiastically as Hiyashi walked past him and out the doors. Naruto sent a small glare at the chuckling Hokage before sitting in the chair across from him with a flop. Kakashi handed off the prisoner to the Anbu assigned at the door to take him to interrogation. "So, tell me about your mission, Naruto-kun." Sarutobi spoke softly as he leaned back in his chair prepared to hear the likely short debriefing from the hyper young man. "Man, how was I supposed to know Hiyashi-sensei would be there?" Naruto muttered as he walked out of the Hokage tower. Next to him Kakashi walked with his Ichiricha book in hand, simply nodding at Naruto's mumbling. "I mean, it's gonna take me all night to finish those. I won't even have a chance to go and get any Ichiraku before they close up. It should be a crime to keep someone from Ichiraku." As the two reached the gate they immediately leapt up towards the nearest building and off towards the Hyuga Manor. "I don't believe that everyone holds the same philosophy towards ramen that you hold, Naruto." Naruto only leapt onward and threw his arms up into the air. "Well, they should." Kakashi chucked next to him as he stared to veer away. "Have fun training." Kakashi smiled as he leapt away. "Pay my respects for me at the memorial, Kakashi-senpai," Naruto shouted before they were too far apart and received a wave in response as Kakashi leapt off. Naruto's happy mood seemed to dissipate with Kakashi's departure and was instead replaced with a rather solemn mood as he made his way across the village. Different thoughts racing through his head as he neared the Hyuga district. Would he maybe get a team this year? Or would he have to wait yet again? What kind of team would he get? All these different things running through his head as he landed softly in front of a tree at the edge of the Hyuga district. "Man has responsibility, not power," he spoke quickly and quietly with his palm on the center of the tree and his eyes closed. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up and the feeling of being dipped in ice water run up his body before it vanished all at once and he opened his eyes. "Man, I hate that." His eyes adjusted quickly to the little light the narrow tunnel ahead of him provided. Small lanterns lined the narrow path ahead of him, casting a soft orange glow down the generations-old tunnel. Naruto had long ago mapped out that the path took him directly under the many different homes inside the Hyuga district, even going as far as to pass directly under guard barracks, before it slowly started to incline as it neared the center of district. As he reached the end of the incline, he was greeted by a sliding shoji door with the soft glow of candles illuminating the paper in the framing. Carefully he opened the door and stepped inside. Shutting the door behind him, it seemed to disappear into the wall. The inside of Hayashi's study never ceased at impressing Naruto with its traditional elegance. Elegant calligraphy and different pieces of art lined the walls, along with the artwork stitched into the shoji doors themselves along the walls. The sitting table was stained a deep mahogany that Naruto could easily see his reflection on. Hiyashi himself sat on one of the carefully designed pillows at his desk as he looked over several scrolls. "How many times must I tell you not to enter this place with that mask on?" He looked up from his work and sternly stared at Naruto. "When you are here, you are my student and my friend. I will not have you cover up who you are." Naruto chuckled a little as he removed the mask covering his face. "If that's true, then why am I not allowed to walk around the rest of the compound with it off?" Beneath the mask, the tan face with 3 whisker marks on each cheek that Hiyashi knew well. Bright blue eyes, the same eyes his father had possessed, stared back into his light lavender ones. His bright golden locks fell covering his forehead, just another thing he had in common with his father. The one thing Hiyashi knew was different about the son of his former friend was the shape of his face, though. Minato's had been more slender while Naruto's was slightly rounder, a trait Naruto took from his mother. Though Hiyashi could imagine that Naruto's face would have been even rounder had he not implemented a strict diet after seeing Naruto's habit of eating ramen was far greater than even Kushina's had been. At first Naruto had been completely against the diet, until Hiyashi had said 2 magic words. Grow taller. Immediately after that, Naruto had agreed to change his diet from ramen and other junk foods to a healthy balance. He was allowed to have 1 bowl of ramen a day during the week, and 2 on the weekends to compensate for agreeing to change his diet, however. A few months later, and the changes were obviously taking effect as Naruto had grown at a faster rate of the past 3 months than he had before, and his overall health had greatly improved. Hiyashi had Assumed he would be at least several inches shorter had the diet not changed so many years ago. Because your identity and your training here is to be considered a secret, as such you are only allowed to have you mask off while in my study or my private dojo. But while you're in those places and in my presence alone, you will have that mask off. Naruto rolled his eyes as he walked over to sit down in front of Hiyashi. Yeah, I've heard you say that same thing 100 times. He muttered out as he flopped down on one of the pillows at the table. I give the same answer to the same question. It is you that looks foolish when I have to repeat the same answer to the same question 100 times. Hiyashi said as he rolled up the scrolls in front of them and placed them to the side. We have something important to talk about. Naruto. Naruto immediately raised his hands in defense. Hey, if this is about me kicking in the door, I convinced Hokage-sama to allow you to get a Genin team this year. The reaction was immediate as Naruto's jaw nearly hit the ground in surprise and his eyes went as wide as saucers. No way, really, I get my own team to lead. Yes, Naruto yelled out as he jumped about in celebration. Hiyashi was shaking his head slightly as he looked at Naruto. What have I taught you about self-control, Naruto? You're lucky this room has seals on it prevent people from listening in on us or half the clan would be wondering who was inside of my study. Naruto just collapsed into a sitting position in the middle of the floor. I know, but I was just so excited. Who do I get to teach? Well, actually that is something we need to talk about. Hiyashi motioned for Naruto to move closer to him and take his seat at the pillow again. Hokage-sama is going to allow you to pick the teams this year. Naruto's face took on a slightly puzzled but excited expression at the news. But isn't that his job? I thought that was one of the duties he had to fulfill as Hokage. To balance out the team's strengths. Normally yes, but I argued that this would be a good training exercise for you. After all, you will need to pick the teams out fairly yourself once you become the Hokage in the future. In addition, you will need to pick out a fair and balanced team that will be able to accept you as their sensei. So no Uchihas? Naruto questioned with a smirk. To that Hiyashi grinned some and shook his head to say no. Damn, I would have loved to mess with him. Though Kakashi-senpai will probably be assigned to teach him, seeing as he has a Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke is also the current top student this year. If that persists, then Kakashi will receive the student with the highest scores and the student with the lowest according to tradition. Hiyashi noted. Hokage-sama has all the information that you will need to start organizing the teams. He would like you to report to him first thing tomorrow morning to pick up everything you will need and to give you your rules regarding your team. Rules? Naruto's head cocked aside in thought. Like keeping them safe and teamwork and stuff. I know all of that. More likely it has to do with not revealing your identity until we know this is going to work out. Naruto was about to protest, but Hiyashi quickly beat him to it by raising his hand. We are still not sure that you are ready yet, Naruto. Hokage-sama is only giving you this team under the condition that if you don't meet his satisfaction that he can give it to another sensei. But that's not fair. I have been leading Anbu teams for the past 2 years now. No one else has that kind of stipulation and pressure to deal with. Naruto fumed, outrage clearly written across his face towards Hayashi's neutral one. No other sensei are the same age as their students either. Commonly it's at least 3 to 5 years above the age group depending on the person up for sensei. Even your father was in that range before he took on a team. It was a dirty tactic, but Hiyashi knew mentioning Minato would be the best way to get through to Naruto. He knew it had worked when Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked off to the side with a sour look on his face. It's not like I don't understand, it's unusual. I just want to do it. Naruto muttered out. And I believe you. It is your next step. No, it's not just that. Naruto spoke quickly, interrupting Hiyashi. Embarrassed, he ducked his head down some and wouldn't make eye contact. I really just want the chance to interact with him too, to make friends with my students. A soft look overcame Hayashi's face and he let out a sad sigh as he looked at the young man in front of him. The boy was so full of life and energy that he was only allowed to express through training and his time with clan heads. No friends his own age, just older people he knew in Anbu, and no playtime for just him. He had been training to be the best since the day he was born, training to surpass the strength of those before him. He was eternally thankful that the lessons on his parents had kept his spirit up and his heart still kind. You have lived a life I know your father would have hated, Naruto. Naruto's head shot up in shock and he looked wide-eyed Hiyashi. I often wonder if he will ever forgive me for what I have done to you. He would have wanted you to grow up with him training you, watching you play in the park with our children, and celebrating with you after graduating from the academy in a few days. Instead I have robbed you of your childhood, instead making you into a weapon for Konoha. Naruto had never seen so much emotion on Hayashi's face or so much pain in his voice. He smiled gently at Hiyashi. I know you did what you thought would save my life, and I know my father would forgive you for just that reason." The two just sat there for a moment, lost in their own thoughts about how different things could have been. It wasn't for a few minutes until Naruto remembered something. "Oh, I almost forgot," Naruto announced loudly with a smile as he reached into his pack and presented a scroll to Hiyashi. Hayashi's eyebrows furrowed at the scroll being handed over to him. "What is this?" "It's one of the Raikage's personal jutsu scroll." Hiyashi nearly fumbled the object in his hands before gripping tightly with both hands as he looked at Naruto wide-eyed. "How did you get your hands on this? And why give it to me?" Naruto scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile as he looked at Hiyashi. "Well, I sort of had to take care of these two brothers that were missing Nin from Cloud. Turns out they stole the Raikage's scroll and they just happened to be guarding the guy the first was on the mission. 4. So why give it to me?" Hiyashi asked with a raised eyebrow. "Well, me and the old man thought that it would be too risky to keep it in the Hokage Tower, since if some spy managed to find it there and word got back to Cloud, it could cause one hell of a ruckus. So, I thought that maybe you would be able to take care of it, that and with Cloud and your brother and all. I thought it might make you feel a little better." Naruto trailed off somewhat at the end, not exactly sure how to get what he was saying across to Hiyashi. Hiyashi simply smirked slightly in understanding as he looked at the treasured scroll in his hands. "I understand, Naruto. Thank you very much." As he said this, he stood up and walked towards one of the calligraphy paintings on the wall. Naruto couldn't see what happened since Hayashi's back was to him, but next thing he knew there was a flash of light, and when Hiyashi turned around the scroll was gone. "Now I think you should get to those kata, if you don't want to be too tired for your team building plans tomorrow." Hiyashi had to smile at Naruto's groan as the young man walked into the dojo linked to his study. She felt her body hit the wall of the building she had just been walking next to roughly as a few young boys ran through the streets, not caring if they bumped into someone. She felt several sting on her arm from where earlier training bruises along her body protested the rough treatment they had just suffered. For her part, all Hinata did was look at the retreating forms down the street as she grasped her arm slightly through her jacket before continuing her way towards the academy. She was tired and sore all over her body. Ever since a few years ago when she had entered the academy, the clan council had decided that her training regimen needed to be stepped up. Elder Hisao had been assigned as her teacher during these sessions at home. He had not been lenient with her at all. Often she walked away from her sparring sessions bruised, battered, and barely feeling as if she had learned anything at all. Is this how the daughter of Hyuga Hiyashi should act? The elder's words always stayed with her longer than her bruises would. His training was harsh, but his demeaning words had always struck her harder than his blows. She told herself over and over that he was berating her to make her want to try harder and learn more, but lately she was starting to feel that she would never be able to get it. The sudden ringing of a bell in front of her startled her out of her thoughts as she realized she had made it to the academy and one of the early bells had gone off. Hurriedly she made her way through the doors as other students rushed in with her. It didn't take her long to reach the classroom and see that she was one of the first few to get into the classroom. "Good morning, Hinata-chan." Hinata smiled and bowed quickly to the Chunin standing at the desk in front of the classroom. "Good morning, Iruka-sensei." Iruka grinned as he looked at the child in front of him and scratched the back of his head, looking slightly sheepish. "How many times have I told you that I don't need you to bow to me like that? I'd hoped you would have grown out of doing that to me as we came to know each other over the years." Hinata blushed slightly in embarrassment in front of the teacher. "Jigamen, Iruka-sensei." "Now none of that, Hinata." Iruka spoke as he placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. "You do what you're comfortable with, okay?" At the girl's nod, the teacher smiled at her before lightly pushing her in the direction of the desks. "Now go find your seat before everyone piles in at the last moment." She briskly climbed her way to the back row of the classroom and sat down at her desk in the corner away from everyone. The only other students in the room being the quiet Aburame heir that sat further down the row from her and the brooding Uchiha a few rows down from her. It was only quiet for a few more minutes though as the final bell for classes rang and students began pouring into the classroom and claiming their seats. She mildly watched the small argument that broke out between two gears she had come to know as Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanka about who got to sit next to their crush Sasuke. It might have looked more entertaining to her had she not seen the same act every morning for several years now. No, now it was just a normal thing to the class every morning that ended with neither of them sitting next to the boy. Now, as you all know, tomorrow will be the day you students take the exam to become genins. That being the case, we decided that today would be a good day to review several skills to help prepare you for tomorrow's examination. First, we will start with a review of in-class material, and then after lunch we will do some practice outside. Iruka spoke out before starting a lecture on chakra. Hinata felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up and she tensed a little as she thought she felt a presence behind her for a moment before it was gone. Glancing behind her quickly, she let out a relieved breath as she confirmed that no one was there and turned her head back to pay attention to the lesson. Naruto had to admit he was lucky today was not windy at all, or he would probably be chasing all the papers spread out around him right now. He sat alone on the rooftop of the school with all the files that the old man had given him spread out around him as he observed the students during their lunch break and made notes on their files. All the while he kept a large notepad out directly in front of him, writing down the different ideas of his. If he really wanted this to work, he would have to make a team that would suit him and be able to get along with him, but not take anything away from the other squads. The old man had been very specific about him not telling his team his last name or revealing his face to them. It was obvious that the old Hokage was quite nervous about doing this at all. If that's the case, then I will just have to make the best damn team ever. Quote, "Oh, that won't be an easy task, you know." The voice of Kakashi spoke up behind Naruto, causing him to jump slightly. "You were quite engrossed in your work for me to be able to sneak up on you like that." Naruto glared slightly at the man before turning back to his work. "What do you mean? Oh well, to be the best damn team ever, won't they have to be better than the legendary 3? Kakashi stated as he glanced to the side to gauge Naruto's reaction to the question. "Hell yeah, my team will defiantly be good enough to become the next legendary 3. Naruto announced with his fist raised into the air. Kakashi could only chuckle as he peered at the papers and students' stories below. "So, which am I getting? And who interests you?" Kakashi as he pulled out his Ichiricha to read as he listened to Naruto's analysis. He could hear Naruto jump up excitedly as he gathered up some of the papers and stood up next to Kakashi to get a better view. "Well, since the council would pitch a fit if I didn't, you are getting the Uchiha for starters," Naruto said as he pointed to said boy eating his lunch alone with a group of girls sitting a few feet away eyeing him. "Whole last 2 Sharingan uses left in Konoha and all, but overall from what I have observed today, the only thing higher than his grades would be the stick shoved up his ass. Good luck with Sasuke's attitude, especially since he's probably getting one of his fangirls on his team." "Are you trying to make my job difficult, Naruto?" Kakashi asked with an annoyed sigh. "If they fail, I'm going to have to put up with a long chat with the council." Naruto laughed out loud at that. "Yeah, I really can't wait to listen to that one." Kakashi sent a look at Naruto that made Naruto somber slightly, but still chuckling. "Not my fault if the Uchiha is arrogant. He's not his father, you know." Naruto let out a long sigh at the comment because of course Kakashi was right. Sasuke didn't deserve to be judged before for the action of his now deceased family, but Naruto had a hard time accepting that he may not have been alive. If not for the intervention of Hiashi, he could have died. When Naruto was 8, he questioned Hiashi and the other clan heads on how he had been put into the situation he was in. Each one had explained the council meeting to him from their own perspective. It had been an eye-opening experience for the young, sheltered, blonde to learn about the fear and hatred that was directed at him. One of the things that stuck with him the most, however, was how the Uchiha were the only major shinobi family to push for his death. "Anyway, who's the girl you are going to stick me with?" Following Naruto's pointing finger, Kakashi's eyes landed on the girl with pink hair. Pinky, possibly. Haruno Sakura, probably his biggest fangirl and the highest rating kunoichi brain-wise, not physically however. "Don't know what's up with the pink hair though," Naruto said, trailing off at the end. "Though really it's still a toss-up between her and Ino Yamanka. You are thinking of breaking up the Ino Shika Cho team. Their fathers won't be happy about that. Just because the father worked really well together, doesn't necessarily mean the children will. I saw firsthand today just how annoying Shikamaru considers Ino to be." Naruto spoke, remembering the nearly 20 different times Shikamaru called her troublesome before lunchtime. Kakashi just scratched his chin and nodded in understanding after hearing the reasoning. "So, who is the final one since Sasuke is top of the class?" Well, it's that kid over there." Naruto nodded his head in the direction of a boy as he shuffled through the papers in his hand looking for the boy's file. Suzuki Hitoshi. Naruto didn't notice Kakashi's eyebrows crease in thought at the mention of the name. According to this, he skipped ahead a year at the academy, but it might have been too early since he has the lowest grades in the class. I would guess if stuck with his original class he could have graduated at the top in a year. The boy, Kakashi could see, was the only one spending his lunch hour reading over the textbooks for the class. Hitoshi was tall for his age, matching the height of many of his seniors in the class, but not the tallest by any means. His shaggy hair was a light brown color sitting in his eyes, from what Kakashi could tell, were a light hazel. His skin was a light tan, probably from training in the sun, and from what Kakashi's eye could tell his muscles looked well toned. "He's been training, looks like he works hard," Kakashi commented. "You could say that. I noticed earlier when I was in the classroom scoping him out that his hands are really calloused." He either does a lot of construction work with tools, or he trains with a weapon. Suddenly Kakashi's eye widened in recognition as he realized who the child was. Ah, so that's where I knew his name from. What? Anyway, who's the girl you are going to stick me with? Following Naruto's pointing finger, Kakashi's eyes landed on the girl with pink hair. Pinky, possibly. Haruno Sakura, probably his biggest fangirl and the highest rating kunoichi brain-wise, not physically however. Don't know what's up with the pink hair though, Naruto said, trailing off at the end. Though really it's still a toss-up between her and Ino Yamanka. You are thinking of breaking up the Ino Shika Cho team. Their fathers won't be happy about that. Just because the father worked really well together, doesn't necessarily mean the children will. I saw firsthand today just how annoying Shikamaru considers Ino to be. Naruto spoke, remembering the nearly 20 different times Shikamaru called her troublesome before lunchtime. Kakashi just scratched his chin and nodded in understanding after hearing the reasoning. So, who is the final one since Sasuke is top of the class? Well, it's that kid over there. Naruto nodded his head in the direction of a boy as he shuffled through the papers in his hand looking for the boy's file. Suzuki Hitoshi. Naruto didn't notice Kakashi's eyebrows crease in thought at the mention of the name. According to this, he skipped ahead a year at the academy, but it might have been too early since he has the lowest grades in the class. I would guess if stuck with his original class he could have graduated at the top in a year. The boy, Kakashi could see, was the only one spending his lunch hour reading over the textbooks for the class. Hitoshi was tall for his age, matching the height of many of his seniors in the class, but not the tallest by any means. His shaggy hair was a light brown color, sitting in his eyes from what Kakashi could tell were a light hazel. His skin was a light tan, probably from training in the sun, and from what Kakashi's eye could tell his muscles looked well toned. He's been training, looks like he works hard. Kakashi commented. You could say that. I noticed earlier when I was in the classroom scoping him out that his hands are really calloused. He either does a lot of construction work with tools, or he trains with a weapon. Suddenly Kakashi's eye widened in recognition as he realized who the child was. Ah, so that's where I knew his name from. What? So are you worried about tomorrow, Shikamaru? Shikamaru yawned loudly as he glanced at Choji from his laid-back position on the ground. His friend sitting against the tree Shikamaru was using for shade as he lay down on the soft grass. He could see Choji pulling out a bag of some of flavor chips. Shikamaru didn't particularly care which kind and began munching on them quickly. Nah, why worry about something so troublesome? Well, it could determine our entire future. Choji spoke as he bit into a particularly crunchy chip. We are going to pass tomorrow, Choji. Don't worry about it so much, you're gonna give yourself an ulcer. Shikamaru said as he rolled onto his side to close his eyes. Shikamaru, do you think we are going to be on a team together? Choji asked his best friend softly. Shikamaru sighed loudly before sitting up and staring at his best friend with a lazy look. Since we are good friends and since our fathers worked so well together, it's pretty likely that the team is going to be me, you, and the blonde banshee. Choji nodded in relief as Shikamaru just confirmed his hopes. That's good. I wouldn't want to be on a team without you. Though Ino can be annoying at times. Shikamaru rubbed 2 fingers against his temple. Just the thought of being on a team with her is giving me a headache. She's not that bad. At Shikamaru's look, Choji knew he was just kidding himself, trying to convince Shikamaru differently. Who's not that bad? A loud voice came from behind Shikamaru, causing him to audibly groan as Ino walked up behind him. What do you want, Ino? Shikamaru asked the girl as she crossed her arms and looked down at him. What? Can't I come talk with childhood friends? The disbelieving looks the two sent her their answers. Fine, I just came to find out if you knew anything about the meeting our fathers are going to tonight. I heard Daddy say something about it being about the new teams this year. My father didn't get back from a mission until late last night. So I didn't hear anything from him. How about you, Choji? My father didn't mention anything about the teams. Choji responded with a quick shake of his head. Did you need anything else, Ino? You were standing in my view. For her part, Ino looked annoyed. Don't you think you should be treating me better? After all, Daddy said it was likely the 3 of us are going to be on the same team, though I would prefer to be on a team with Sasuke-kun. She trailed off at the end with hearts in her eyes. So do we, Shikamaru muttered under his breath. A sharp strike to the back of his head told him didn't do it quietly enough. Ouch, woman, don't just go hitting people. I heard what you said, lazy bastard. As she started smacking him across the back of the head. All I wanted to know was if you heard what the team's makeup was going to be. Choji was about to step in to intervene the two when the bell for the end of the lunch period rang, interrupting Ino. She just huffed and walked off with her fists clenched back towards the building. Damn woman, Shikamaru muttered. Choji helped him stand up before they started their walk back to the academy. Maybe she won't be on our team. Choji commented helplessly, to which Shikamaru could only sigh. Hiruzen could feel a large headache coming on as he had to take a long drag of his pipe as he looked at the large group of people inside of the council's meeting chamber. It seemed that there were many people interested in this year's graduating class, so many in fact that it required for the meeting to move from his office to this chamber. The elder shinobi and council members sitting down while the rest of the men were lined against the walls of the hall. Only small parts of the jonin present were the ones that would be assigned teams. The rest, it seemed, was simply present because this was the year that Uchiha Sasuke would be assigned to a team. Other than jonin, a few chunin were present, a few of the council members were present, and of course those ninjas who had family waiting to be picked. He could see the clan heads all gathered discussing quietly amongst themselves, most likely about how they should change Naruto's training regime now that he was becoming a sensei. Sarutobi thought grimly, "Pardon me, Hokage-sama, but can we not start since it seems everyone is here?" Ah yes, the reason he had a headache in the first place. "Naruto, where are you?" Just as the thought was going through his head, he noticed the doors to the council chamber open and a masked face pop his head inside. "Ah, sorry, I'm late. I was just finalizing the teams before I realized I was late." Naruto spoke as he scratched the back of his head, carrying a large folder in his other hand. Entering the room, Naruto noticed several of the council and jonin present staring at him slack-jawed. Those that had never seen him before muttering about his height and size, guessing his age, and just in general talking about him. "I guess some people are surprised to see me." "Wait, Hokage-sama," a loud voice erupted from the group of chunin present. Naruto turned to see the teacher from the academy with the scar across his nose that he had seen on several occasions at Ichiraku's. "Do you mean that Anbu-san here was the one to design the teams this year? What about my recommendations to you?" Some muttering could be heard going on throughout the crowd as they looked between the Hokage and the teacher. "I assure you, Iruka, that I trust Naruto-kun here to arrange the teams accordingly. I gave him all the information that you gave me on the student this year, so he used that in making his decision." Naruto could already hear the muttering of his name spreading throughout the room amongst those that didn't know beforehand. Some of the chunin and jonin around the room looking at him differently now that they knew he was named after a ramen topping. "Well, I guess my name was gonna come out sooner or later. What about the senseis that were requesting specific genin to form our team?" "Hokage-sama," a voice called out from the other side of the room. Out of the crowd stepping a beautiful woman with long dark locks of hair and ruby red eyes. "I assure you, Kurenai, that I gave all of the information and requests regarding team formation to Naruto-kun here. There is no need to fret, let's just listen to how he decided to arrange the teams." Hiruzen quickly calmed her down as Naruto was starting to feel more and more nervous about the choices he made and all the stares he was receiving. "So Naruto, let's hear the 3 teams that you expect to pass first." "Okay then," Naruto stated as he set down the folder on the table in front of him. Well, I guess I will start with the team that everyone is interested in. Team 7, led by Hitaki Kakashi, will be made up of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Suzuki Hitoshi." Naruto could see nods of approval coming from different council members and even Iruka as the group stood looking at him. Naruto smiled under his mask as he realized that he had pleased some of the people around him. And explained the reasoning for this makeup also Naruto-kun. Naruto heard Sarutobi ask, "Well, I figured that the only real teacher for Sasuke would have to be Kakashi-senpai. Considering that they are the last 2 in Konoha who currently possess the Sharingan eye. It only made sense to have Kakashi-senpai teach him how to use it properly." More nods of approval were given throughout the chamber. "It has also been tradition amongst us to put the lowest ranked student with the highest ranked student to help balance the team and give it a better chance at survival. Suzuki Hitoshi, though a year younger than everyone else, is currently the lowest ranked student and Uchiha Sasuke is the highest. Then we have the female of the group, Haruno Sakura. If we are to consider each of the genin as one category of ninja, Uchiha Sasuke the ninjutsu powerhouse of the group, and Suzuki Hitoshi the taijutsu user of the group, then we will likely be considering Haruno Sakura the genjutsu user. She displays excellent book smarts and has nearly the highest chakra control of the class." "Very good, Naruto." Naruto beamed underneath his mask at the Hokage's praise. "That was exactly how I was planning to arrange that team. It even matches the recommendations of Iruka-san." The old man glanced over at the chunin and was pleased to see the smile on the face of the schoolteacher. "Aha." Naruto had the good decency to look a little sheepish under the praise. "Should I move on then?" "Of course." Naruto took a deep breath before this one and braced himself. Team 8, led by Yuhi Kurenai, will consist of Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanka Ino. "What?" was yelled out loudly by Yamanka Inoichi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yumi no Iruka all at once as they stepped forward. Saw this one coming, Naruto thought grimly. Hokage-sama, I thought you said that he took into consideration the placements that I recommended. I have worked with these students for years and I don't think that this placement can be allowed. Iruka got in quickly before the other two could launch their protests. I requested for Hyuga Hinata to be on this team for a specific purpose, Hokage-sama. I wanted to create the best tracking and reconnaissance team in Konoha, and these 3 specific students are what I researched to be the best. Kurenai shouted out, I do not believe that my daughter will be very pleased with this arrangement, Hokage-sama. I fail to see how putting her with this team and splitting up the Ino-Shika-Cho trio would work to Konoha's advantage. Not only that, I do not believe she is good with animals. Inoichi spoke up, for his daughter. Meanwhile, Naruto just stood there while questions were being bombarded towards the Hokage. He had a feeling that this team would cause a large disagreement between him and Kurenai. Not to mention that one of his own senseis, Inoichi, might get fairly ticked off by his opinions on this matter. Calm down, you 3, Sarutobi grumbled as he pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance at the 3 adults. This is most surprising, Naruto-kun. Would you mind explaining your reasoning to those against you? Yeah, I knew that this would probably cause some problems. Naruto laughed lightly, trying to lift the mood slightly, and failing miserably, he noticed. Iruka-san, right? Correct. The teacher nodded back to him. Well, I read the folder you gave to Hokage-sama very thoroughly and observed your students closely for the few days. I understand your feelings regarding the students, and I understand why you feel that this team will have some troubles. Personally, I think that it will struggle at first. Then why would you set the team up this way? Iruka argued hotly, believing Naruto to be admitting to setting up a poorly designed team. Because quite frankly, I am putting these students with Kurenai-san because Ino needs an attitude adjustment. Naruto folded his arms against his chest as he looked at a few of the stunned faces around the room. No offense, Inoichi-sama, but your daughter's attitude just isn't going to cut it in the ninja world. She is too used to getting things her way and being in charge. She is spoiled, and it's the fault of both the father and the teacher for not telling her how it is. Inoichi's mouth was agape as he sat in his seat, wide-eyed at Naruto's comments. Next to him, Choza and Shikaku were laughing loudly at their friend's state. Several other council members were snickering slightly at the words, but it was clear to see that Iruka was slightly offended. I always told you she was being spoiled by Daddy Inoichi. Shikaku laughed next his friend. What do you mean, Naruto? How could my teaching have affected her in such a way? Iruka sputtered out. Meanwhile, Inoichi had shut his mouth and was looking at Naruto with a glare that promised pain at the next training session. Let me read 2 comments made by Ino herself about the 2 teammates she is being placed with. When asked about Inuzuka Kiba, she said, "Mutt boy. He smells way too gross for me to get near him." And when asked about Aburame Shino, "Bugs are gross. I don't want anything to do with him." Those are the 2 things she said most recently about her 2 classmates. In his daughter's absence, Inoichi had the good decency to look embarrassed by the feral glare coming from Inuzuka Sume and the emotionless one from Aburame Shibi. Other shinobi around the room simply couldn't believe how rude the girl could be to 2 classmates. Ino needs to be prepared to deal with teams that may not always be to her liking. Teams will change depending on the mission requirements, and she will be in teams with Inuzuka's, Aburame's, Sarutobus's and more in the future. We are all ninja of Konoha, but how would being on a team that she would hate make her any better? Shouldn't it be a more gradual lesson? Iruka looked slightly embarrassed at the entire hall hearing about the misgivings of his own student. Well, not only would it teach her a lesson about not always getting things her way, but to be quite honest, it's also the best sensei for her. Kurenai raised her eyebrow in suspicion at Naruto's praise. From all the reports I have read about the senseis this year, she is only one I can see that won't put up with Ino's attitude and let her walk all over her. She seems to be the only one I can see that can really whip Ino into a more proper kunoichi. Hiruzen smirked underneath his hat as he observed the debate. He has really thought a lot about this. He thought with a smile. While I might agree that I would never let Ino walk all over me. Kurenai spoke as she stepped in front of Naruto. I requested Hyuga Hinata on my team for a specific reason. Her Byakugan would be one of the greatest assets of my team for tracking and reconnaissance. I think you are slightly underestimating the other 2 squad members and even the Yamanka techniques themselves if you believe that your squad would not be able to fit your requests. Kurenai glared at Naruto, verbal jab. Inuzuka noses are the best tracking noses in the entire village. Aburame insects are some of the best miniature scouts and their ability to track chakra makes them invaluable, and let's not forget that Yamanka mind techniques could allow Ino to inhabit an animal or even a member of the opposing faction and scout that way. Doing those 2 things could pose a risk for Ino. Kurenai countered hotly, not willing to let Naruto win this argument. There is risk in everything we do, and even if what you were to say is true, What right does your team have to leave another team without at least a decent tracker? We are lucky that if anyone can boast to be a near equal tracker to an Inuzuka, it's Kakashi Senpai for Team 7. That would still leave Team 10 without a good scout if I were to give you Hyuga Hinata, which would only hurt the balancing of the teams. Naruto's raised his voice. I hardly see how not putting Hinata in that team would hurt their ability as a team. If anything, it would be better to have Ino in that team to continue the legacy their parents created. Just because their parents created a great legacy hardly means that it will work for the children. Their personalities do not mesh in the same way that their parents did. Fact is that I would make the best teacher for Hinata and you would make the best for Ino. Kurenai glared hard at the boy-masked boy before her. Just what makes you think you can teach her better than me? She has near-perfect chakra control. She could easily learn my techniques and even bring him to a new level eventually. Which is exactly what she doesn't need. Naruto growled out, his anger starting to get the better of him. If you think that teaching her genjutsu and the range techniques that you are used to are going to help her, you are dead wrong. She is a member of the Hyuga clan. She needs training with someone who has experience with their techniques and knows the best ways to fight against one. She needs someone who can help with both her clan techniques and her ninja techniques. And you are that person. She hissed at him. Yes, no other person in this room is as familiar with the Hyuga style and fighting against it as I am. Hiyashi-sama can attest to that personally. Naruto shouted as he turned to Hiyashi, who nodded his head in agreement to the claim. I can train her better than anyone in this room can. This was my decision on making the team. Hiruzen raised his eyebrow slightly at the last exchange. Naruto's origin and training had been kept a secret since that night, but small bits of information was starting to come out. His well-trained ears could hear people whispering about what the connection was between Naruto and Hiyashi. You are not the one who chooses the teams. That is the responsibility of Hokage-sama. A loud cough erupted after this spoken. Everyone turned to see the Hokage had stood up and was glaring at the two bickering in the center of the room. Calm down now you two. Kurenai, please return to where you were standing and leave Naruto-kun alone. Kurenai muttered a small apology to the Hokage as she walked back to where she had been standing earlier. His gaze now leveled at Naruto, he began. While I do not fully agree with all of your reasoning on this matter, Naruto-kun, I must agree that among the possible teachers this year, you would make the best sensei for young Hinata-chan. For now, I agree to your choice for Team 8. A small grin appeared on Hayashi's face as his plans came into fruition. Next to him, Shikaku leant in closely to whisper into his ear. You didn't happen to have a hand in this team making, did you, Hiyashi-sama? After all, Naruto looks up to you more than any of us. Shikaku whispered with a smirk. We both know that if I told Naruto to put my daughter on his team, that he would have done just the opposite. Shikaku. Hiyashi whispered back, causing the other man to laugh and agree with the statement. Are you upset at all about the teams so far? Haha, are you kidding? There are only 2 other students, besides your daughter, that are left, and we know who is going to teach them. We are about to hear some good news, right? Shikaku whispered as he grinned largely. Team 10 will be made up Akamichi Choji, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru. The squad will be led by me. Naruto shouted out loudly. Very good news indeed. Hiyashi spoke softly with a smile. Lunchtime rush. The room seemed incredibly quiet compared to the noisy place it had been only hours before. It would be one of those nights that would remain in the elderly Hokage's memory for many years to come. For he feared it would also be one of those nights that caused a headache that would last nearly as long. The kid seems to cause you a lot of headaches, old man. A gruff voice called out. Hiruzen didn't need to turn around to know it was his son speaking to him, sensing his son's chakra entering the room a moment ago. The smell of cigarette smoke drifted into his nostrils as Asuma lit a cigarette in the corner of the room before walking over besides the window Hiruzen had been staring out of. Yes, he is very good at causing those sorts of problems. The Hokage commented sadly as he pulled his own pipe out of his robe. I must admit, he caused quite the commotion tonight. That's a bit of an understatement, Asuma stated, causing a small chuckle from his father. I was waiting out there for hours before the last ones left. I take it they weren't happy. I received quite the earful from Danzo, Omura, and Koharu. The old Hokage chuckled out. My old teammates were none too happy about letting Naruto become a sensei, though I really think they were just mad that I didn't inform them of my decision to let him become a teacher. And what did that old warmonger have to say about it? Sarutobi let out a long sigh at this one. Same thing he always says about Naruto, that he should be treated as the weapon he has been trained to be. He just doesn't want Naruto to become a sensei because he feels Naruto can still be of greater use in the Anbu for missions. He has a point there, Asuma commented. The kid gets missions done in record time and gets them done efficiently. it would be quite a blow to the power of our Anbu. Yes, but not a blow to our overall strength as a village. I'm sure he will be rushing for his team to do higher ranked missions quickly. And if he can train his students as well as he believes he can, they may become a force to be reckoned with as well. You really think he can lead this team? I still can't help but feel that I was conned into this. Hiruzen muttered out loud, but I still have faith in him. I must admit, he did do his research for picking the teams out, and while they're not quite the teams I would have selected, they are still fair and will work. I trust him. Hey, I don't think Kurenai was very happy about the selection. Asuma said as he looked out towards where he knew Kurenai lived. True, but she will have to get over it. Hiruzen cast a glance at his son, curious as to why he would be here. The disagreements the two held in the past that caused Asuma to join the 12 Guardian Ninja were never truly settled between the father and son. So do you have a complaint about the team arrangements also? I thought you were looking to take the Ino Shika Chu team. Nah, I think I was just looking for an easy ride with the Ino Shika Chu team anyway. This way, I'll get more free time and maybe I can give that nephew some of that training he's been begging for. Asuma commented, walking towards the exit. Hey, maybe it'll help him plan his next ambush on you. A small tick appeared on the old Hokage's forehead at the thought of his grandson's attempts to ambush him. Walking towards his office, he could only think of one way to relieve his stress as he reached his desk. It's times like these where it's best to take Tsunad's approach to relieve stress. He sighed as he reached into his desk for a bottle of sake. She had been awake for hours now. Nervousness and fear clawed at her as she sat in her room, staring out the window towards where the sun had only just begun to rise. Who would be on her team? Would she have a nice sensei? Would her team like her? Would she just be a burden to them? Thoughts like these had been running through the young Hyuga's head since she had woken up in a cold sweat at near 3 in the morning. She had long since bathed and changed into her training clothes, figuring that she would not see sleep again this morning. It seemed nothing could distract her mind right from the moment that would set forth the path of her future ninja career, mere hours away. Not even the knocking on her door could snap her from her thoughts until she felt the hand on her shoulder. Hinata-sama, the worried branch girl asked the shocked-looking Hyuga heiress. I am sorry to intrude, Hinata-sama, but you wouldn't respond to my calls. No, it's okay, Hanako-chan. Hinata responded after she steadied her rapidly beating heart. Suddenly she started panicking again as a thought crossed her mind. Am I late for training with Elder Hisao? Hinata asked as she stood up, quickly worried. No, Hinata-sama, the elders were in a meeting until just now. Your father wishes to see you. He said your training was cancelled this morning. Hinako answered as she bowed and walked out of the room, leaving a stunned heiress behind her. Father wants to see me, she thought in a panic, running to the mirror on her wall to check her appearance. She looked as tired as she felt, not to mention slightly pale, but other than that she appeared well groomed enough to appear before her father. Her heart pounding, she stepped out of her room and walked down the hallway to where her father's study waited. She knocked softly on the door before calling out to her father. Otu-sama, you requested my presence, she spoke softly through the door. I doubt I would have heard that, had I not been right behind you. Her father's voice came from behind her, causing the girl to jump and turn in fright. His face was a mask of calm indifference as he stood out in the hallway. Come inside, daughter. He slid open the door to his study and walked inside. Hinata had only been in this room a few times in her entire life, but she knew one day it could be her own study. Her father sat behind his desk and gestured for her to sit across from him. With a lowered gaze, she obediently sat down in front of him. Hiashi stared at his eldest child with slight remorse. He knew he had been neglecting her over the years, clan business and Naruto's training getting in the way. He would see her every day amongst the compound and for meals, but he never got to spend time with her like this, away from the eyes of the clan. A welcome change for him, but she seemed rather apprehensive about being in front of him. Are you feeling well? You look tired. Hinata shyly looked up at her father. Jiga-men, I had trouble sleeping. She berated herself heavily for stuttering in front of her father. She nervously bit the inside of her cheek as she felt her father's gaze upon her. Seeing her tepidness in front of him, Hiashi couldn't help but be reminded of the meeting he had just left and the mixture of emotions he had felt. Flashback. Knowing how to suppress emotions had become a sort of art form for Hiashi. Anger was by far the hardest emotion to suppress, and this was the emotion battling to make its appearance, as he listened to the elders before him. Raw emotions burned inside of him, begging him to be let loose and to strike nearly every member of this council down. I would like for you to repeat your request. Came out of Hayashi's mouth as monotone and emotionless as possible, enough to convince even those who knew him that Hiashi was as serene as ever. Elder Hisao bowed his head only slightly to acknowledge the request of his leader. Before speaking, we wish for young Lady Hinata to be removed from the position of heiress to the clan. A small murmur of agreement rose throughout a great deal of the council member. Several of the members, Hiashi noticed, seemed just as puzzled as he was. What reasons could there possibly be for this? I would like to hear your reasoning behind this. Of course, Hiashi-sama, Hisao stated as he rose from his position to address the council. Hinata-sama, like all Hyuga children, has been given a high level of training. Where those children succeeded, however, Hinata-sama has proven to fail. Hiashi glared only a small amount as he took in the information Hisao had just spoken. For Hisao to be so confident in his speech and have it this well prepared, he had been planning this for at least a short while. 8 years ago, you asked us, the council, to oversee your daughter's training, Hiashi-sama. Your reasoning was that you were working hard at improving the Juken and you took to training heavily every day of the week in your private study. A few of the council members all looked at him to see if he would give any news on his progress. The development of new techniques for the clan would increase its overall strength, and when Hiashi first proposed the idea, it was accepted with great excitement. The truth was that it was simply an excuse to prevent the council from learning of Naruto's training. It was the easiest way for Hiashi to gain the necessary amount of time to train Naruto to reach the maximum of his potential along with the other clan leaders. Hiashi knew that if the council members were to ever find out that he was teaching Namikaze Minato's only son, all hell would break loose. Your training and your heavy workload as both a clan head and a leader amongst the council of Konoha was taking up the majority of your time. It was for those reasons that I took it upon myself to train your eldest daughter in the ways of Juken. Hisao paused for a moment as if to consider his words, but Hiashi could tell it was simply for dramatic effect. I have been disappointed to a level that I can no longer stand. She has no skill in the art of Juken at all. This caused small gasps to come up amongst some of the members of the council. She can rarely get into the correct stances or forms without my assistance. She cannot strike the targets as precisely as is to be required by our style, and her younger sister has already surpassed her skill level. Why was her lack of development never brought to me before this, Hisao? Hiashi questioned seriously. I am sorry, Hiashi-sama, but I and those members of the council that I asked for support in the training of your daughter thought it would not be right to interrupt your work. Instead, we felt it better to push for your daughter's skill to be raised higher. Sadly, all of our training has seen very little results. Hiashi stared at the man for a long time as he contemplated what he should do. Those members of the council that had not participated in her training also seemed to be in deep thought at the reasons. Perhaps it would be best if I were to take a more active role in the training of my daughter. No offense, Hiashi-sama, but those are not the only reasons that we propose this. Your daughter's emotions are hardly that of leader. She has a weak attitude that is hard befitting of a Hyuga, let alone the leader of our clan. It would be an embarrassment to our honor to put someone so weak in such a position. Once again a spark of anger started to burn within Hiashi's soul as he was interrupted. Looking around at the different members of the council, he could see the nods of agreement being shown openly as they listened to Hisao, although some still seemed somewhat hesitant to take such drastic action, without seeing the proof with their own eyes. Slowly though, Hiashi was starting to realize that he hadn't seen his daughter train since she was 4 years of age, that the only time he spent with her was meals in silence, and that he was holding her fate in his hands right now. Could he really have neglected his own child so much? In favor of training his friend's son, the council would like to take a vote on the issue. Flashback end. Hinata, the council has asked me to remove you as heir and to remove you from this family. A gasp was let loose as wide scared lavender eyes met his own in an instant. Tears started to form at the edge of her vision and Hiashi could practically see her world crashing down her. Her head became downcast, and he could hear her breathing pick up as she panicked, assuming the worst. I refused, my child. Another gasp was heard as Hinata's head once again shot up to look at her father. You are my daughter and my heir. These things are my business, and the council will not change this so easily. Oh Otsu-sama, Hinata whispered out disbelievingly from her sitting place. A soft look had come over her father's face, a face she had not seen since her mother had passed away after the birth of her younger sister. They told me that you are severely lacking in your Juken ability, a flaw that I can only blame myself for. Hinata's eyes grew wide as she stared at her father. I have neglected you of the time with me that you deserve. No, Otsu-sama. Hinata did her best to restrain the stutter that wanted to jump out of her mouth at any moment. Waking up this morning, she never in her life expected a conversation like this to occur. And the shock of the event was truly playing on her nerves as she tried to speak. You are a very busy man, father. I can't expect you to always watch over me. Hiyashi stared at his daughter as she shyly ducked her head and looked down. A forlorn look was upon his face as he listened to her words. You are far more mature than I ever knew, Hinata. Now that I realize just how I have used my time these past years, I can't help but regret not spending more time like this with you and your sister, especially now when you have graduated and will be spending more time outside. There is still time, Otu-sama. Hinata spoke out softly with small smile. Hiyashi could just barely make out her eyes from underneath her hair looking at him. Yes, there is, but not right now, I am afraid. Hinata looked up at him slightly confused. I believe you have to go meet your new team soon. Hinata gasped loudly as she realized the time and bowed quickly in front of her father. At his nod, she stood up quickly and moved for the door. Oh, and Hinata. Her father's voice stopped her in her tracks as she reached the door. I know you will make me proud in the future. Why yes, Otu-sama. She responded with a slight blush as she exited quickly. Before the door could shut behind her, a hand appeared to stop it from closing. The branch guard, normally positioned outside of his door, stepped inside quickly. Hiyashi-sama, Elder Nobuo wishes to speak with you and is waiting outside. He spoke out quickly. At Hayashi's nod, the guard walked back outside and let the elder inside before shutting the door. The elder walked in front of Hiyashi before bowing deeply. Hiyashi-sama, the elder spoke out nervously. We have known each other since we were young children, Nobuo. I think so. Formalities aren't necessary in here, my old friend. Hiyashi spoke with a ghost of a smile on his face. Nobuo visibly relaxed slightly, but still looked very tense as he sat down before Hiyashi. What seems to be troubling you, Hiyashi? Hiyashi watched Nobuo with a puzzled expression. Nobuo had never been the type to be nervous in front of him and had never been the type to have trouble expressing himself, but something was deeply bothering him if he acted this way. Do you really know what you are doing? If you are referring to me protecting my daughter, then yes, I know what I am doing. Hayashi's eyes narrowed as spoke. Nobuo had always shown good faith to the decisions he made on the council and had on occasion spoken with Hiyashi to give advice, but this was different than the ways they conversed in the past. Hiyashi, I admit I was as dubious to the claims made by Nizao as you yourself were. But when you stood up for your daughter and did not allow for a vote to take place, you angered a good majority of the council. Nobuo was trying his best to make Hiyashi understand what exactly he had done. Those before, that were as doubtful to the claims as we were, might now shift sides. You are saying that I should have risked the vote going very poorly and let my daughter be removed from her home, rather than not allowing that chance to ever happen. Hiyashi questioned, shocking Nobuo in his seat, a panicked look coming across his older friend's face. No, that's not. Nobuo let out a deep sigh as he couldn't really argue with the statement. Hiyashi, you are my friend. I just don't want something bad to happen to you and your family. The council has a lot of influence in the clan, and if they can convince a good majority of the clan that Hinata is unfit to lead. You truly are a good friend. Hiyashi spoke softly, looking at his old friend. Nobuo looked on in shock as he saw the confidence in Hayashi's demeanor. The clan leader that he knew, Hiyashi, was sitting right in front of him with all the regal of royalty. All I ask is that you believe in my decisions. Hinata will have the strength to lead this clan in the future. For the first time since entering the room, Nobuo held a small real smile on his face. I don't know who or what it is that have been affecting you these past years, Hiyashi, but you most certainly have changed from the strict and proper Hyuga I knew as a child. Hiyashi sat in a small stunned state as Nobuo exited his study, his last words circling his mind as he stared ahead in a stunned state. When the door closed, Hiyashi swiftly stood, walking to the doors that linked his private dojo to his study. Passing through the room to the opposite wall, he opened a set of shoji doors leading to a small, enclosed courtyard for the head family's use only. The small enclosure was a place for Hiyashi to rest his weary mind. Half of the yard was dedicated to just grass where he could either rest or practice, while the other half held a small Zen garden originally placed there by his ancestors many generations ago that he attended to. Every day, picking up the rake from where he placed it the day before, Hiyashi set to his work, leaving his mind free to wander. Just how much has the Namikaze family changed me as a person? The thought stuck to his mind like glue. Would I be like those elders in there if not for Minato and Naruto? Willing to throw my own daughter out so easily at the first signs of weakness. The blonde stood in front of shoji door, wrapped in concentration as his palm rested on the frame. A drip of sweat rolled down his cheek as he focused on the sliding door in front of him, just one of many he had passed through during his time here. After a few more minutes of waiting, the door finally slid open, allowing him to relax. He slowly opened his eyes, letting him adjust to the new sight in front of him. For as far as he could see, there was only a dark and damp tunnel. What was once tatami flooring changed to a warm wet concrete, and what was once shoji walls changed to solid walls with leaking pipes running through and around them. A feeling of dread washed over him as he stared down into the darkness. Still not good enough, Inoichi whispered to himself, feeling the sensation of being pulled backwards as his consciousness returning to his body. Opening his eyes, he stared down at the pouting demon container in front of him, Inoichi's hand still resting on his head. Your blockers are still not good enough. If I could get through them in a matter of hours, Naruto-kun. Inoichi remarked, I understand how much you dislike genjutsu, but your secrets need to be protected. Gah, I know, Naruto yelled out as he flopped backwards in frustration, laying on the ground and staring skywards. I just suck at genjutsu. This is why you need to train harder at it. Inoichi scolded, frustrated. I know you are more worried about fighting face to face, but you must also be prepared if, kami forbid, anything actually happens and you are captured. You must know these things so that your secrets and the secrets of the village aren't used against you. But I already have so many defenses in my subconscious. I mean, it's not like they're going to make their way through those tunnels. Naruto pleaded to the older blonde. Inoichi pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. No, Naruto, that is not enough for you. You can't rely on something that you yourself don't completely understand yet. We have been over this before. He glanced down at the blonde and sighed. Are your clones supposed to dissipate soon? Inoichi asked with restrained anger at seeing Naruto not really paying attention. Yeah, my clones are training with Shikaku-sensei and Sume-sensei on strategy and tracking right now. They should dissipate any minute. As if on cue, Naruto's eyes lost their focus as his mind started to process the masses of information being sent in. Years ago, after Naruto had learned about the memory transfer, he and his teachers had all agreed to make sure to not dissipate all his clones at once. Never one to miss an opportunity, Inoichi cocked his fist back, striking the blonde across the cheek just as his eyes came back into focus, sending him flying back to the other side of the room. What the hell? You sucker punched me, Naruto yelled out indignantly from the floor, jumping to his feet and growling at the Yamanaka. You mean like the sucker punch you dealt me last night at the team assignment meeting? Inoichi growled out, eyes narrowing slightly. An embarrassed look came over Naruto's face as he scratched the back of his head. Still pretty pissed about that, huh? Naruto let out a loud gulp as the angry Yamanaka began to stalk towards him. Oh, look at the time, need to go get ready to pick up my team, he said nervously, forming a seal and puffing out of the room as quickly as he could. Iruka stared at the sheet in his hands with a contemplative look. The teams he had thought would work out well together and please everyone had been rejected and changed to ones created by a man who had never once met the students that he cared for, someone that never spent any time at all with them, and now had just had a hand in determining their very futures. Glancing up at the rows of empty desks in front of him, he could clearly picture the face of every student that would be arriving within minutes. Could Naruto, as Hokage-sama referred to him last night, do the same thing? Could he possibly know how this small change could so dramatically affect how the students are going to react to their assignments? No, he couldn't possibly. As Iruka stared down at the roster, looking at Team 10 in particular, he couldn't help but feel nervous for his students as he gazed at the name of their sensei. A shinobi that had become renowned throughout the Konoha in just a few years, a man whom he had never met before, and a man that had never once shown his face in public was going to be taking his precious students. Hokage-sama trusts him completely. I should too, Iruka tried to convince himself, but he could tell it wasn't working. He had been nervous about handing students over to certain Junin before, but this just felt different. It felt like he was giving them to a demon. Perhaps I can talk to Hokage-sama later about Naruto, just to find out more. Iruka thought as he noticed some of his students starting to file into the classroom, each one with the Hitai ITE they had earned yesterday. He smiled softly as he watched them start to chat amongst themselves and the potential teams. A loud pop in the chair next to him redirected Iruka's attention to Mizuki, who was now leaning back in his chair looking rather tired. Didn't get much rest? Iruka questioned with a chuckle. The only response was an agitated glance and groan before Mizuki closed his eyes, resting his head face down on the desk. Iruka just laughed at his friend's misery, turning to notice the door opening and Hyuga Hinata walk in with an odd look on her face. Is everything alright, Hinata-chan? You are later than usual, Iruka asked as the girl passed his desk. She stopped abruptly at the sound of her name and turned towards Iruka. Jigamen Iruka-sensei, I just had an interesting morning is all. The girl responded quietly. Iruka looked at her worriedly for a few moments longer before letting out a long sigh. Well, if there is anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask, okay? The girl nodded quickly before hurrying up to her seat near the back. At the same time, he saw Choji and Shikamaru walk in together, Choji eating a bag of chips at near double the speed that Iruka had ever seen before, and Shikamaru looking rather annoyed at his friend. As they passed Iruka's desk, Shikamaru answered Iruka's silent question. He's just nervous about the team assignments, Shikamaru said as he and his friend walked up the stairs towards their desks, sitting down and waiting for the last few stragglers to walk in now. After a few more minutes, the entire class had arrived, all ready to hear their team assignments. I think they've waited long enough now, Iruka thought as he stood up and moved to stand in front of the class with his clipboard in hand. A near immediate silence overcame the room as the scarred Chunin stood in front of the eager-looking students. A small smile crept onto his face as he looked at the ninja he had helped produce. Starting today, all of you are real shinobi. But you are still genin, and the hard journey that lies ahead is just beginning. Large grins broke out amongst the young genin, each one dreaming of the different ranks and goals they would accomplish in their future. Now you will soon get missions to help out the village. So today we are going to create 3-man teams, and each team will have a Junin sensei. You will follow your sensei's instructions to successfully complete each and every mission. Now we try to balance each team's strengths. Iruka began listing the teams in succession one after another. Quickly friends were separated, girls heard their dreams shatter as they were placed on teams separated from their crushes, and rivalries were beginning to form. Students sat in their seats excitedly waiting for their names to be called, and all waited anxiously for the team with Uchiha Sasuke in it to be announced. Team 7 will consist of Haruno Sakura, Suzuki Hitoshi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Reactions were immediate as those girls who had yet to have their names called all cursed their luck as Sakura let out a loud cheer at her success. Sasuke showed very little reaction to the commotion happening about him, choosing to simply ignore the bickering girls. Iruka noticed Hitoshi didn't seem terribly affected by the news himself, instead only looking more focused than he had before. Team 8 will consist of Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba. Iruka braced himself for the eruption that he knew was coming. And Yamanka Ino. What? A loud screech pierced the eardrums of all in the classroom. Ino stood glaring furiously, her hand slammed down on the desk in front of her. Her new teammate Kiba, however, was on the ground twitching after falling from his chair from the screech in his sensitive ears. Several rows up above her, Shikamaru and Choji looked at the scene with disbelief written across their faces. I'm teamed with the Mutt and Bug Boy, Ino shrieked out as she stood on the top of her chair. Shit, Shikamaru muttered quietly to Choji, I must have fallen asleep while Iruka-sensei was giving that boring speech, ouch. Shikamaru rubbed the bump forming on the back of his head as he glared at Choji. What was that for? Didn't think a pinch would be enough proof that you were awake. Choji said, still disbelievingly as he watched Ino rant at Iruka-sensei from the top of her chair. The blonde girl was still screeching at the top of her lungs about her new teammates and not with Sasuke, not noticing the angry looks her new teammates were sending her. Enough, Ino. The whole classroom quieted immediately as normally kind teacher erupted. The size of his head seemingly tripled as he yelled at the blonde girl. It's time for you to grow up, Ino. Time for you to learn that things in life aren't always fair and that you need to deal with it. The teams have been balanced this way. If there is a need to make a change, Hokage-sama will see that it's done. Ino stood shocked, her mouth gaping open like a fish at being yelled at. When her senses came back to her, she was about to protest more, but the look on her sensei's face told her that she wouldn't get anywhere with that, and the glare coming from her new teammate was keeping her quiet too. She would just have to hope the teams got changed soon. Team 10 will be Akamichi Choji, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru. Iruka spoke out, happy to finally be done reading off the roster. He noticed a number of shocked and angry-looking faces, but it was something he had seen in the past too, so it didn't bother him too much. His worry was more directed towards how Team 10 would fare with their new sensei. Now we are going to break until after lunchtime. I want you all to go out and get used to your new teammates, and then come back here to meet your new sensei after lunch. This is a miracle. Shikamaru muttered as he walked along next to Choji. To his other side, Hinata walked next to him, trailing just slightly. She had yet to speak much except for her original greeting and seemed nervous as she walked next to the two best friends. Yeah, I was convinced that Ino would be on our team. Choji spoke as he reached into the pouch hanging off his side for another bag of chips. He didn't notice Hinata grimace slightly at his statement. Ano, Shikamaru questioned at the sound. Turning around, he noticed Hinata standing there looking nervous. What is it, Hinata? Did you want Ino-san on the team? She questioned meekly. No, was the blunt answer she received from Shikamaru. Choji, on the other hand, just laughed nervously at the question. Damn woman is far too annoying. Oh, I see. A small smile made its way onto Hinata's face, before she noticed the two were starting to leave without her. So where do you want to get lunch at anyway, Choji? We have to be back in time to meet our new sensei. Shikamaru asked as the group entered the busier shopping districts of Konoha. So that means no all-you-can-eat places. That last comment drew a large groan from his plump friend. I know it's troublesome, but we gotta be back in time. Shikamaru interrupted his friend before he could protest. So let's just find somewhere to oomph. The next thing he knew, Shikamaru was lying on his back with a heavy weight on top of him. Opening his eyes revealed bright blue eyes staring down into his with a confused look on both faces. Oh crap, sorry, the young boy announced before jumping off Shikamaru and lending him a hand up. He was wearing some dirty-looking khaki pants and a blue shirt that looked as if it had seen some better days. His face was the most distinctive part though, being that he had two bandages over both of his cheeks and a beanie cap covering all but the slightest amount of blonde hair peeking out from underneath. I'm so sorry, man. I was just playing a game with some of my friends and accidentally ran into you, he explained as he tried patting off the dirt on Shikamaru's clothing. He stopped immediately when he noticed the headband tied around Shikamaru's arm. Whoa, you're a ninja, man. I just arrived at this village and was hoping to go to the academy. Are all of you ninja? Yeah, Shikamaru acknowledged, his eyebrow twitching just a bit from the speed setting this kid seemed to be on. Oh man, this is so cool, he shouted before grabbing Choji's hand and shaking it and then grabbing Hinata's. Hinata felt a blush creep up her face as the blue eyes lingered on her for a second. The close attention making her feel slightly lightheaded as the boy continued to circle around them and sing their praises. Something about his eyes seemed slightly familiar to her. You guys are the youngest ninjas I have met. A loud crashing noise came from behind where the hyper kid had come from. Several men had come down the path he had taken with a look of fury in their eyes. Oh, there are my friends now. Well, gotta run, he said, quickly before taking off down the street into the more densely populated market area, the three teammates behind him just staring at the scene with confusion written on their faces. What just happened? Choji asked as the boy got further away. I don't know, but I am glad it's over with. Shikamaru replied. Get back here, thief. A voice from behind them shouted. The men that had been chasing the boy caught up and started to run past them, leaving only a dreadful feeling in their wake as the three shinobi realized what was just yelled. Immediately the three began reaching for their wallets containing their money. Out of the three, only Choji was able to bring his out while Shikamaru cursed and Hinata looked crestfallen. Crap, well, if we're lucky, one of the patrols should capture him soon and return our wallets, Hinata. Shikamaru muttered. Couldn't we just go after him and help those men? Hinata asked. Nah, that's the job of the patrols around here, the Nara said lazily before sighing. Thanks to that, I have no money for lunch. Wonder why he left Choji's wallet though. Shikamaru muttered at the end while rubbing his chin. He must have known that I would have caught him in the act if he tried that on me. Choji boasted as he reached into his satchel to retrieve another bag of chips. A smile stayed on his face as he reached into the bag, but his hand didn't come out as his arm kept searching. A look of panic crept into his eyes as he opened the bag as wide as it could go and stared inside. Choji, Shikamaru questioned, looking at his panicking friend in concern when suddenly the plump boy took off at full speed in the direction the thief was heading, his arms raised high. He stole my chips, was the roar the two heard as Choji went barreling down the street at his top speed. Troublesome, Shikamaru yelled out before taking off after his friend with Hinata chasing along behind him, neither of them sensing the Anbu standing on the roof above them, an amused grin under his mask as he followed the two. Hey, that was easier than I expected, the pickpocket remarked in surprise as he got away from the team of ninja and proceeded to mix in with the crowd. The sound of the vendors that were chasing him started to fade away as he slowed to a walk. What kind of ninja training did they receive? Geez, the boy took a glace behind him, not seeing anyone paying attention to him. Might as well enjoy the snacks, I guess, he said to himself as he ripped the bag open in the crowd. As soon as he opened the bag, a low rumbling noise from behind earned his attention. His feet started to shake as the earth began rumbling. What the hell, an earthquake? Give me back my chips, was the roar he heard from behind him. Snapping around quickly, he saw the crowd part. Anyone too slow was sent flying into the air as an angry Akamichi came charging like a bull towards him. Behind the portly ninja, he could see the other two from the group following quickly behind and throwing out apologies to those unfortunate enough to have been run over. Holy crap, the pickpocket shouted before taking off in a sprint. Shikamaru managed to just barely hear the thief yell out in surprise before turning and dashing away from Choji. A small sigh of disappointment came out as his hopes of the pickpocket giving up easily and without a chase were dashed to bits. Choji didn't seem to mind though, as it only seemed to fuel the boy into running faster after his chips. I'm sorry. Shikamaru barely heard Hinata speak out to a lady that was starting to stand up after being knocked down by Choji. She shot a dark look at the two as they chased after their teammate. He's really fast for someone with no ninja training, Hinata remarked to him. That's because he is definitely not from out of town. He used the surprise from running into me to fool us. Shikamaru spat out as they finally caught up to Choji, Shikamaru to his right and Hinata to his left. Shikamaru kept looking to the roof, hoping to spot one of the ninja patrols that policed the city and being disappointed every time. Where are all the patrols at? I don't know, Hinata spoke, glancing around at the observation. Perhaps they are busy somewhere else. We're going to lose him in this crowd. Shikamaru noticed as the thief dodged in between the crowd like nothing was even there. He was definitely born in this village if he could move like that. Byakugan. Shikamaru glanced to his right and saw the veins around Hinata's eyes bulging out slightly, and he could just barely pick out a white pupil in her iris. Is that the Hyuga bloodline limit Dad was talking about? I won't lose him, Hinata reassured him, her voice wavering just slightly. Is she nervous? Or just tired already? Shikamaru wondered. Okay, we need to catch him and get our things back. He can't lose us now, so we just have to either wait for him to tire out or trap him. Shikamaru told the two, though Choji was still too focused on getting his chips back to pay much attention. Don't we have to be back in time to meet our sensei? Hinata mentioned nervously. Damn, we need to trap him then. Shikamaru cursed as he started to pick up some speed to catch up to the thief. Hinata, exactly what do your eyes do? Hinata started nervously. It gives me 360-degree vision around me and also the ability to look through objects and sort of telescopic vision. We can also see chakra, which gives us the ability to attack an enemy's chakra network. Shikamaru's wide-eyed look must have disturbed her as she started to blush at the stare. Wow, that pretty useful. It was talked about when we were learning about the founding clans in the academy. Hinata stuttered as she looked towards the thief again. I must have been asleep for that one. Shikamaru muttered quietly. Well, do you see anything that we can use to our advantage, Hinata? The crowd is growing larger further beyond him, and there are a lot of carts and street vendors up further. Shikamaru could see her eyes focusing harder as she squinted her eyes to see beyond the thief. There is something strange about his chakra. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked as he ran, but was surprised to hear the word thief yelled out loud as they passed an apple vendor. The vendor was cursing and pointing at the same thief that had stolen from them. He's still stealing as he runs. Apples? Hinata shouted out quickly. Yeah, I know they were apples. Shikamaru commented as he looked at Hinata, surprised when she reached her hand out and pushed his head down slightly. He barely felt an object skim through the spiked-up ponytail on the back of his head. He threw them, Hinata said after, embarrassed at pushing him down. Punk thief, Shikamaru muttered out as recovered his speed from the push down. Hinata avoided the apple towards her just fine, but Shikamaru let out a drop of sweat when he noticed the apple in Choji's mouth halfway eaten. Did you really just catch that with your mouth? Some mumbling was all Shikamaru could hear as Choji kept eating while trying to respond. Hinata looked just as astonished as Shikamaru did but tried to hide it as best she could. From what Shikamaru could tell, the thief was even slightly astonished as his head was slightly turned. After throwing the fruit, Shikamaru's eyes widened as a cart started to cross the street ahead of them and an opportunity formed. You gotta be kidding me, the pickpocket yelled in astonishment as he saw two of them avoid the apples and the fat one just catches it in his mouth. He could see the Hyuga girl was easily keeping track of him in the crowd, so losing them was pretty unlikely without halting him somewhat. Look out, kid, the boy remarked as he heard the yell from in front of him, as a large wagon filled with fruit being pulled by a horse was crossing the street. His eyes widened in surprise at the roadblock. Whoa, he yelled out as he dropped down and slid underneath of the cart. Once on the other side, he was immediately back up and running, barely slowing down. He couldn't help but smile at the looks of surprise the pedestrians gave him as he ran through the streets. That cart should slow them down a bit. Glancing backwards, he saw the fat one and the one he ran into leap over the cart with ease and keep after him. Oh yeah, ninjas. The girl wasn't with them any longer though. Did she not leap over or what? Glancing around, he couldn't see her on the rooftops or anywhere else for that matter. It should just make it easier for him to get away from those two though if she had backed off. With that in mind, he kept running. He just needed to slip away into an alley somehow without them noticing. If he could just lose those two in the crowd, then it would be all too easy to get away by slipping into one of the many side streets and alleys that were all around Konoha. He knew that the crowd would reach its apex in size on this street, so it shouldn't be too hard to lose the slower two behind him. And just like that, He weaved in and out of the pedestrians as if they were never even there. He started crouching lower and lower to the ground as he ran through the taller adults in crowd, making it even harder for the two to spot him, and looking for just the right moment to slip away. The moment came sooner than he could have hoped when he noticed a group of women dressed in long elegant kimonos walking across the street. Using their flowing dresses as cover, he quickly dove to the side and into an alley and hid as quickly as he could behind a few boxes. Stacked against the wall, peeking just barely around the corner, he watched as the two looked around confusedly as they passed by the alley and continued down the street. The skinny one muttering to himself as he walked by the alley and the fat one looking as if he were going to break into tears after losing. Him, too bad, guys, he whispered quietly as he started to walk down the alley, happy to have finally escaped with his earnings. A silhouette appeared at the end of the alley he was walking through though, blocking his path and making him stop. I'll return our belongings and I will let you go. The girl that had been chasing him earlier stuttered out as she blocked his path of escape. He noticed bulging veins around her eyes that kept glancing from his stomach to his eyes. I think I'll take option 2. He yelled out quickly. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as the boy turned and ran back in the direction of the main street. He was just rounding the corner when a fist appeared in his vision and knocked him cleanly in the nose. Ow, so, you got anything to say for yourself? Shikamaru said as he looked down at the boy sitting against the brick wall in the alley. 2 wads of tissue paper were lodged up his nose to stop the bleeding, but he still looked away defiantly from the trio with his arms crossed. Shikamaru just scratched the back of his head in annoyance and sighed. Shikamaru-kun. Hinata tried to get the lazy boy's attention. How did you know he would run into a side alley? Shikamaru hummed. He kept running along the same street trying to mix in with the crowd. There were plenty of intersections where he could have turned at, but he kept to same street, so I figured he was trying to lose sight of us and duck into an alley on side. You can see through walls, so you were the best choice to trap him. Hinata's eyes widened in wonder at Shikamaru's revelation. Had he really planned that out so quickly? So you used the cart as an opportunity for me to get out of sight and run down a side street. Right, Shikamaru replied before putting his focus back on the thief that Choji was watching intently. So hand over our stuff, we don't have much time before our lunch break ends. Che, the thief spat as he reached into his pockets and grabbed the 2 wallets he had swiped from them and tossed them to their respective owners. Choji though stood there tapping his foot impatiently as he waited for his chips to be returned only to have the pickpocket stare at him. With a curious look, will you stop the tapping? Aren't you forgetting something? The thief just looked at him even more confused. My chips, Choji yelled, his loud voice blowing back the hairs on their heads. Are you kidding? The thief raised an eyebrow at him. You scared me half to death and I dropped those chips when you first started chasing me. All 3 of their mouths dropped open at the revelation and the thief could hardly hold in the laughter at the sight. Did you really just chase me for a bag of chips? He laughed out loud. That's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. You gotta be kidding me. Shikamaru muttered as he looked up towards the sky. He scratched his head in annoyance before turning and heading back to the main street. Whatever, let's just go and try to find something to eat before we run out of time. Choji followed him with tears in the corners of his eyes and a slight sniffle at the loss of his chips. It took him a moment, but Shikamaru noticed that Hinata was not following him. Instead, she stood in front of the boy, biting her lip slightly and looking nervously at the ground. Hinata, what's up? She stood there in front of the pickpocket, trying to find the words she wanted to say. Have I seen you somewhere before? His eyes widened slightly in surprise as he looked up at her before quickly reverting to his agitated self. Hinata stepped back a bit, surprised and confused by his answer to her question. She was certain that there was something familiar about this boy, but she couldn't quite place it. Shikamaru and Choji were not flanking her as they walked back to hear the conversation. Are you sure? Do you frequent back alleys? No, then we haven't met. The boy grumbled as he stood up in front of them. He wiped some dirt off his pants and took the tissue paper out of his nose before turning and walking down the alley. He waved a hand at them as he left. Anyway, I'm outta here. Wait a second, Shikamaru called out to him. He stopped quickly and faced Shikamaru, wondering what he wanted. What's your name? Michio, the bandaged boy admitted. Shikamaru was less that convinced that was really his name. Hinata said that something was weird about your chakra. Are you okay? Yeah, I am fine, Michio replied with a nervous energy in his voice. Anyway, gotta go. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed before turning to leave, Choji following his best friend. Hinata bit her lip and looked as if she wanted to say something else, but instead just bowed her head quickly and then followed the other 2. They were nearly out of the alleyway when they heard the sound of someone landing behind them and a muffled shout from Michio. They turned around quickly, and their eyes widened in shock and fear. Standing there covering Michio's mouth was an Anbu with the red marking of a kitsune on his mask. Then, just as quickly as he appeared, they both disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving nothing in his trace. The three walked down the hall quietly, each lost in their own thoughts as they recalled the event from less than 10 minutes ago. They had decided immediately after to just head back to the academy, having all lost their appetite in the shock of the event. "What do you think is going to happen to Michio?" Choji whispered to the two as they entered the empty classroom. "I'm sure he's fine," Shikamaru said, trying to reassure Choji, and himself, at the same time. But isn't it a major crime to steal from a shinobi?" Hinata questioned as they all sat down. Shikamaru gritted his teeth at the thought. He had secretly hoped that neither of them knew that piece of information about Konoha law. Stealing from a shinobi was a major crime in any village, simply because of the chance the shinobi might have been carrying some kind of critical information. Ninjas are naturally more relaxed in their home villages, so if someone were to manage to steal information from a ninja carrying information to the Hokage, it could be disastrous. "We're just Jinan though, I mean what could we possibly have?" Choji tried to reason. "That doesn't matter," Shikamaru muttered out. "Jinan are sometimes used to run important documents from one part of the village to another. There's no real danger, so there's no problem with a Jinan making the run. With the law in place, most people would never dare even consider stealing from one of us. Still, he will be alright, right?" Hinata asked meekly, looking at the two pleadingly. They looked away uncomfortably from her gaze, neither of their expressions being very reassuring. Slowly, other students were starting to file into the classroom around them. Soon the room was almost full of Jinan anxious to hear who their new sensei would be. "I don't know," Choji whispered out as he took nervous glances around him. "You've heard the rumors about that demon shinobi, right? They say he's the reborn Kyuubi." "That's not what I heard." The three were startled out of their conversation when Kiba turned around in his chair from below them. Apparently, Choji wasn't quite quiet enough for the Inuzuka to not hear their conversation. "I heard he just worships the Kyuubi and draws strength from him. And to get that power he must sacrifice a virgin every full moon. That's just stupid. Sacrificing a virgin is way too cult." Ino spoke out as the whole class started getting involved in the conversation. "I heard he gets his power by eating the hearts of everyone he kills, but sometimes he thirsts for the taste too. So he uses criminals to satisfy his needs. I heard he once killed a Chunin for accidentally running into him. I heard he stands over 6 feet tall and is as wide as 2 men. My dad said he once mutilated over 50 people during an assassination mission using only an arm that he ripped off his first victim as a weapon." Shikamaru's scowl just deepened as the whole class had joined in on the topic, each one having some crazy story related to a man that just snatched up a person right in front of his eyes. He could see that Hinata seemed incredibly confused and worried by all the gossips, while Choji was listening to the stories turn more and more insane. Hinata looked at her two new teammates, confused. "A year ago father said that the demon shinobi was an incredibly strong fighter that deserved our respect. And that all these things said about him are lies." Apparently the rest of the class was too concentrated in their own stories to hear the quiet girl speak her mind, which Shikamaru was thankful for in all honesty. If one of them heard her speak up in defense for the demon, who knows what could have been said. "My dad never talks about him, but I have heard all these rumors too." Shikamaru was starting to get a migraine from all the students talking so loudly around them. "But he did tell me that usually all lies are at least one grain of truth. So who knows, but it's all too troublesome to worry about, since we will probably never find out the truth. I know the really strong thing is true, though." Choji pitched in with what little true info he did know. "I remember my dad say that he has one of the higher bounties in Konoha on his head. So he has to be really strong." "Whatever," Shikamaru muttered as he put his head down on the desk in front of him and attempted to block out all the noise in the classroom. Choji looked depressed that the conversation was ending already but knew that this was just Shikamaru's personality. It wasn't long though, until Iruka and Mizuki came in to see all the students talking to each other noisily. "Alright, what's all this about?" Iruka yelled out. Normally, most students were quiet when it came time for them to find out who their teachers would be since they were nervous, but this group was clearly more interested in something else. "What do you think, Iruka-sensei? Does he get his power by worshipping the demon or by eating the hearts of his victims?" one of the girls yelled out. Iruka felt more confused than he ever had in his entire life. "Who? The demon shinobi, of course." Several people yelled out at once, and instantly Iruka's eyes widened in understanding before quickly turning into a scowl at the students. Iruka cursed his luck that this type of conversation between the students would have to start now if all times, when the person himself would be showing up any minute to pick up his own batch of students. Enough of that. Do you really think that you all should be focusing on thoughtless rumors rather than concentrating on finding out who the teacher of your group is going to be? His words had the desired effect as the students quickly sobered up, remembering why they were there and the world they were about to enter. Of course, Iruka had heard the same types of rumors that all the children had heard, including the ones he thought were insane, and those that could hold some truth. The difference was that he had heard the rumors from shinobi along with those from the civilian population. Most rumors in the shinobi community had to do with his level of strength and how he had so quickly risen in the bingo book. Some of the higher-ranking ninja held some measure of respect for him, so it was mostly those ranked lower that had some sort of spite for the person. Of course, Iruka had heard the same types of rumors that all the children had heard, including the ones he thought were insane, and those that could hold some truth. The difference was that he had heard the rumors from shinobi along with those from the civilian population. Most rumors in the shinobi community had to do with his level of strength and how he had so quickly risen in the bingo book. Some of the higher-ranking ninja held some measure of respect for him, so it was mostly those ranked lower that had some sort of spite for the person. The civilians were entirely different though. They were completely spite-filled and demeaning, talking about how he had obtained his power through evil means or murdered innocents for fun. Many of the rumors were completely ridiculous, but they did their job in breeding hate and suspicion of the man. Iruka had been taught that at least one small part of every lie is truth. He could only hope that the truth was that the people who started these rumors were simply very afraid. Now then, Iruka shouted out, deciding to leave his troubling thoughts for later. I'll start listing off the sensei for each team, and then that group will leave with them as soon as they come to pick you up. Now then, Team 1, it was about the point that Shikamaru decided that he would just tune out Iruka's talking until it came time for his team's turn. What would the point be in hearing what sensei ever team had? Nothing, that's what, so obviously it didn't involve him. I hope we get a good sensei. Choji whispered to the two. Shikamaru gave a quick grunt of agreement. He could see Hinata nod her head slightly in agreement, but that was the only real conversation between the three as the names were listed off and different Junin entered the room and left with their teams. Everything seemed rather routine until the name was read off for Team 7. Team 7's sensei is Hitaki Kakashi. Iruka looked up from his clipboard at the three students sitting near each other with an annoyed and sorry look on his face. Sorry, but Kakashi-san is usually late to these types of things. So you will probably be waiting a little while. Shikamaru sat up and looked to the front of the classroom with probably the most attention he had ever given anything during his time at the academy. His teammates both sat up a little straighter as well. They knew their turn was coming now and their future was about to be put in the hands of the person about to come through the door. Team 10's sensei is Naruto. Like the ramen topping, Shikamaru muttered out as some of the nervousness in his body left him. I like him already, Choji commented happily with a smile. The smile didn't last very long though as the door at the front of the classroom slid open and a cloaked figure walked through. Gasps were heard all around the classroom and several girls passed out in a fright as the figure of all their gossip walked through the door. Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata's mouths were open in shock as the demon shinobi of Konoha stood in front of their class looking directly at them. Team 10, you're with me, he yelled out happily. Naruto could feel the stares he was getting as he paced back and forth in the large classroom where the sensei were waiting before collecting their teams. How old is he? This can't possibly be the demon. Why was he allowed to make the teams? The Hokage called him Naruto. He could hear the whispers all around him. He had entered the room later than everyone else, hoping that he could limit the time among his new peers as much as possible. Well, later than everyone except for Kakashi, he thought. He knew the moment he entered the room that he would be the focus of the conversation and that his presence would be met with both animosity and curiosity. His experience among his fellow Konoha shinobi had been limited to working with the clan heads and his time with the Anbu. His time with Anbu went well and he enjoyed interacting with people that he had not been training with his whole life, but it was still business with the Anbu that were not Kakashi. He had never interacted with anyone in this room besides Kurenai and that first interaction was last night. I doubt she would want anything to do with me right now. Naruto thought as he glanced at the woman sitting at one of the desks. She wasn't shooting glares or gossiping about him, but she sure as hell looked like she did not want to give him the time of day. Naruto didn't really have time for worrying about them right now anyway. Naruto was feeling something he hadn't felt in a while. Nervous. He was pacing back and forth while squeezing his hands together as he did. He had tried standing still earlier, but when he did that his foot just tapped constantly with all the pent-up energy that he was feeling. I am sure that they would all be laughing at me if they saw me like this. Naruto scowled under his mask at the thought of his senseis reacting to his current state. Sume-sensei would think this is Hila. Oi, demon. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts by the booming voice of a Junin that was currently marching up to him. He wore navy blue cargo pants with a tight black shirt under his standard issue vest. His forehead protector was wrapped around his bicep instead of right below his shortly cropped brown hair. He had almost 2 feet of height on Naruto as towered right in front of him. "What do you think you're doing here, demon?" he growled. "My name is Naruto," crossing his arms across his chest as he answered. "And I am here to pick up my students like everyone else here." "You'll not let everyone else here, demon." "Naruto," he interrupted, but the Junin just kept going. "You are a cold-blooded killer that praises the beast that nearly destroyed us. These kids don't need to be learning from someone like you." I don't know what the Hokage was thinking. First off, Naruto announced, lifting one arm and one finger up while keeping the other crossed. "You don't know anything about me or my motivations." He was aware of the small crowd that started to gather around and listen to the confrontation. He had learned long ago from his teachers and his experience in the Anbu that diplomacy was sometimes the best option, but backing down from a fool like this would only hurt his reputation. "In the future, I am not going to apologize to anyone for doing my job. My team worked together and performed our duties to the best of our ability." He moved his one finger to point up to his kitsune mask. "And this mask is supposed to be a symbol of us moving past the attack and not being held back by it. That's bulls." Second, Naruto raised his voice, "The Hokage doesn't have to explain a thing to you." The man bristled at the last statement, with his fists clenching and his eyebrow twitching at the manner he was spoken to. Being talked down to by a ninja half his size, bruising his ego. "Listen here, demon," Naruto retorted with a condescending tone at each syllable. "Do you need me to spell it out for you?" He reared back his fist to strike down on the masked boy. "Knock it off, Tsubasa." His fist stopped before it even started its descent as he glanced over to the side. Kunai still sat at the desk she was at previously. Her red eyes stared intently at the Junin whose hand was still in the air. "The Hokage made his decision and Naruto-san gets his team," she replied with a cold tone. "TCH, the Junin Naruto now knew as Tsubasa scoffed as he turned to walk away. Whatever, they are about to start calling teams anyway. If it wasn't for the mask on his face, everyone would have seen the confused look on Naruto's face. Probably best to avoid her for a while," he thought to himself before shaking his head. "Nah." He shot Kunai a large thumb up with a pose. He was rewarded with her eyebrow twitching in anger before she rolled her eyes and looked away. Naruto chuckled to himself in amusement at the response. "Team 1, your sensei is Inaga Tsubasa." Naruto heard over the small intercom in the classroom that was activated to let the Junins know when to approach the classroom. The large man shot a quick glare back at Naruto before exiting the classroom to pick up his students. One by one, teachers left to go pick up their new charges, each one getting a few minutes to walk in and collect their team before the next announcement from Iruka. It didn't take long for him to become the last one left in the room. "Okay, Naruto, you got this." He psyched himself up. "You have led plenty of teams before. You are a great leader. You are gonna be the best damn sensei Konoha has ever had. Team 10's sensei is Naruto. Let's do this." For some reason, Choji had felt excited when he heard the name of his new sensei. He didn't necessarily relate his new sensei's name directly to the delicious fish cake that he enjoyed when getting ramen, but it certainly wasn't the most intimidating name he had ever heard. It mattered more to him to get a sensei that would be nice and teach him how to be an effective shinobi. "Like the ramen topping," he heard Shikamaru mutter. "I like him already," Choji commented happily with a smile to Shikamaru's comment. That was when the door of the classroom slid open and Choji felt his stomach drop. It was him, the object of the discussion from before the team started getting announced, and snatched away the boy who stole from his new team was walking through the door. A dark black cloak covered up all his features except for one thing, a kitsune mask. His mask was pure white for the base color. A small canine-like snout distended from the area that his mouth would be located, with black paint to mark a nose and a dark red outlining where the lips would be. The two eye holes for the mask were surrounded by black paint shaped like eyes of a predator and outlined in red. Two sharp strokes of red on each cheek that started wide on the outside of the mask and became sharper before ending under his eyes. Two small fox-like ears sat atop the mask, with a red triangle being in the center of ear to add dimension. He never took his eyes off him as he walked to the front of the classroom from the door. He heard muffled gasps from the students that were still waiting for a sensei to pick him up, and he was pretty sure he heard a few thuds, but he couldn't pry his eyes away to check what the noise was. He could feel his heart beating rapidly in his chest. "Team 10, you're with me." There was perhaps a little bit of hope that the Anbu wasn't here to pick up a team and was instead delivering a message to Iruka, but that hope was dashed. Choji felt glued to his seat, and he noticed that neither Shikamaru nor Hinata had moved as well. He glanced at Shikamaru with pleading eyes. "What do we do?" "Oi!" The Anbu he now knew as Naruto shouted. Let's go. Team 10 looked between each other before slowly rising out of their chairs as one. The sound of their chairs scraping backwards seemed impossibly loud in the silent classroom as they all left their spots and started trudging down the stairs towards their new sensei. He could feel the eyes of Team 7 and some of the other remaining students who had not yet left. Guys, seriously, he heard his new sensei whine. It's not a funeral procession. The tone of voice caught Choji off guard some and almost made him stumble down the stairs in surprise. A good thing he caught himself, or he could have sent his whole team crashing down to the floor in an embarrassing tumble. He had every right to be surprised though, as the voice of his sensei was not something he would have associated with the Konoha urban legend before him. He didn't hear it before when Naruto first yelled his greeting or the command for them to come down, but the whiny voice from before sounded like someone around his age. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he made another discovery as he really looked at the shinobi before him. Iruka was standing only a few feet away, but the difference was clear. Iruka sensei is almost a foot taller than him. He glanced to his side at Shikamaru and noticed that he was only slightly shorter than their new sensei. Is he our age? Great, Naruto spoke. Meet me on the school rooftop as quick as you can. With that he disappeared in a plume of smoke, leaving behind a stunned classroom full of questions. And what? Could that have gone any worse? And what? The frustrated shout escaped him as he arrived on the rooftop of the school. He knew that he only had a few minutes to before his team arrived, but he had to get that out of his system before he could compose himself. And what? Seriously, someone passed out. And what? He threw his arms up in frustration. He knew the gossip around town surrounding him. The interaction with Tsubasa earlier was proof enough about the feelings that a majority of the village had with his persona, but he had at least hoped that a classroom full of clan heirs and wannabe shinobi would have some self-control, or at the very least the ability to look at things for themselves, make their own judgments. The reaction of his new team had been worse than he expected though. He could see it based off their reactions that they were genuinely frightened to see him appear in front of them. Their depressed walk and sullen march when their names were announced only further convinced him of that. He was really starting to regret his little stunt during lunchtime. And Arpos, maybe I pushed that a little bit too far. And Arpos, originally, he had not planned to go down and snatch and quat, Michio and quat, from in front of the young genin, but at the last second the mischievous idea popped into his head, and he just acted on it. Now he was starting to regret the stunt and wished that he had taken a more Shikaku-like approach and stuck to the plan. And quat, maybe I should have just done the bell test like Dad, and quat. He pouted slightly at the thought. The bell test was a better option for teams that may have some antagonistic elements in them and force them to figure out the true meaning behind the test. It was not the best test for teams like his that would likely either figure out the truth behind the test rather quickly or give up bells to their teammates. Based on what I have seen, they would have probably debated for hours about who should get the bells and kept trying to pass it off to each other, though they would probably have figured out the real test before they even got the bells. Before he could finish his musing, he heard steps starting to come up the stairs that led up to the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was now leaning against the guardrail of the roof, trying to look as relaxed as possible. The three entered the rooftop hesitantly at first as they glanced around. Once they spotted Naruto against the rail, they paused for only a moment before proceeding the rest of the way over to where he was standing. Naruto took a moment to observe them up close better than he had the previous days from a distance. Shikamaru's hair was brown and pulled back into a tight spiky ponytail that looked a lot like his father's. In fact, he looked a lot like a better kept version of his father. No doubt due to his mom's influence. He wore a grey jacket with green edges sleeves and the Nara family symbol on the back. His shirt was green and made up of a mesh wire armor that was both flexible and durable. He wore brown pants that stopped a little below his knees and a kunai pouch was wrapped around his right leg. His forehead protector was also tied around the sleeve of his left arm. And Naruto could see he wore the same silver earrings that his father wore. Choji was wearing a green short-sleeved haori over a white shit with the kanji for food on it. He wore black shorts with a kunai holder wrapped around his right thigh. His hands up to his elbows and ankles up to his knee were wrapped in bandages to protect his skin from hard impacts. Possibly the most interesting parts of his outfit though were his hoop earrings, his forehead protector that had been styled to allow tall tufts of his hair to poke out on each side, and a long white scarf wrapped around his neck. Hinata was wearing a cream-colored hooded jacket with the symbol of the Hyuga stitched on the upper sleeves. The jacket also had fur around the cuffs and the hem. Her pants were navy blue and ended just above her ankles. He noticed that she wore her forehead protector tied around her neck. She had a fairer complexion than the one he saw on her father, but she had indigo-colored hair that Naruto attributed to her mother. I have only seen her picture in Hiyashi-sensei's study. Naruto thought sadly. He had no memories of ever meeting the girl's mother before she had passed away after the birth of her younger sister. The memory of his training session with Hiashi after his wife's death was not pleasant in the slightest. Naruto shook his head quickly to rid himself of the memory and focus on the present as his students reached him. As he leaned back on the rail, he jumped up slightly to sit his rear on the railing behind him before gesturing to some planter boxes with numerous vegetables that sat on top of the rooftop location. The team took the hint quickly and sat down on the edges of the boxes. Okay, let's start with some introductions. Naruto spoke excitedly. Why don't you guys tell me your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams and anything else you might like the team to know? The three preteens looked between one another to see who would start first. There was a nervous energy radiating off the three that he could easily read. Naruto was definitely regretting the actions he took at lunchtime with the team in front of him. How about I start? Naruto chuckled slightly as he tried to break the tension. My name is Naruto. I like ramen, training and gardening. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes to cook cup ramen and people that judge others before getting to know them. Naruto noticed the young Genin flinch slightly at this comment. I already said that my hobby is gardening. And my dream. He leaned forward slightly as the three sat on the edges of their seats in anticipation. Is to become the greatest Hokage ever, believe it. All three students nearly fell out of their seats as their jaws dropped open and eyes went wide. Naruto chuckled nervously and scratched at the back of his head through his cloak. He also admonished himself slightly about his verbal tic coming out at the end of his declaration. He had been working on keeping his use of databio to a minimal level during his training. His training taught him that it wasn't always appropriate depending on this situation, but sometimes it would slip out when he was nervous or excited. Hiashi would usually shake his head in disapproval whenever he heard it, but also smile slightly about it. Why don't you go next? Naruto pointed to Shikamaru when he noticed the boy was the first to recover from the shock and take on a serious expression. Right, Shikamaru started. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I like shogi and watching clouds. I dislike anything troublesome and people that pick on others. I don't have any real hobbies. My dream is to become a chunin that can support myself and live a life where nothing too good or bad happens, and then pass away peacefully. What kind of a dream is that? He was suddenly grateful for the mask that covered his face, or else they would see his pained expression and his eyebrow twitching. He turned his gaze to Choji next. My name is Akamichi Choji. The poor boy stuttered slightly under the gaze his new sensei. I like chips, barbecue and Shikamaru. I dislike when I run out of chips, and when people insult me. My hobbies are trying different foods and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to head my clan and find a wife that loves to cook. Just like him, Naruto smiled under his mask. He reminded Naruto a lot of his father Choza. The large man had trained Naruto with methods to temper the strength of his body. Not just in his conditioning training, but Naruto also learned that he was the main instigator in modifying Naruto's diet and nutrition. The head of the Akamichi had a lot of knowledge on how the body functioned and experience with the medicinal effects of the clan's pills. His gaze drifted over to the last member of the team. She shrank down in her coat slightly at the attention now being focused on her by the team, but she looked to be trying to steal her courage. My name is Hyuga Hai Hinata. She paused for a second looking frustrated. I like sweets and my mother's garden. I dislike some things about my clan. My hobbies are sea cooking and pressing flowers. My dream is uniting my clan and to abolish certain practices. Naruto's head cocked to the side a little as he stared at Hinata. The other two boys seemed to be strongly influenced their parents, but Hinata seemed to be the opposite. Hiashi had always been stoic and confident in his actions, but Hinata was timid and nervous when she spoke. Perhaps she took more after her mother. The only thing that she had said without stuttering was that her dream was to unite her clan and, if he was guessing correctly, to get rid of the caged bird seal. Noble goals, but not something she would be able to accomplish with the demeanor she was showing right now. But maybe the reason she was acting like this was because she was afraid of him right now. Naruto frowned at the thought that his actions earlier may have scared his new pupils worse than he realized. His reputation was working against him right now. It wasn't. Well, it's nice to meet you all. Naruto was sure that his nervousness was rolling off him in waves. He could also tell that they were just as anxious about everything as he was. He would not be able to create an environment where trust could start to be built in an environment like this. Shibi-sensei would say that it is best to take a step back and determine the correct questions to answer the correct problem. Listen, Naruto sighed out. His team stared at him in anticipation. I understand that this is not what you were expecting. Choji was nodding his head quickly. I am sure you guys have a lot of questions. Shikamaru nodded his head, and would like a chance to regroup your nerves. Hinata nodded her head. So let's do this. Naruto clapped his hands and stood off the railing he had been sitting on. Let's break here for today. I want you to take the rest of the day to gather your thoughts. Tomorrow we will meet at training ground 10 at 7 am ready to take a test. After that I will answer all the questions that I am able to. A swirl of leaves and the cloaked figure was gone, leaving behind 3 young teens now questioning what their future held. I don't like this. Shikamaru was a self-proclaimed lazy ass. He put the amount of effort into everything that he did to be completely average because that was his goal. Going beyond the standard not only meant that he would be working harder, but also bringing higher expectations on himself from others. Every subject during the academy was given just a passing grade, never exemplary, and that was how he wanted it. He knew what people thought of him when it came to the attitude he went about life and the effort that he put into his tasks. The comments or annoyances that came from others did not bother him in the slightest because he knew that worrying about such things was more troublesome than not. He also knew that one of the things that could make him not act like that was for a puzzle or mystery that he couldn't immediately solve to make it way in front of him. Most subjects bored him too much to pay attention to at the academy, and most problems he could glance at and determine if finding the answer was worth the effort or not. So, when something that would come along that he couldn't figure out right away, but he knew was worth the effort, it would always take up a spot in his mind. After that I will answer all the questions that I am able to. That sentence bothered him immensely after his sensei spoke it. His scowl was in full force after those words came out and his new teacher used the body flicker technique to travel away so quickly. He wasn't sure if his new teammates also picked up on the language. By saying, able to, there was an implication that there were questions he was not allowed to answer. If he had said, he would answer all of the questions he can answer, it could it have implied that the answer may just not have been known to him. Instead his new sensei had now added another layer of mystery onto his new situation. A situation that was starting to spiral to a place that he wasn't comfortable with. Troublesome. First, his prediction on his new team didn't come true when Hinata was assigned to the team instead of Ino. Not an entirely unwelcome change to what he expected to happen, but there was so much history behind his parents and their combination techniques that he expected it to continue. Their parents had become a legendary combination during the previous wars and had recorded the most successful mission completion percentage for a shinobi team for many years. It made sense to him for the Hokage and the academic instructors to want to replicate that success. He was already accepting of the fact that things would be different that he expected after their little adventure during their lunch. Hinata seemed far easier to communicate and work with during this short chase than he imagined the blonde that he had known since earlier in his childhood would have been. If not for the sudden shock of his new sensei dropping in and snatching the young thief that they had chased, he believed that the experience would have been a positive bonding experience for the new team. But that was the new problem that was now invading his mind. The announcement of the new sensei and his entrance into the classroom was a shock to the system for the young Nara, and clearly his new teammates felt the same way. Once his shock went away and he was able to think clearly as they walked down the stairs to their new teacher, he was able to make a number of observations that only added on to the mystery of the kitsune masked Anbu that had been the subject of conversation right before the team announcements began. Shikamaru was familiar with a number of jonin in Konoha. His father was the overall jonin commander for the shinobi forces of Konoha after all. He couldn't help overhearing his father discussing arrangements and missions with his subordinates that would visit his father's home office on some nights. Shikamaru wasn't really trying to learn anything about these people, but he couldn't really help the information that his brain would retain. As a result, he at least knew the names of any jonin in their hidden village that were considered worth knowing. And the name Naruto had never once been mentioned in the presence of Shikamaru. Shikamaru was familiar with a number of jonin in Konoha. His father was the overall jonin commander for the shinobi forces of Konoha after all. He couldn't help overhearing his father discussing arrangements and missions with his subordinates that would visit his father's home office. On some nights, Shikamaru wasn't really trying to learn anything about these people, but he couldn't really help the information that his brain would retain. As a result, he at least knew the names of any jonin in their hidden village that were considered worth knowing. And the name Naruto had never once been mentioned in the presence of Shikamaru. So, at the front of their classroom had stood his new jonin sensei, whose name he had never heard, with a height that was similar to his own and a voice that lacked the deepness and maturity of an older person. And then as Shikamaru walked down the stairs, his new sensei complained about their pace down the stairs with what almost sounded like he was whining. He did not match any of the descriptions that had been used to describe him. He didn't have much time to contemplate the situation before Naruto had used the body flicker technique to vanish out of the classroom with their instructions to get to the rooftop as quickly as they could. The rooftop meeting did nothing to alleviate the questions that were running through his mind. They had rushed up to the top in fear of the possible consequences of being late, but found that their teacher was relaxing against the rail, seemingly not concerned by their pace. He had waited patiently for them to come over, sit down, and he even began introductions when they hesitated. Is to become the greatest Hokage ever, believe it. The introduction and declaration at the end had honestly shocked Shikamaru. There was no way he could have ever associated the demon shinobi with someone that enjoyed gardening and eating ramen. Then when he said that he disliked being judged, it caused his team to flinch in guilt, but that guilt had started to wear off almost immediately for the dark-haired Nara boy. When his sole understanding of the demon shinobi's existence had been through dark rumors and one experience where their sensei literally snatched someone their age right off the street. It was hard not having a preconceived opinion on the man that sat in front of him. But when the young Anbu mentioned his dream was when the Nara's jaw fully dropped in disbelief. It just didn't make sense. The Hokage position was not just a position of power that the strongest person would fill. The Hokage wasn't just a political position that would be filled by the person with the best connections and ideas to move Konoha forward into the future. Both of those things were very important to the decision-making process, but if anything, Hokage was also a ceremonial position. It was supposed to be someone who represented the will of fire and that of the people the best. There was just no way for someone to become a Kage without the support and respect of the people in the village that they served. Shikamaru had never spoken with his new sensei before, but that didn't mean that he had never heard how others spoke about his sensei. Around the town he was always spoken of with disdain by both shinobi and civilian alike. Discussion of him wasn't a taboo subject that people would try to hide and prevent others from hearing. It was an ongoing topic in the social circles of Konoha. The demon shinobi would sometimes be brought up in conversations if he was spotted around town, but he was most talked about whenever the new bingo books were released. Every few months, it was extremely rare for an Anbu to be put into the bingo books. Shinobi that became Anbu typically did not expect those to be their permanent positions. The masks that they wore would usually be passed down to the new recruits that would replace the veteran that had either moved onto a new position or more commonly had fallen in the line of duty. The anonymity and rotation of these positions were one factor that typically kept their members out of the bingo book. Another factor was that the nature of Anbu missions were typically considered classified and considered stealth operations. They should not be getting famous from their missions because no one should know about them. Instead, the demon shinobi had become famous for being a special operations member that didn't take those kinds of missions. He had become famous because he took missions that required a more direct approach like the types that Jonan took, but he still wore the mask. It was a sore spot for the village. Most of the shinobi population did not like watching the kitsune masked Anbu take missions that were typically reserved for them. Civilians didn't like seeing someone rising in fame while also sporting a mask that they felt was insult. It was a stain on the reputation of the village. How could he hope to become Hokage in a village that scorns him? Shikamaru frowned as he walked through the gate that marked the entrance to the Nara clan district. His family home was settled on the outskirts of the east in Konoha in a corner where the great walls of Konoha and the cliff face that their village was built into. Their territory was larger than most would have assumed for the modestly populated clan. This was because of the large, forested section of their district that served as the land occupied by the deer that his family was named after and cared for. His clan was deeply connected to the nature, and it showed in as he walked down the center path of their district towards his home. Shikamaru glanced up at the canopy of leaves above his head as the trees that lined the main path provided a dense shade. The roots of these trees spread out and crossing the road at different intervals. To some it would be considered annoying, but to his family it was natural. He glanced to his sides at the homes that stood amongst the trees. His family preferred their homes to be designed in a way that did not stand out at all from the forest that surrounded them. The trees of the forest served as the main building material for the homes that lined the pathway, and the small areas that were painted were always done with deep greens or dark browns. The natural feel of still being in nature was part of the reason the roadway was livelier than one might expect. Animals would use the pathway just as often as human travelers as they walked through the area. Konoha was the village hidden in the leaf, but there was no other residential district like this one. Just down the path nearly at the front of his own home, Shikamaru could see one of his family's oldest deer walking the way towards him. He smiled slightly as they both stood in front of one another and looked each other in the eyes. The animal's eyes held a depth and wisdom that made Shikamaru question if it could understand the turmoil that had been the young clan heir's thoughts for the past half hour that he had walked home. Then the deer bowed in front of him and Shikamaru returned the gesture before stepping to the side to allow the elder deer to pass by without obstruction. Once the deer was past him, Shikamaru continued to the steps of his family home and entered quietly before taking off his shoes. He made his way through his homes, living as silently as he could, to not alert his mother of his arrival yet, and made his way to the exterior veranda that wrapped around his family's courtyard. They had a small koi pond in the center of the courtyard with a small flower bed that added some color to the more natural colors that surrounded them. The shogi doors that surrounded them were painted with the images of regal deer and sakura trees that were experiencing blossoming. Besides sleeping in his own room, this was by far his favorite place to be in his home. Shikamaru couldn't help the small frown that came to his face as he looked over at the shogi door that was connected to his father's office. The veranda that surrounded the courtyard was connected to every main room in his house. There at the end his father's shogi door was slid open and Shikamaru could see his father Shikaku smirking at him through the door. Realization washed over Shikamaru as he knew why his father was sending him that smirk. Of course he knew the whole time about the Jonin assigned to Team 10 and had been expecting Shikamaru to come with questions. It was as if his father was playing shogi well already, knowing the first two moves. TCH. Shikamaru grunted in annoyance as he walked into the clan head's office and unceremoniously flopped himself down on the floor in a relaxed seated position. The whole time his dad had kept that knowing grin on his face that was currently annoying him to no end. I knew becoming a genin makes you an adult, but I didn't expect you to suddenly look like you aged multiple years. Shikaku joked at his stressed out son. Shikamaru frowned but didn't go further for fear of goading his father on. So, his father settled his elbow on his knee and rested his chin on in the palm of his hand. How did it go? Shikamaru let out a long sigh and let his body roll down till he lied on his back. He told the story of his surprise at the team announcements, the thief that stole from them and led them on a chase through the village, their encounter with the kitsune masked Anbu, the stories in the classroom, and finally this new sensei and their introductions. At first Shikaku had worn a grin on his face through the first half of his son's tale, but slowly it had turned into an almost deadpanned face. By the end of his tale the elder Nara had his palm covering his face in disbelief. I can't believe he screwed up this bad. Shikaku whispered so quietly that Shikamaru barely heard it. Who is he? Shikaku's eyes focused on his son from between the fingers that were on his face. He is your new sensei. That's not what I mean. I want to know. I know what you want to know. The Jonin stopped him. If I could answer all your questions I would, but for now you are going to have to be patient. Your sensei said that he has a test for you tomorrow and then it sounds like you can ask your questions after you pass. Will he even answer all of them? Shikamaru counted. No. Shikaku quickly raised a hand to stop his son from arguing. There are things he is not allowed to say and believe me when I say that if he could tell you that he would. Shikamaru still didn't look happy, but some of the stress seemed to be ebbed off his face slightly. You should be more worried about the test tomorrow however. Shikamaru raised his eyebrow at his dad as he sat back up from his laying position. What do you mean? Hey, sounds like he didn't explain it, but tradition is that the Jonin sensei gives a test that will determine if they believe that the genin are worthy, or they can send them back to the academy for remedial training. Shikaku's smirk returned to his face as he watched the color drain from his son's face. There's a 66% failure rate. Shikamaru groaned but stood up and started to make his way out of the study and to somewhere more relaxing before dinner and dealing with his mother. He paused when he reached the threshold to the outside. Do you trust him? I trust him with my son's life. The sound of falling chopsticks crashing into a bowl snapped Choji's attention to that of his mother. He had simply been staring into his bowl of food when his mother asked him about his new team. What did you say? His mother's attitude caught Choji off guard and made him even more nervous about the whole situation. My sensei is Naruto, the demon shinobi. His mother Fusere was a full-figured woman with short black hair and eyes, the latter of which had orange makeup around the outside edge for decoration. She wore a purple dress with gold trim on it. Choji couldn't see it from where he was, but he knew that she also wore the kanji for food on her back like the rest of his clan. The look of shock that she wore on his face was making Choji feel worse and worse about the situation. Gossip was going around the market today that his name was Naruto. His mother talked more to herself than anything. Then realization seemed to strike her as she rounded her full attention to his father. You knew. Why didn't you tell me? Now Fusere-chan. His father pleaded with both hands raised in front of himself. He had changed out of his family's traditional red armor when he went out of the house and instead was dressed in a dark red yukata that matched the same color as his long mane-like hair. His father was a giant of a man even before using his family techniques, but his mother always had the ability to shrink him down in moments like this. Don't you, Fusere-chan, me? How could you not tell me that they were putting my baby on a team with him? And poor Shikamaru too. His mother had always been a kind and caring woman, but she was also fiercely protective of those that she cared about. Choji could safely say that his direct family was in that category, but his best friend Shikamaru was also one of the ones his mother also acted this way about. Honey, I am sure. No, we are going to see the Hokage right after we finish dinner, and we are going to. Slam! Choji and his mother jumped in shock as his father's large hand slapped the table in front of them. We will do no such thing. Choza announced with a finality that Choji was unfamiliar with hearing. His parents hardly ever argued about anything, but whenever they did, his mother would always come out the victor. He knew that his mother was a fierce woman that hardly ever backed down, but even she was caught off guard by large Akimichi's reaction. Choza, she started, but felt the words die in her throat at the stern look her husband was giving. As quickly as the look was there, it was gone again, and his pop's more relaxed and happier demeanor had returned. Choji released a breath that he didn't know he had been holding. The rumors that you have heard about him around the markets and shops are nothing to concern yourself about. Young Naruto will make a fine teacher. Choza spoke as he began to pick up his chopsticks once again and continue his meal. Young? His mother questioned. Yeah, Mom. Choji answered for his father. I don't know how old he is exactly, but he's about the same height as Shikamaru. He sounds like he can't be much older than we are. Actually, you are older than he is. His father answered, then paused his eating as he furrowed his eyebrows in thought. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that. Seriously, his mother stammered out. The demon shinobi is younger than our Choji-kun. Yes. He could see his father was rubbing his chin in thought as if debating how to best approach the subject. He adopted a serious expression, but Choji did not feel the same ferocity that was directed towards his mother earlier. You need to keep this to yourself for now. Information regarding him is considered a strict secret and I could get in trouble for revealing too much. Choji's eyes widened in fear at thought of his father getting into trouble. His father was always such a kind and caring man. The thought of him being punished for information as small as learning Naruto's age was unthinkable. It gripped his heart with fear. Don't worry so much. His father chuckled, trying to relax his family. I am sure everything will be coming out soon enough anyway. He did say that we could ask questions tomorrow after we took a test. Oh, did he? Choza pondered with an amused smile. Well, I am sure he will answer everything he can if you pass his test. That's true, Fuse-air announced with a hopeful voice and clapped her hands together. He may not even be that team after tomorrow. This time Choji dropped his chopsticks as they fell from his suddenly weak hands. His father was scowling at his suddenly hopeful-looking mother. What do you mean? Your mother just let out a nice little secret about the Genin exams. His father's accusatory tone seemed to snap his mother out of whatever mood she was in. She looked at both parties a little guiltily. His father sighed out in frustration. The Jonin sensei are responsible to perform another test with their team to determine if they are ready to handle their new roles. Those that failed either go back for some remedial training before trying again, or they move on to civilian life. Choji gulped at the prospect of going back for remedial training at the academy. He had never heard of this before and highly doubted that many people went through the remedial training. It would be especially embarrassing for a clan heir to be put through that sort of situation. Probably the kind of thing that a clan like the Hyuga would remove the heir status from someone for. And you dear, Choza looked at his suddenly bashful wife. Clearly his mom was embarrassed by her earlier outburst. You sounded a little too happy at the prospect of our son failing to be on Naruto's team. I don't like hearing that the gossip of the village has also influenced your opinion on our son's new sensei. I would hope that you would trust me to not let Choji be put into a bad situation. His mother blushed and looked down at the table. I understand, husband. I worry for our son. I know most of the Jonin in the village and have never spoken with him. You have also never mentioned him before. All I can go by are those horrible rumors. I understand your fears. Just please trust me on this. Choza's tone had become softer after his wife's fearful confession. He will prove to be a fine person once we get to know him. That's it, Fuse-air proclaimed excitedly. The father and son pair just looked at each other questioningly, neither knowing what the female Akimichi was referring to. We need to get to know him. What? Choji-kun, invite him to dinner, she exclaimed. I want to meet my son's sensei and get a read on him for myself. Choji was dumbfounded by the direction the conversation had gone. He said he likes ramen. Choza just groaned and mentioned something about the clan's coffers taking a hit. Iruka glanced around him as the street lamps started to flicker to life along the road that walked. The sun had started to set not long after Iruka had left the Hokage Tower and started towards a familiar, but unexpected destination. He could and pose. T help but wonder what he was walking into. Flashback, his knuckles were paused just inches from the large wooden doors. He was very accustomed to knocking on the oaken doors that separated the Hokage and Arpo's office from hallway, but this time was different. He was nervous as he rapped his knuckles on the heavy door. And quat. Come in. And quat. the other side replied. Iruka swallowed thickly as he pushed open the door to where his leader sat. Iruka had been teaching at the academy for 6 years now. He was a veteran of dealing with the trials and tribulations of preteen ninjas with short attention spans. He did his best to bring out the best in his students and be an encouraging force in their lives. He wanted to help guide all his students to the futures that would best fit them. Civilian or shinobi, he put a lot of effort and his own pride when preparing his suggestions for the team placements. He wanted to craft teams that the wisest and strongest person in the village would agree with. In situations where the Hokage had questions about his placements, he had always provided the feedback that was requested, and both shared their opinions freely about the teams with each other in friendly conversations. He had an Anarpose, T always got in his way. There had been a couple of times now the Hokage had opted not to use the teams that he suggested. The professor of Shinobi had more wisdom in on finger than most people in the village, and Iruka knew to not take the changes as slights against his teaching. Sometimes the old Hokage just knew information that Iruka could N and Arpose, T or had interesting ideas about how some families could work together. This time was different, however. There had not been the usual back and forth discussion about who the students were as people. No discussion of strengths, weaknesses or how personalities clashed and thrived between the different people. No, the Jonin Naruto had come up with the team placements and did not include the Hokage or Iruka in the process. Iruka couldn't help the negative feelings that were driving him through the door right now. He was upset about that he was not aware of what was going on and upset that his recommendations were ignored by someone with no experience. But mostly he was concerned for his students. And that drove him here. Good evening Iruka. The elderly man known as the professor was staring down at his pipe as he packed it with tobacco. There was a clearly practiced ease with how he handled the material and packed it delicately. To Iruka it almost looked as if the Hokage was in a state of relaxed zen as he finished and struck a match to light the pipe. I was expecting you. Of course he was. Iruka may as well been an open book to the man in front of him. The Hokage had been in this position for so long, he must have seen so many faces with the same expressions and concerns as he had right now. I just want to understand Hokage-sama, Iruka pleaded. We have always discussed the team assignments in the past and now you give this responsibility to Naruto. Why? Hiruzen sighed out a long stream of smoke from his pipe. Iruka flinched slightly at the reaction. He had worked with the Hokage enough at mission assignments to know that he had possibly disappointed the man he respected so much. I am sorry if you feel I breached your trust. Iruka was stood there shocked at the apology. He had not expected the Hokage disappointment to be directed towards himself. It just made Iruka regret bringing it up even more. It's not that Hokage-sama. Iruka stammered out. I do trust you, I just worry for my students. The wise leader in front of him smirked at the statement. I know you do Iruka. That is why I trust what you do at the academy so much. Thank you. Iruka felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment from the statement. After basking in thought for a moment he started to frown as he remembered the last time he was in the Hokage's presence. Though Naruto-san did point out that maybe I have some faults in how I handle my students. I think that Inoichi-san got the worse end of that. Hiruzen chuckled at the memory before adopting a more somber expression. Please don't take Naruto-kun's comment the wrong way. He doesn't expect your students to be perfect shinobi. He just hoped that they would have a high level of respect for their comrades. I understand. The fact that we do not curb the emotions and personalities of our genin is one of our strengths, Iruka. We do not want to create emotionless shinobi that just follow orders. We want all of our citizens to inherit the will of fire. Iruka smiled at the thought. Konoha had a below-average pass rate for genin amongst the other shinobi villages, mostly due to the additional tests performed by the Jonin sensei. Some of the other villages passed more students than Konoha on average and boosted their forces in greater number. Some of them passed far less, but deadlier genin. Like the Mist Village, Iruka thought about the disturbing graduation trials the genin of that village went through. Konoha was different than the other villages, valuing quality of their graduates over the quantity that entered the shinobi forces. It also benefited the village as a whole that those who decided to move on to civilian life had a knowledge of self-defense and a pride in the village that they would now serve in a different way. And quote, I have been thinking about trying to develop some new lesson plans that focus on the importance of camaraderie and respect. And perhaps I need to keep a better eye out on that. Unquote. That would be a good idea. Unquote. The Hokage smiled and blew a smoke ring into the air above his head. Both men watched as it slowly expanded before disappearing from view. Unquote. There are reasons I cannot explain to you for my decision regarding Naruto. Just know that I trust him. Unquote. It an Arpose. It's just that you should have seen their faces, Lord Third. And quat. Aruka Kaden and Arpos. T help it. Not after seeing the terrified looks in the faces of the students that were in the classroom. And quat. They looked terrified. It didn't an Arpos. T help that the students were discussing all of the rumors about him before he walked in. I have never seen a reaction like that before. And quat. The elderly Hokage frowned at the information from Aruka. It was obvious to the Chunin that the Hokage was not aware of how poorly the introduction went. Sometimes it felt like the Hokage had a crystal ball and knew everything that was going on inside the village. This was clearly no tone of those times. And quat. I worry for them. And quat. Aruka admitted. And quat. I see your worry. And quat. The Hokage had a small smile on his face as he turned to look out the window. And quat. I told you before that I was expecting you. And quat. And quat. Hi. And quat. Aruka responded. And quat. How would you like to meet him? You should be able to find him at Ichiraku and Arpos. If you leave now. And quat. End flashback. Aruka was of course familiar with the ramen stand that the Hokage had directed him to. He could still remember the tears that he shed in the presence of the Hokage when the man brought him to Ichiraku and Arpos, to eat and share in the pain that Aruka had been feeling. Aruka had been a terror in his youth, and the man that he respected so much was able to see right through him, help ease his pain. He had been a guest of the friendly establishment many times over the years since that time. Aruka could see the establishment in front of him. It was a quaint little stand that a father and daughter pair ran in the market district. The fabric cloth that hung down to separate the eating establishment and outside world were not as long as some establishments that he had seen in the past, but it was long enough to go down to Aruka's shoulders and give a level privacy to those inside. Aruka could see from the outside that only one of the 6 stools that lined the front of the establishment were taken up by a single customer. Naruto-kun, are you sure you want another bowl? You haven't eaten like this in years. Aruka recognized the voice of Ayami before he could enter through the barrier to the serving area of the restaurant. The daughter of the owner was a few years younger than Aruka, but she had always treated him more like an older sister than a customer. It never really bothered Aruka that the brown-haired girl treated him like that. Instead, he found it kind of comforting. As Aruka pushed his way into the stand, he saw her father first at the center behind the counter. Chuchi was the owner of the stand and the father of Ayami. The older man was generally in the back of the shop making the ramen that he was so passionate about, while his daughter served the customers and took the orders. He was a kind and jovial man that shared in the happiness of those in his shop. He was also deadly serious about his craft and the work that went into managing the store. His daughter was the only employee that had been able to keep up to the standards that Chuchi insisted on. Ayami Nichan, Aruka heard a whining voice from the stall's only current customer. Ramen is the only thing that will make me feel better. Okay, one more. Oh, Aruka-kun, welcome. Sorry I didn't see you walking up. Ayami caught sight of Aruka only moments after he had entered the stall and listened to the small bit of conversation. Good evening, Aruka-san. Chuchi warmly greeted. Good evening, Ayami-chan. Chuchi-san. Aruka replied. As he did so, he looked over towards the stall's only other customer. 3 bowls, large empty bowls of ramen, sat in front of him, and it looked like Chuchi was currently in the process of making another. More than Aruka was sure he had ever seen anyone eat. The guest in question had started to turn around and face the newcomer. The thing that stood out first to Aruka were his eyes, a deep cerulean blue that seemed to pierce straight through him. His hair a golden blonde that seemed deeper in color than any Yamanka hair he could ever recall. He had a bandage on each cheek that was struggling to stay on as his bright smile stretched the adhesive portions of the bandage. His smile was so friendly and disarming that it shocked the Chunin. He wore a black shirt with a large leaf symbol on the front of the shirt surrounded by flames. Grey cargo shorts that stretched past his knees and black ninja sandals completed the ensemble. Aruka couldn't help but wonder if he was meeting the correct person from the visuals in front of him, but he recognized what Ayami had called him before. Naruto, the demon shinobi. Hi Aruka-san. Naruto stretched out his hand in greeting to shake the older nin's hand. I was hoping you would come. Aruka cocked his eyebrow at the statement and took the young shinobi's hand to shake it after a moment. You knew I was coming. The young blonde chuckled for a second, be scratching the back of his head and then spinning around to face the counter again. I just had a feeling. Is that right? Aruka commented before sitting down in the stool next to Naruto. Yeah, you seem to really care about your students. I thought that you might investigate me, so I told the old man it should be okay if you came to find me. Naruto's face seemed to light up as he could see a bowl of ramen being brought their way. Old man? Aruka questioned. He's talking about Sandemi-sama. Ayami had an admonishing tone in her voice as she set down the bowl in front of the blonde. Iruka couldn't help but choke the noise that came out of this throat as he guffawed at the nickname. Ayami shook her head and turned to look at Iruka. What can we get you tonight, Iruka-kun? I'll have a shoyu beef please. Coming right up, she announced before walking over to her father to relay the order. The blonde next to him was already digging into his new bowl of what looking like miso pork. Iruka smirked a little as he could see the fish cake with a swirl still floating in the bowl. So, Naruto-san, Iruka asked to gain the attention from the bowl of ramen. He glanced at Ayami and Chuchi as the next words came out of his mouth in a whisper. Do they know who you are? Naruto questioned as Iruka motioned his eyes towards the father and daughter working behind the counter. Oh, yes and no I guess. They know that I am a shinobi and that I am close with the old man, but they don't know who I am. Naruto had a sad little smile on his face. But they are very observant, and word is already spreading about my name. Iruka knew he was right. Word had started to spread last night after the team placement meetings and was only growing in fervor after this afternoon's incident in the classroom. It was pretty much guaranteed that by the next day nearly everyone in Konoha would know the name of the Kitsune masked Anbu. So it's just Naruto. No surname? Iruka asked. Can't say. The young man in front of him was staring into his bowl of ramen and picking at it instead of eating it. My life has been a lot of secrets, Iruka-san. Hopefully that will change soon. So you didn't choose this? Iruka frowned at the blonde youth. The boy shook his head softly. Sorry, can't say. The mood had rapidly become rather melancholy in the small stand. Iruka knew that Chuchi was cooking his food and that Ayami was restocking materials further down the counter, but he could sense that they were listening, and their mood was also down. Naruto was slowly bringing noodles to his mouth, but not really looking anywhere at the same time. This young kid, Naruto-san, how old are you? Oh, I am 12. A grin came to his face as he realized it was a question he could answer. I probably would have been graduating from your class this year in normal circumstances. You're right. Iruka chuckled some but sobered when he thought about the one experience he had with the blonde in the classroom. But it's kind of hard to imagine after the reputation you have already built up. Yeah, that great thing. Naruto's voice was sarcastic and bitter about the comment. Iruka knew that it wasn't directed towards him, but the frustration that was rolling off Naruto was incredibly apparent. Can I ask a question related to that? Naruto shrugged his shoulders in response and mumbled that he would answer if he could. Why that mask? It was a question that Iruka had been wondering about for years. Ever since the Kitsune masked shinobi came into service and was starting to be noticed around the town, it was a topic on everyone's lips. Iruka could remember the harsh criticisms coming out from the populace towards the Hokage for even allowing such a thing. Iruka couldn't help but agree with the feelings of the general population. His own parents died trying to protect the village and save him during the attack. He had reconciled his feelings and pain years ago, but when then that Kitsune mask was added into the Anbu rotation, it brought back all those memories. Even speaking about the beast had become a sort of taboo around the village, except during the festival that celebrated the creature's defeat and the lives of those lost. You know that people see it as an insult to that event. Wearing that mask has been like a slap in the face to those. I'm an orphan. My family died the night of the attack. Iruka felt the words die on his lips. The small rant that he was just starting was sucked away from him as his whole body felt like it was doused in ice water. The confession was just above a whisper and Iruka sat in stunned silence. He's like me. I know all about sacrifice from that event, Iruka-san. The tone of voice was sad and full of regret. It sounded so much like his own voice when talking about the same night. I wanted the mask to be a symbol of moving past the event. I didn't want us to be afraid of it anymore. Now its power would serve Konoha instead of trying to destroy it. It was probably my worst idea. He spat out. The old man tried to warn me that people wouldn't take it well, but I didn't listen. Over time the feelings got worse and worse as my reputation grew. Obviously you saw that this afternoon. Iruka nodded, taking in all the information. It was all starting to become a little overwhelming to him. He was now sure that he knew more about the demon shinobi than 90% of the population of Konoha, and still it felt like he was only just touching the surface of the pond. It had become clear that everyone's beliefs about Naruto's motivations were incorrect. I can understand both sides. Iruka confessed softly. There was a soft clink and Iruka glanced up to see that his bowl of ramen had been placed in front of him softly. Ayami gave him a small smile before retreating to allow the two shinobi to continue their quiet conversation. I lost my parents too in the attack and was filled with rage and loathing. When I first heard about you, I felt the same way. Naruto looked at him with curious eyes. Iruka noticed that they seemed to be a darker color than when he looked at them earlier. That mask reminded me of the pain that I felt. Naruto's look was remorseful at the information, and Iruka could tell that he was trying to formulate his thoughts. After a few moments, Naruto seemed to resolve what he wanted to say, and a sense of clarity entered his eyes. I get it, Yano. I figured out pretty quickly that it wasn't going how I hoped. But I think we all deal with pain differently, and this has been my way of trying to honor my parents. There was a determination in his eye that Iruka had never seen from any of students in the past. It wasn't the look of a young teen that had immature ideals of what their dreams and goals should be. He had a conviction in his eyes. Iruka could only nod in response, words lost to him. Before he broke his chopsticks apart to begin eating his food, Naruto was young, determined, and a genius from what Iruka could tell. His aspirations were admirable, but geniuses like him usually had their own set of additional issues that caused a lot of strife in their personal lives. Sometimes their thought processes would take them down dark paths, like Uchiha Itachi, and just like that he was worried again about his students. You seem really beyond your years, Naruto-san. Last genius that I can compare you to is Itachi. Iruka was expecting some sort of a scowl or a dirtier look at the comment. He was trying to get a reaction out of Naruto, trying to get him to show his character to him. The last thing he expected was for Naruto to bust out in laughter. Genius, he was trying to get air in his lungs. Iruka wasn't sure if he should feel annoyed or not based on the reaction. Nevertheless, as the laughter continued, Iruka was sure he was feeling a tick form on his forehead. After a minute he started to settle down and wipe tears from his eyes with a napkin Ayami offered to him. My sensei would get a kick out of that. Naruto's voice was full of mirth. I'm not a genius, Iruka-san. You're a 12-year-old jonin with a spot in the bingo book. Iruka deadpanned. I got where I am through hard work and never giving up. Naruto was proudly speaking before letting out a soft sigh before continuing. I am not like Itachi, Kakashi, or even the Yondawa. Things don't come to me naturally like it did to them. I have failed, a lot. I have had to train harder than anyone else to reach this spot. I have an advantage, but it's not my brain. Iruka smiled a little at the boy's self-depreciation and the humility he seemed to be showing. Whether or not the young shinobi was putting on an act or speaking the truth he couldn't quite tell, but he was leaning towards the later. Can I ask you a question, Iruka-san? Iruka nodded, suddenly realizing that he had pretty much dominated asking questions during this visit. Can we please drop the honorifics? Seriously, I keep it up when I have to, but it makes me want to rip my hair out. Iruka couldn't help himself but chuckle at the surprising blonde. Sure, Naruto, thanks Iruka. Without warning, the blonde turned his whole body and crossed his legs on the small stool and looked at Iruka with anticipation. For some reason Iruka thought that he looked like a kid about to get gift. Can you tell me more about my team? I am sure the reports and my observations don't do justice to your years with them. For the first time in 24 hours, Iruka felt his worries about his students start to ease a little. He took a quick glance around him to make sure he wasn't being followed and that there would not be any bystanders that happened to catch his presence. He had followers multiple times over the past few years, but lately it had been strangely quiet on that front, but he expected it to pick back up soon with him being the local gossip. People would no doubt be trying to follow him again soon whenever they catch sight of his mask leaping across the rooftops. Tonight, though he was just a young kid wandering around in an old residential district that sat close to the carved face of the Shodawa. The area sat roughly halfway between the Hyuga compound and Hokage Tower. The walls around the home he stalked shared some of the same architectural design as the Hyuga, more traditional with stone bottoms that went up 4 feet before transitioning to a wood-plastered wood painted a deep red that was clearly starting to fade from lack of maintenance. Walking past the main gate, he took note of the weathered chains and locks that showed that the entrance hadn't been used for many years. Sometimes he could see signs of someone's hands disturbing the layers of pollen and dust that had gathered on the lock. Usually just someone that was trying to show off to friends as they passed by, or a kid's dare. Naruto glanced around him again just to be sure as he sauntered around the perimeter walls that wrapped around to compound. He stretched his senses to their limits and couldn't detect anyone around him. It was just a precaution, but he couldn't have anyone questioning why some unknown kid suddenly vanished from sight as in the overcast shadow from a moonlit tree. Naruto turned around to look at the wall from the inner side of the compound as the trick door in the wall was quickly closing. Old Fuinjutsu seals glowed softly as it projected a genjutsu of a solid wall on the exterior as the trick door simultaneously moved back into place and the outline of it faded away. Just like the door itself, the seals too vanished once their job was complete. Smirking as he saw an Uzumaki swirl fade from existence at the center of the wall. He breathed in deeply the fresh air as he walked across the backyard towards the dark 2-story home that once belonged to his parents. The small compound had once belonged to Uzumaki Mito after the death of Senju Hashirama and had served as her residence and where she would host the visitors that she would occasionally get from Uzashigakure before its destruction. The home was then gifted to his mother and now himself. "I'm home," Naruto called out as he slid open the back door and took off his shoes. He knew there would be no return call to his statement. Still, he would always make the same call out. The back door led immediately into the wooden floor of the living room space. Jutsu scrolls, reports, tactical books and equipment laid strewn across the coffee table that sat in front of blue sofa and love seat that had been his parents'. When his parents had taken over the home, they did some remodeling and changed out the furniture to a more modern style compared to the traditional one that Mito had preferred. Naruto had imagined in the past how the home would have looked in the past with more traditional tatami mats and shogi doors than the current look. He was sure he wouldn't have minded the style, he was used to it from the clan compounds, but it probably wouldn't have held the same welcoming feeling that appealed to him and his mother apparently. He walked through the living room and made his way towards the stairs that would lead up to the bedrooms. Halfway through the corridor he stopped at the heavy door that led to his father's personal dojo and armory. The dust-covered handle showed its lack of use and he felt his heartbeat start to pound harder in his chest as he stared at the entryway. Swallowing thickly, he shook his head and turned away from the private room and made his way back towards the stairs. There were pictures along the wall of the stairwell that he looked at every time he walked up the stairs. Pictures of his parents growing up, their Genin teams, becoming Chunin and eventually Jonin. His favorite picture on this wall was the one of his dad on top of the Hokage Tower, dressed in the traditional robes for inauguration. At the top the landing of the stair he glanced right towards the master bedroom that had belonged to his parents and then proceeded left towards his own bedroom. One day he would break those barriers, but right now it just didn't feel right to him. He had lived in this house for the past 6 years when the Hokage felt that he was responsible enough to care for himself and skilled enough to avoid detection while accessing the home. He had grown up living in a safe house near the Hokage mansion for the first half of his life. As an infant his care was in the hands of a wet nurse that had no idea who he was or that she was even at a safe house. She had believed that she was just caring for another orphan child that belonged to ninja lost during the attack. Two hand-selected Anbu posed as friends of the deceased parents that were simply trying to honor their friends to keep up the illusion and asked for discretion from the woman in the meantime. Once he had weaned off breast milk and was switching over to regular milk was when they had determined that it had been long enough with the nurse and continuing the relationship would start to cause problems. It was no longer the same warm touch, but the bodyguards did their best to care for the boy as best they could after spending months watching the care from the nurse. He had regular visitors from Hiruzen, Hiyashi and occasionally some of the other clan heads would stop in to check on the health and status of the child. He had started to walk right after he turned 1 and from that day forward they had begun training him. He was quite literally one of those children that trained to be a ninja from the day that he could walk. From that point forward every day he spent time with a different clan head and learning everything they could get him to absorb. It didn't take long for them to figure out that while he didn't pick up things immediately, he was an eager learner that seemed to possess endless stamina. At first they attributed this to youthful energy and his Uzumaki genetics, but they quickly figured out that the demon trapped inside his seal was enhancing his body and his chakra reserves. At age 6 they felt comfortable enough with his progress and his reserves that they taught him how to use the shadow clone technique. From there his training accelerated dramatically. Lessons every day with multiple teachers, using shadow clones to study various subjects and training his chakra control to master his massive reserves. Naruto wasn't lying to Iruka earlier when he said that he worked harder than any of the geniuses that came before him. The combined knowledge and effort that his clones literally gave him years of experience on techniques that could not have been achieved otherwise. Today was a rare day where he didn't have any clones working on anything as he wanted to be totally dedicated to meeting his team. Striping off his clothing as he walked into his bathroom and getting the shower he realized that just how emotionally drained from the day's events. Things didn't go as he had hoped, but he wouldn't give up just because of something like that. He also had to smile a little at the thought that he had opened up with Iruka and hopefully could form a sort of friendship with the older man. Relationships with people that were not his teachers was something that he was sorely lacking. Feeling clean he turned off the shower and dried himself off as he walked into his bedroom. Drying his hair off as he walked towards his dresser, he stared at his favorite picture that rested on the top. His parents leaning into each other smiling, his mother hand resting on her swollen belly. He smiled at his family photo, a picture that without a doubt had him with his parents. He collapsed on his bed and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow would be better. He closed his eyes and drifted to sleep, believing that when he opened them next it would be to the new dawn. Blue eyes opened too quickly into a sight he wasn't expecting right now. Giant metal bars and behind those bars red eyes that stared down at him. Well, this can't be good. Well, this can't be good, muttered Naruto as he let out a deep sigh. Today had been emotionally draining and he was already exhausted from barely sleeping the previous night due to his excitement to meet his team. You don't ever call me down here. You finally ready to become best friends and tell me your name. You have not proven your worth, little clone. The clone thing again. Naruto rolled his eyes at the taunt. I am me, I am not my dad, and I am not my mom. Just me. They raise you to be him. Sharp teeth shone in the darkness as a grin appeared on the demon's face. They train you and manipulate you into his image, his ideals and his goals. They don't want Naruto, they want Minato. A scowl overtook Naruto's features. There was no point in lying to the demon since it already knew his thoughts, and this was one that he had thought of before in some of his lonelier moments. The thoughts of who and what he was invaded his minds in quiet times and made him wonder what he would be doing right now if his parents were still alive. He had no doubts that he would still be a ninja. He would be expected to just like his parents, but he also loved being a ninja. He couldn't imagine another career that could give him the same kind rush of emotions or the rewarding feeling of pushing his body to exhaustion to figure out a new jutsu. There was no chance he would be doing anything else. We've gone down this road before. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted at the giant demon fox. We both know I would still be a ninja and probably still trying to be Hokage to surpass my old man and make him proud. That's what kids do. Don't you want to make your old man proud? Naruto shot the demon a big toothy grin. He was rewarded with a harsh glare and a growl that shook the room. Naruto's eyebrow arched at this reaction in surprise. Talking about the Kyuubi origin usually just got him shot down, but this reaction was much stronger. Got it. Won't talk about him till you're ready. You've done little to make progress since we first met. Flashback. The first thing Naruto could sense was the humidity of wherever he was as water drops formed on his skin to cool his body down. Confused blue eyes slowly opened to a red-hued darkness that surrounded him. It took a few seconds for his eyes to slowly adjust to light. He was standing in a long hallway that was dark on both ends. Both sides of the hallway were shoji walls that reminded him of the walls in the Hyuga compound, but the white fabric seemed to have red incandescent glow coming from beyond them. The illumination reminded Naruto of the time he had been training late into the night during a blood moon, but this was brighter and surrounded him on both sides. Hiashi had once described the night of the Kyuubi attack in similar manner. He could tell there was no heat coming from the other side of the walls, but it still felt suffocating in the hallway. Naruto grabbed the collar of his shirt and fanned it open a few times to get some air to flow down his clothes. He still seemed to be dressed in the relaxed training clothes he had been wearing before, a blue t-shirt with a white swirl on the front and some black cargo pants. He wasn't sure what he was expecting when he finally accomplished coming down here, but he certainly wasn't expecting this. A few minutes ago, he was meditating in a training field reserved for the Hokage's personal use with Hiashi, Inoichi and the third Hokage himself, and now he was down within what he assumed was his seal. The three had been preparing him for a time now on his first contact with the fox demon, and they were nervous, but they knew that it would be best for the two entities to start communicating as early as possible at 8 years old, and at Chunin level they felt it would be best to start. I guess I should get a move on, the young container muttered quietly as he looked down the corridor in each direction. Guess I'll try this way. With a shrug, the 8-year-old blonde started his march down the corridor. Inoichi had taught him that everyone's mindscape was different, usually taking on a sort of familiarity to the person's mindset or history. He was a little taken aback by the scenery at first, but he certainly had spent the most of his time hidden away. It's the private areas of the Hyuga leader's study and personal dojo. While it felt familiar to walk through the halls, there was a strong sense of foreboding in his thoughts, and the eerie red glow coming wasn't helping. He could also hear noises as he walked past some of the doors along the corridor walls. Inoichi had taught him that these doors would lead to memories that were stored within his subconscious and were the primary target of the Yamanka clan's famous techniques for interrogation. He couldn't resist the urge to slide one of the doors open and take a small peek inside. Now, Naruto-kun, please explain to me the political ramifications of the treaty signed at the end of the Second Shinobi War and how it affected relations between Suna and Iwa. Naruto's eye twitched slightly as he viewed the lecture from Shibi-sensei. Why couldn't he come across a more interesting memory? Even his counterpart in the memory looked bored as he began to explain his answer. Shaking his head, he slid the door closed and started his trek once again down the corridor, opting to ignore the doors for now. Looking in the distance, he could see a change in the scenery further down corridor. Shoji-style walls and wood flooring changed to concrete, doors that were once elegant in design changed to a hard steel look, and the once clean corridor now had a sense of grime. What looked like water pipes ran along the ceiling and would occasionally drip hot water on the floor, creating warm puddles down the hallway as he walked. It was easy to tell where the heat and humidity were coming from, but he still wasn't sure why this area was suddenly like this. He could see what he assumed was the exit of the corridor now but couldn't make out anything beyond the threshold. There was a blinding light coming from what lay beyond compared to where he currently was, and if he wanted to know more, he would have to continue through it. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves before shielding his eyes and walking into the room. His mouth was agape as his eyes adjusted to the light. The room was huge. He could see the wall behind and him to his sides, but he could barely make out the ceiling above. In front of him was a gate with metal bars that extended from floor to ceiling. Each bar looked as thick as the ancient trees he had seen in the Forest of Death previously. In the center of the gate was a large and intricate paper seal. So, my jailer comes to visit me. If he wasn't currently in his mind, Naruto was sure he would have just leapt out of his skin and the booming voice. In the darkness of the cage, two eyes red like burning flames opened to look down upon him. Each massive eyes twice his height and looking at him with nothing but hatred. He thought that he was prepared for the sight after hearing the stories and seeing some drawings of the night the attack, but he realized that his imagination had not captured the full scope of what was in front of him. The eyes shifted and bounced as the massive head of the fox moved forward and into the light that permeated from Naruto's side of the cage. Bright orange fur surrounded the beast's body, but there was black fur that wrapped around those red eyes and extended up into the creature's large ears. Teeth that sharper than any blade he had ever seen, taller and wider than even Choza stood. It was an intimidating sight to behold. Remember what Sensei said, "This is your mind." The child tried to calm himself. This was his first contact with sealed Biju, and no one had any idea what to really expect. The old man had told him that his mother and Uzumaki Mito did not have good experiences with the demon, but both had been tight-lipped about the few interactions they had with the Biju. Maybe it could be different for him. Hi. Naruto groaned and placed his face his palm. Here he was with the most powerful Biju in existence, and the best he can come up with is a hi. This was going about as well his genjutsu training normally went. Kyuubi's eyes narrowed slightly down at him. Sorry, let me try this again. Naruto coughed to clear his throat before he bowed politely. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Uzumaki Naruto. What do you think you are doing? Naruto snapped upright at the growling voice. The eyes had narrowed even further into a death glare. The teeth now looked like they were snarling. I was just introducing myself. Naruto admitted. I thought we should get to know each other. Why would I ever want to get to know one, you disgusting creatures? I mean, we're kind of in this together. He was sure that the Biju could feel the nervous energy radiating off him. Wouldn't it be better if we were friends? How dare you? The Kyuubi seethed as it rose up to its full height and began pacing back and forth across the cage. You want to become friends? Well, you parasites upon the earth. Corruptors of Ninshu. What? Enslavers of my brothers and sisters. Who? Vile, treacherous. Suddenly stopping and focusing killing intent directly at the child in front of him. I would eat you, if it wasn't for that damn seal. Naruto was nearly brought to his knees from the pressure of the killing intent but grit his teeth in resistance. He was sure this wasn't the full intent that could be brought down on him, but whether it was the Kyuubi not unleashing the full weight or his seal protecting him, he couldn't be sure. The demon was clearly upset by his earlier intent, but Naruto had no clue about his rant regarding Ninshu or his siblings. He also wasn't appreciating the insults being thrown his way but was biting his tongue. And you damn Uzumakis. The Biju dropped its intent and began pacing once again. You seal my existence inside of you and just steal my chakra when you want it. One of the great bloodlines acting like thieves. Hey, Naruto couldn't bear it any longer. Don't insult my family like that. The giant fox rounded on him immediately and flung its massive claws against the bar. The sound of scraping against metal rang out loud at the frightening display of speed and power. It nearly made Naruto leap back. You do not tell me what to do. The demon roared. I have been trapped and used by your blood since the very founding of your village. But you attacked us. Naruto wasn't going to back down just because the demon was upset. This was the most powerful being in existence that could have wiped Konoha off the map the day it attacked with Uchiha Madara and again the day his parents lost their lives. You could have killed everyone. I had long loathed what your kind has become, but never acted towards your destruction before that damned Uchiha. The Kyuubi sat on its haunches and looked down at the 8-year-old. Before those eyes, for a minute there was only silence between the two. Naruto wasn't sure what caused the change in the Kyuubi's demeanor, but Naruto was grateful for a reprieve from the anger being directed towards him and giving him a moment to think. This trip was supposed to be an introduction, but the fox just kept giving out more and more information that Naruto wasn't familiar with. I am no one's tool. Naruto looked down at the floor with a frown on his face. He could remember the stories he had been told from his teachers about the night of his birth and the suggestion from Danzo for him to be turned into a weapon only for war. According to Hiyashi, the suggestion was still being brought up on occasion and had support from at least a couple of members of the non-clan leader council members. Clenching his fists tightly as he thought about what he would be doing right now if Danzo had gotten a hold of him. The third had warned him with stories in the past of the emotionless ninja that Danzo had cultured under the Root organization before they had been disbanded. He couldn't imagine living a life like that. You're right, Naruto started softly as he turned his gaze into the demon fox's eyes. You are not a tool. You are the Kyuubi and should be treated with respect. I know that I wouldn't want to be treated like a tool. Naruto was barely able to catch the fox's eyes widen slightly at the statement. There looked to be a lot of mistrust in those eyes and slowly they narrowed in suspicion towards him. You are already their tool. The rage was gone from his tone and replaced with a prideful superiority. Naruto suddenly felt like he was being lectured at. They train you and mold you into the image of blasted fourth Hokage. You are not being raised like his son, but as his replacement. The fourth Hokage able to use the power of nine-tailed fox is a powerful weapon. Hey, Naruto yelled indignantly, I know what they want from me, but I am still me. Yeah, I idolize my parents and want to carry on their legacy, but that doesn't mean I'm the same. I will be different. I have been around since the Sage of the Six Paths boy. I have seen how humans raise their young and you are being manipulated. You will be just another to continue the cycle of hatred. The beast grinned down at the shaken young boy. Naruto could tell that it was enjoying messing with his mind. I will be different. Determination filled Naruto as he grits his teeth. And I will prove it. A look of surprise crossed the demon's face as Naruto walked closer to the cage. Naruto had summoned up as much courage as he could to get closer to massive gates but was worried that at any second a claw would come bursting from between the bars to end him. He wasn't sure what would happen to him if he killed inside this place, but he was grateful that his action seemed to have at least aroused the curiosity of the Nine Tails. It watched him carefully as he got just in front of the bars before taking a deep bow. I am sorry, Naruto had left himself completely defenseless in the deep bow. If there was ever time that he expected the blow to come, it was this. I am sorry for what has happened in the past, but I will make you this promise. Naruto rose back up to his full height and looked the Kyuubi directly in the eyes again. And quote, I promise I will never purposefully take you chakra from you. I can and R pose. Do anything about the chakra constantly leaking through my seal, but I won't force anything from you. I will always ask you, unquote, why, unquote, I don an R pose. Know how things were between you, my mom and grandma Mito, but they don an R pose. Sound good. I want to be different, unquote. Naruto clenched his fist in front of his heart. And quote, I don an R pose. Want to be another thing that you hate, unquote, Kyuubi, I don an R pose. Know what you are talking about with Ninshu, your family, my bloodline or the Uchiha, but I want to learn. I want to help, unquote. Naruto raised his hand from his chest and pointed towards the fox demon. And quote, I want us to be friends, unquote. Naruto was sent tumbling backwards on the ground as the pressure from concentrated air blew out of the Biju and Arpo's mouth. The action completely caught Naruto off guard after his declaration and sent him nearly to the back wall. He glared at the demon as he righted himself up to a sitting position. Unquote, a lot of pretty words. Unquote, that condescending tone was back. Unquote, I will hold you to your promise and watch you carefully. Unquote. End flashback. After that day, Naruto visited the Kyuubi at least once a week to attempt to talk and learn anything that he could. It had been several years already, but the demon was still not giving away anything more than he really gave away at their first meeting. Most of the time Naruto just talked about the things that he had done that week while the fox attempted to ignore him and sleep. Unquote. Hey. It should be a two-way street here, buddy. Unquote. Naruto put his hands on his hips and squinted his eyes at the giant fox. Unquote. I come here every week trying to talk about things and you just ignore me. Unquote. I have no desire to hear you complain about not getting to eat ramen or how your teachers have run you into the ground. Unquote. The fox rolled its eyes at the blonde and Arpo's complaints. Unquote. Well, you won an Arpo's. Talk to me. How am I supposed to help if you won an Arpo's? Tell me anything. Unquote. Naruto wasn't an Arpo's. Trying to get upset at the fox. He had learned a long time ago to keep his cool and not expect much from the Nine Tails, but his day had left him emotionally drained and not willing to deal with this. You haven't proven yourself yet, brat. How? Naruto yelled. What do you want me to prove? You don't care about how strong I am. You don't care how smart I am. You don't care that I want to be your friend. You barely even care that I made this place more comfortable for you. Naruto swept his arms across his body as directed attention to his mindscape. After Naruto had returned to the living world and described what his mindscape was like to Inoichi, he immediately wanted to try and make the space more comfortable for the fox and himself when visiting. It had taken him a lot of mental training with the Yamanka, but after several months he had managed to make the changes. Walls could no longer be seen when you exited from the hallway directly connected to his subconscious. Instead, it was a large open field with a large hill that sported a massive tree that even the QB could use for shade in the artificial sunlight of his mind. It was comfortable and much cooler than the humid basement that he previously occupied. Naruto considered it a small victory when the fox gave him a small grunt of approval after the changes. When you start to show some promise, I will tell you. The fox grinned at him, and Naruto felt his eye twitch in annoyance. The fox had two modes when it came to dealing with the young shinobi: ignore or antagonize. Most of the time the demon chose to simply ignore him and sleep, but Naruto could tell it really enjoyed antagonizing him. At times like this, insults, taunts and other rage-inducing actions all serving to test his resolve and make him quit. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. I'm sorry for my outburst. Naruto sounded sincere after he regained his composure. Today has been stressful and I wasn't expecting to come down here. What can I do for you? You make it less entertaining when you react like that. The Biju complained as it rolled its eyes. After a moment the fox slowly had a grin spread across its face that unnerved Naruto. I want to give you something. Wait, what? Naruto's eyes squinted in suspicion as he looked at the fox demon. The demon had never offered him anything before and was skeptical of the fox's generosity, especially now after just getting a team. Why? Because I want you to see what I see. The Nine Tails let out a booming laugh. I want you to feel the hatred that is directed at you. Naruto cocked his eyebrow in confusion. He had no clue what the fox was talking about. He could already feel the killing intent that was being directed his way every time someone saw his mask. That was nothing new to him. The timing of the situation also struck his temper. He had been serving as a ninja for years now, but now when he gets his own Genin team and gets to be around others his age is when the fox decides to do this. There had to be some kind motive behind the situation. So you decide to do this now, right when I get a team and get to interact with people my own age. Naruto was starting to get upset. Are you trying to screw this up for me? Maybe, the Kitsune smirked. Or maybe I am giving you something that will benefit you and make you question your beliefs. What are you talking about? Can you just speak clearly? You'll see. Blue eyes snapped open in an instant as he shot up in his bed. The poor blonde grit his teeth in frustration and grabbed at his hair. Head between his legs, he wanted to scream in anger but tried to calm himself down before his anger got the better of him. Getting a rise out of him was exactly what the demon inside of him wanted. He glanced over at the nightstand next to his bed to look at the alarm clock. Just past 4 o'clock, Naruto thought as he glanced at the glowing numbers in the darkness. He let out a long breath of air and could feel the tension release in his body. His eyes lingered on the worn-out looking book on the laying open and face down on the nightstand in the moonlight. Tales of a Gutsy Ninja. The binding on the green book had turned white from its repeated use and was beginning to fray. Naruto had long since stopped counting how many times he read the book. When his Jiraiya had first given him the book, he had told Naruto how much his parents had enjoyed it and he immediately dove into it. It felt like a connection to his family. Now what did it do? He muttered quietly to himself as he extracted himself from the bed and turned on the light in the room. He observed himself in the mirror to see if the fox had maybe done anything to him that would have caused a physical change to his body. The last thing he would need is for him to suddenly have fox eyes or something more extreme. He couldn't sense anything strange about his chakra either. He felt exactly like he did before. I have to tell the old man though, Naruto frowned at the thought. Even if he couldn't tell that anything was different, he couldn't hide it from the Hokage or his senseis. It would be wrong of him to lie and not tell them of the meeting with the fox and what he had said. It could cost me my team. He clenched his teeth at the thought. They were all distrusting of the fox and wary about anything that he did. Hiruzen was already not sure about letting Naruto have a team in the first place due to his age, heritage and reputation in the village. Mix all that in, with the fox acting like an asshole and poof, there goes my chance. He could feel his frustration start to bring tears to the corners of his eyes. He wanted this so damn badly, but of course something was going to mess it up. But nothing seemed to have changed, right? Maybe he could just not tell them and pretend nothing had happened. No, I can't do that. He wouldn't betray their trust in him, not after everything that had done for him. The break their trust like that just wasn't in him and could only cause worse problems in the future. He would face this head on, just like everything else in his life, just like the Naruto in his book. Let's do this. With a determined look in his eyes, he wrote 5 messages out, put them in envelopes and quickly put his uniform and mask on. He needed to see to this right away. He created 4 shadow clones and handed him the messages before they all wordlessly split apart. It took him only a few minutes to arrive at the Hyuga clan compound. Before he made the final leap down to the front gates, he took a moment to appraise the branch family guards that were present at the gates and those patrolling inside the walls from his hidden vantage point. From a glance he could immediately tell they were relaxed, but still keeping a sharp eye out as they walked their assigned patrol routes throughout the compound. Understanding the timing with which they walked and activated their Byakugan, he waited another minute before enacting his plan. With a sudden body flicker, he appeared in front of the main gate guards at a safe and respectable distance to not immediately alarm the guards. They jumped slightly with a start at the Anbu appearing in front of them suddenly but maintained their composure. "What business do you have, Anbu-san?" Naruto suddenly felt a strange sensation wash over his body, and he had to brace himself to not overreact to the feeling. He couldn't even fathom what was happening. It was almost like his heart was clinched by an anxious energy, but he knew it wasn't his heart. The feeling was just sitting on him, and it reminded him of the killing intent that had been directed at him in the past, but without the killing part. He glanced around from under his mask to see if there was something he had missed. To see if there was someone somewhere using something on him that could create this kind of feeling. There was no one else around except for the 2 guards, but the feeling was starting to get heavier. "I said, what business do you have, Anbu-san?" The shout knocked Naruto out of his train of thought as he noticed the forceful tone from the guard. The man's eyebrows had scrunched together in a scowl and his body seemed to be tensing as if in preparation for something to happen. Naruto quickly realized that he had been standing before the guard without responding, looking just as tense as the guard in front of him. "Apologies. A message for Hiyashi-sama from Hokage-sama." Naruto replied quickly as he took the message that he wrote out earlier from his pocket. He walked forward slowly and presented the envelope to the guard, who seemed to relax and take the offered message. "Please alert him quickly and let him know to expect guests soon." The feeling vanished just as suddenly as it had appeared when he arrived. The guard took the message and handed it to his partner at the gate, who disappeared into the compound immediately. The original guard returned to Naruto and offered a small bow. "Thank you, Anbu-san." Message received. With a quick nod, Naruto vanished in a swirl of leaves once again. Instead of leaving back towards the rooftops of the village, he instead reappeared at the secret entrance to the compound and disappeared inside as quickly as possible, knowing from his earlier observations that the patrolling guards shouldn't be near that section of the wall. The lanterns that lined the secret tunnel started to softly glow as the old seals within them activated with his entrance into the tunnel. After a quick walk, he slipped inside the study he was so familiar with and hid himself in a dark corner of the room that would not expose him when the door opened. Naruto only had to wait a few minutes for the Hyuga patriarch to enter the room quickly. For having been woken up only minutes ago, the man was completely groomed and dressed for the day, his tiredness only given away by the bags under his eyes. He cast a glance to where he sensed Naruto hiding before proceeded to his normal spot at the table. "What is this about, Naruto?" The Kyuubi. Hayashi's eyes widened slightly, and just like that the feeling washed over Naruto again. It felt different this time, however. A cold feeling washed over him that chilled him to the bone. Then it was gone again, and Naruto couldn't explain it. It was such a quick flash compared to the feeling he had before at the main gate. There was no indication that Hiyashi had felt the same thing he did. The Hyuga leader sat calmly with a look of contemplation on his face. Naruto was sure that his sensei wanted to know more, but understood from the message that more were on the way. If the leader wanted to know more, he was making no indication that he wanted Naruto to continue before the rest of the guests got there. It didn't take long before there was a soft knock on the door. "Hiyashi-sama," a soft voice whispered through the door. "Hokage-sama has arrived with leaders of the Yamanka, Nara, and Akamichi clans." "Very good. Let them in, Akio." The quietly slid open with a branch family member on the other side bowing deeply. The 4 powerful men walked into the room and exchanged quick greeting with Hiyashi before each taking a seat on a pillow. "Please have some tea brought in for our guests." Right away, the branch servant closed the door and without making a sound disappeared down the hallway. Naruto took a moment to observe 5 of the most powerful men in the village as they waited for the tea to be brought in. It seemed like Hiruzen was most likely already awake and by the state of his attire had been working already. Choza looked tired but seemed to be in a happy mood. The man was always happy to be with friends. Shikaku's face looked completely deadpan, and Naruto was sure that he could fall back asleep at any moment if the gentle sway of his head bobbing occasionally indicated anything. Inoichi looked the most annoyed and frazzled of all the men. The blonde ponytail that he usually wore was not tied back and his hair was frayed about in multiple directions. They didn't have to wait long for Akio to return and knock on the door once again. It came fast enough that Naruto was sure Hiashi had warned Akio to start preparing the tea the moment he was woken up. All 5 men offered their thanks as they were served and waited silently as Akio finished and exited the room. Hiashi quickly activated the privacy seals that protected the room, and all 5 men turned their attention to the dark corner Naruto occupied. What happened, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked. Naruto sighed as he walked out of the shadows and removed his mask before taking a seat opposite of the Hokage. The tone that the old man had used was one firm, but also held notes of concern in it. It was a voice that made people feel comfortable with being ordered around, and Naruto sometimes wondered how long it took the old Hokage to craft his persona. The Kyuubi pulled me into the seal last night. The wave washed across him again, but this time it came from multiple directions. He felt like a rock in the ocean with waves rolling against him from multiple directions and strengths. Each wave felt different and invoked the thought of a different emotion in him. Naruto was starting to get the impression he knew what was going on. Naruto looked at each of their faces for any signs that they had felt what he felt but saw nothing. Hayashi's face betrayed no emotion, most likely because Naruto had admitted to the subject before anyone else arrived. The Sandium's face had taken on a serious expression, and if not being in the Hyuga home, Naruto was sure he would have lit his tobacco pipe. Shikaku had closed his eyes deep in thought and his Umanka teammate was scowling, but deep in thought. Chozo was looking at Naruto with concern in his eyes. Tell us everything. Naruto began to tell the story of how he woke up inside of his seal and how he and the fox traded their usual comments with one another. As he told the story of his conversation with the fox, he could feel the waves roll against him with each important moment. He didn't realize it when he was dealing with the guard and Hiashi in one-on-one situations, but sitting between everyone and realizing the directions that the waves were coming from made him realize it was coming directly from each person around him. The feelings became strongest when he got to the end of the story and the gift that the demon had given Naruto. Everyone sat in silence after Naruto told them the story. Naruto, Chozo began, is that how conversations with the Kyuubi normally go? Normally I talk, and he just ignores me or throws out insults like you heard. I don't normally respond to him so strongly. Naruto replied, sorry Chozo-sensei, I know that you and Shikaku-sensei are not normally involved in our meetings about the Kyuubi, so you wouldn't know how he acts. Why did you want us? Because of our kids. Shikaku interrupted with his eyes still closed. Slowly he opened his eyes, but still seemed to be staring off into the distance. Naruto felt that we should know of this development as soon as possible since our kids are on his squad. Chozo rubbed his chin in thought before smiling at Naruto. I appreciate that, Naruto-kun. It was mature of you. I am sure you are concerned about what this development meant for your team. Thank you, sensei. Naruto spoke softly. He greatly appreciated how empathetic the Akimichi leader always was towards him. The giant man was terrifyingly fierce during training and battle but was compassionate and warm the rest of the time. Naruto-kun. Hiruzen's voice broke the warm moment between the two and demanded focus on the village leader. Do you have any idea what the Kyuubi has given you? I think I have an idea. Naruto was having trouble with formulating the best way to describe what had been happening, but usually in these situations he would just wing it. I didn't notice anything when I woke up and inspected myself. When I molded my chakra to make my clones and moved across the village, I didn't notice anything different from normal. Not until I arrived at the front gate. To explain what was happening, I paused when it happened because I didn't know what was happening. It reminded me of being hit with killing intent, but there was no bloodlust behind it. The adults in the room sat with rapt attention at the story. All of them with inquisitive looks on their face, all except for Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes had a clear look in them, as if he had figured something out, but he wasn't speaking anything for now. I experienced the same thing with Hiashi-sensei when he asked me what was going on before everyone arrived. I told him it had to do with the Kyuubi and the sensation washed over me again, but this time it was colder and more desolate. Naruto recalled the feeling with some hesitation. If his intuition was right, he was revealing something that Hiashi may not have wanted known. Finally, when everyone arrived and I told you what the meeting was about, I felt the same thing, but this time it felt like the waves came from different locations and each felt different. Naruto could see the look in the Hokage's face as he seemingly concluded his assumption. Naruto continued to finish his story. The same thing happened as I told the story, and the waves kept changing constantly as I told different parts of the story, sometimes disappearing altogether. Negative emotion sensing. The Hokage confidently spoke. The same ability Mito-sama used to have. Naruto raised a puzzled eyebrow at the statement. Naruto had figured it had something to do with the feelings of the people around him, but he had never heard of the ability before. He wasn't aware that his Uzumaki clan member had such an ability before. I've never heard of that before, Naruto asked. It was a secret that we never revealed to many people. Hiruzen scratched his beard as he leaned back slightly to stretch his back. It was a powerful advantage that her and Hashirama-sama used during negotiations at the end of Warring States period and the establishment of the hidden villages. Her ability let he detect the malevolent feelings allowed her to guide negotiations to agreeable terms or determine if they were wasting their time. Shikaku whistled. That does sound like a big advantage. A bit underhanded, but still. So you think that what Naruto was feeling were our negative emotions regarding the information we were being told? Inoichi asked. Yes. The Hokage nodded to Inoichi and then looked at Naruto. Everything you said sounds nearly the same as she described it to me. She would react to negative emotions such as fear, hatred, jealousy and could even sense anxiety like you did if it was strong enough. Your surprising of the guard probably triggered him to question if you were a threat. Sounds like the fox gave him a pretty useful gift. Choza commented. I didn't think he would do something like that from how you described him. It's not that simple. Inoichi spoke with a serious expression on his face. The fox wouldn't just give him something positive for no reason. It is always trying to bring him down and determine his worth. This will be hard for Naruto. Please explain, Hiashi asked. Naruto's reputation with the villagers is not good. Naruto just deadpanned at Inoichi's choice of words. He is literally going to feel everyone's hatred now as he goes through the village. We have all dealt with killing intent being on us for extended periods and it can affect our mental state. Now Naruto will have to deal with this all the time. Naruto and everyone else frowned at that. He was used to the glares and comments at this point, but he was right about how this could affect him in a much more powerful way. He needed to find a way to handle. It could be even worse with his students. Inoichi's comments snapped him out of his thoughts immediately. What do you mean? Naruto complained as the Yamanka took on a grim expression. Naruto, we know how much building bonds with people your own age matters to you. Inoichi sighed heavily. Eventually they are going to discover the truth about your tenant, and we have no idea how they will react. You could end up feeling all their betrayal or fear directed towards you. That could be extremely damaging to your mental state. Maybe we should recon C. No, Naruto interrupted Choza immediately. I have to do this. Naruto, the only way for me to get rid of the feeling is to start changing people's feelings about me. Naruto's eyes shone with a fierce determination. I can't do that hiding away in the Anbu. I must show everyone that they can trust me, or it will never change. Plus, it's not like I actually experience the feeling. I am just aware of it, but I need to learn the differences between them and better understand what they are. I will get you any notes that Mito-sama may have taken regarding the ability. It may give you some insight. The third spoke. I am still worried about this. I agree with Inoichi that the QB is hoping that this has a negative impact on you. It could be a test. Hiashi sipped his tea. The beast is often speaking about Naruto being worthy of building a relationship with him. Perhaps he wants to test if Naruto will fail to live up to his promises if he cannot withstand the negativity. During the conversation being held, Naruto could feel every time a negative emotion came off one of the other shinobi. Now that he understood what he was feeling, it started to become easier to understand and detect where it was coming from. He was starting to understand how it was separate from his own emotions. Now he just needed to keep himself from reacting immediately to feeling. Inoichi-sensei. The Yamanka snapped his attention to the younger blonde. I need you to train me in recognizing the emotions I am feeling and help me with separating it from my own. I am positive I can master this, believe it. Naruto immediately scratched the back of his head in embarrassment when he saw Hayashi's eye twitch at his loud declaration. I mean, I really think this will help me and could even make me a better teacher. How so? Well, when we train and work together, I should be able to detect any negative emotions that would be harmful to their performance and guide them in the way that best fits their personality. Naruto was rubbing his chin in thought and his eyes squeezed shut as he was thinking about ideas for his new ability. It could also help me protect my team on missions. I am sort of like a sensor now, right? So, if anyone directs emotions towards us, I should be alerted even if they are holding back on their killing intent. That true, Hiruzen murmured. Mito-sama was nearly impossible to ambush when she was in the field. When I trained with her when I was younger, I had to think positive thoughts all the way until I was in a position to strike, but even that effort rarely amounted to much as she would detect me the moment my thoughts would change to perform the strike. She would react immediately and deflect the blow. Wow, Naruto's eyes were wide open as he listened to the story. Mito-Baken sounds awesome. That she was Naruto-kun. The old Hokage chuckled at the reaction from the young blonde. I am sure you will master this ability in no time. So, Naruto prodded. Fine, the Sarutobi shrugged his shoulders. I will let you keep your team for now. Yes, but, Hiruzen interrupted the celebration. You must work with Inoichi to gain control of these powers and continue to follow the other guidelines you have been given. Naruto, what is your schedule like today? Inoichi asked. I have to meet my team at 7, then I plan to train them until lunchtime. After a lunch break, I plan to take them to perform a couple of D-rank missions before releasing them for the day. Naruto recalled his plan for his team before talking about his own training sessions. After dinner, I have lessons with Shibi-sensei, Hiyashi-sensei and a late-night tracking exercise with Sume-sensei. Hiyashi, do you mind if I take your slot tonight? I want to get started right away. Inoichi asked the Hyuga clan leader. After a moment he got a small nod of affirmation for the change in plans. I will inform the other leaders of your new situation and how to adjust your schedule. Trusting them was the right decision. Naruto smiled at how everything had played out. His earlier fears about losing his team washed away. Naruto chuckled as Shikaku suddenly stood and announced he was going home to go back to sleep before Choza stood and invited his old teammates to go grab breakfast first. I better get going too. Naruto hopped up and put his mask back. I have about an hour till my team arrives and I want to warm up some. Early mornings were not a new thing for Hinata. Morning training sessions with Elder Hisao before the academy had forced her to awake earlier than many of her peers in her class. The brutal sessions always left her battered and bruised before she had to clean up and head to the academy. Even though she had now graduated and was placed on a team, it seemed things would not be any different. She had arrived at the dojo at 5 like she normally did and was immediately set upon by Hideo. He had complained about the same things every time they trained. Her form was off, she wasn't fast enough, and her strikes didn't have enough force behind them. She had informed him that she would have to leave early today to meet with her team and only earned a sneer with comment to not embarrass the clan. She nodded silently and left quickly to go clean up and settle her nerves. She was confused to see so many members of the clan moving around busily this morning. Though many Hyuga did wake up early, they usually chose to seclude themselves until they were ready for the day to begin in earnest. She cleaned up quickly and set off for the kitchen to prepare a small breakfast before leaving to meet with her team when she was surprised to see her father's study door open as she was about to walk past. Out walked Shikaku Nara and Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanka with smiles on their faces as they chatted amongst one another. Oh, good morning Hinata-chan. Choza started as he noticed the young girl. I understand you and my son are on the same team. Hinata blushed slightly from the sudden attention being directed at her but allowed a small smile to develop on her face. She hadn't had many interactions with head of the Akimichi family, but he was always pleasant and warm to be around. The opposite of what was expected of a Hyuga. Hi Akimichi-san, I was assigned to a team with Choji-san and Shikamaru-san. Just Choza is fine Hinata-chan. The large man laughed. I am sure we are going to see each other much more often from now on. Oh okay Choza-san. Hinata felt it improper to not have an honorific attached to the name of a clan leader, but also blushed from the attention now being directed her way from the other Hyuga roaming the compound. The boisterous man had a way of drawing the attention anyone nearby. He simply laughed and started to make his way around young girl with Inoichi after mentioning it was time to go have breakfast. I expect you to keep our kids out of trouble Hinata. Shikaku smirked at the nervous girl in front of him before chuckling slightly and walking to join his friends. Don't let my son laze about. Hinata smiled as she watched the backs of the 3 men that formed the legendary trio for Konoha. It was a shock to see them here so early in the morning, but their kindness was a nice balm to her so far poor morning. She turned around to continue her to the kitchen to see the Hokage. And her father standing in front of her. Hinata nearly shrieked in surprise. Hokage-sama, Otu-sama. Hinata bowed deeply the village's leader. The elderly man smiled and chuckled at the surprised reaction. Good morning Hinata-chan. It's good to see you about so early in the morning. I wasn't expecting to see many members of your family during my visit. Control your nerves Hinata, she chanted to herself. Hi Hokage-sama, my team is taking a test this morning with our new sensei. Hinata mentally cheered for herself after controlling her stutter in front of the 2 most powerful people she knew. The Hokage smiled softly at the young girl's explanation to her early rise. I hope that you don't mind being assigned to Naruto-kun too much Hinata-chan. He is very excited to have you all on his team. We haven't spent much tea time with sensei yet. Hinata flinched internally at her nerves returning with the mention of her new sensei and team. Out of the corner of her eye she could see some main house members observing her conversation with Hokage and it only made her feel worse. I do like Shikamaru-san and Choji-san, I think they will be great teammates. We have a test to take this morning. I see. His smile seemed to soften a little as he listened to her. Hinata wasn't sure if he was showing concern after listening to her or some mild amusement. Good luck on your test, Hinata-chan. This old man won't take up any more of your time. It's time for me to get to the office. Hinata gave a polite bow as the leader of the village stepped around her and made his way towards the front gate. Her father continued to stand in front of her as the Hokage walked off. She resisted the urge to twiddle her fingers or bite her lip, and she anxiously awaited comments on her demeanor. Daughter. To her surprise, his voice betrayed no hint of displeasure towards her. His face showed no emotion, but there was a warm look in his eyes that she recognized from their private conversation yesterday morning. It seems my evening has become free. It has been a while since I have dined together as a private family with you and your sister. I look forward to hearing about how your team passed. Why, yes. He nodded his head slightly, and she understood immediately that he had dismissed her to continue on her way. She offered a small bow before continuing on her way to the kitchen, wide-eyed and heart beating quickly. I can't remember the last time we had a private dinner together. Hinata thought to herself. Dinners in the Hyuga compound were typically done in large groups to ease the work on the kitchen staff from making smaller meals at multiple times during the evening. Members of the main family would dine in 2 different halls, while the branch family would occupy the remaining halls for their dinners. Hinata and her immediate family occupied the dining hall with the highest-ranking members of the main branch, typically elders and those with high esteem within the family. Silence would always reign when a course was brought out so members could eat their food, but in between courses the conversation was sparse and impersonal, the only topics ever discussed being the business of the clan and the status of some of its projects. She sometimes wondered if the other branch family had more interesting dinners, but would never dare ask to join them for an evening. The most redeeming quality of these dinners was the food. The chefs in her family were exquisite and would always leave her ravenous appetite satisfied. Enjoyment of the food had actually inspired her to pick up the art of cooking several years ago in her free time. Preparing breakfast and her lunch in the mornings after her early morning training sessions proved to be cathartic to her frayed nerves. It was also beneficial that everyone that worked in the kitchen were kind and more than willing to help the young heir learn the art. Knowing that she didn't have much time this morning to prepare anything difficult if she wanted to be early, she settled for some simple eggs and rice. Satisfied with her meal, she went back to her room to double-check that she had all over her equipment and made her way out of her family compound. The young heir offered a polite goodbye to the branch guards as she passed the threshold of the gate and started her trek towards the training fields. After their sensei had left yesterday, the 3 genin had agreed to meet 15 minutes early just a little outside the training grounds. Hinata wasn't surprised to be the first person to arrive, considering it was still 10 minutes before they had agreed to arrive. Punctuality had always been important in her family, so Hinata made sure she was always early for any appointment. She didn't have to wait long to see Choji and Shikamaru walking together down the street towards her. Good morning, Shikamaru-san. Choji-san. She offered the 2 best friends a polite bow as they walked up to her. Both boys didn't look like they got very much sleep the night before, but looking tired was pretty standard for a Nara. The taller boy was stifling a yawn as he came to her. Stop in front her. Good morning, Hinata, Shikamaru replied while Choji offered a smile and nod. Seriously though, Hinata, you can drop the honorifics. We're a team now, and doing the whole honorific thing all day is going to be too troublesome. Hinata could feel her cheeks heat up slightly in embarrassment at the request. She had never really had friends at the academy that she was so familiar with that she ever dropped the honorifics from names. She had difficulty with opening up to others and usually sat off to the side to observe rather than participate. She couldn't do that anymore. Now she would be interacting with her new teammates more than anyone else outside of her family. Of course, Shikamaru. Shikamaru smirked slightly at her and she could feel her cheeks heat up again. Come on, Shikamaru spoke as he started to walk past her towards the training grounds. We need to talk about the test. Hinata, did your father tell you anything about it? No, I actually didn't have a chance to speak to him last night. Her reply caused Shikamaru to frown as he walked. Why is he so worried? Isn't it just a skills assessment? You probably don't know then. Shikamaru clicked his tongue after he spoke. Choji and my dad let it slip that the Jonins give another test to their new teams to see if they can really handle being ninja. If we fail, we have to go back to the academy. What? Hinata cried out and almost stopped walking in shock. But we worked so hard. Yeah, it shocked me too, Hinata. Choji admitted. It's a lot pressure on us. Father didn't warn me. What would happen if I fail? Hinata felt her heartbeat speed up at the thought. She could hardly imagine the disgrace that she would feel from the clan. She held her clenched hands close to her chest as she trailed behind the 2 boys. She glanced at the 2 boys in front of her and realized that their lack of sleep was probably due to the nerves that they were feeling. What if I screw up? What if I am the reason we all fail? She could feel herself spiraling. Don't worry too much about it, Hinata. Shikamaru looked back over his shoulder at her. We are just gonna take our time and figure out the best plan. Okay, he doesn't sound too worried. Hinata had to wonder where his confidence came from. She had long heard of the intelligence of the Nara clan and knew that his father had a great reputation in the village, but his son had been fairly middle of the pack during his time at the academy. He often slept in class, put very little effort into their physical training and usually only passed his tests by small margin. Still, his reassurance did ease her nerves, if only slightly. They were 5 minutes early when they reached the border of Training Ground 10. There had been several trips during the academy to the proper shinobi training grounds to familiarize the students with the larger training environment. The training field at the academy lacks things like large bodies of water and dense woods that the larger fields could accommodate. Shikamaru and Choji stopped suddenly in front of her as they entered the central part of this training ground and its open field. In the middle of the field, their sensei was performing a kata, a martial art she didn't know, but looked slightly familiar based on the form. He was fast and precise with his movements, but not in a mechanical way. Every strike and kick that he threw had a grace to them that Hinata had only seen before when her father was displaying his skill. It was the first time they had seen him without a cloak covering his body. He had on black ninja sandals that extended up to his ankles. He wore dark grey ninja pants down to his ankles that were bound tightly at the bottom with what looked like fabric bands of burnt orange color. On his back were several small light grey pouches that were securely tied to his belt that Hinata assumed contained his kunai and other essential gear. He wore a skin-tight black sleeveless turtleneck shirt that traveled all the way under his mask. He was wearing the typical armor that she had seen other Anbu wear in the past, a grey vest that protected his torso with a flexible steel weave material that could provide good protection from most weapons without sacrificing any speed. Unlike other Anbu she had seen in the past, he seemed to forego the forearm sleeves and arm guards that they used for protection. Instead, he only seemed to favor a pair of fingerless gloves with metal guards on the back and another pair of those same burnt orange fabric bands at each wrist. His mask had remained in place, but with the cloak removed and the sleeveless shirt they were now able to see a couple more features on the boy in front of them. He was very clearly in great shape, if defined shape of his muscles on his arms and neck muscles. His Anbu tattoo was an orange color that stood out only barely against his tanned skin tone. Most striking though was his hair, golden blonde spikes that seemed completely unruly poked out in different directions from behind his mask. Hinata could feel an itch in the back of her mind that she couldn't explain as she looked at the blonde in front of them. Something about it seemed familiar to her, but she couldn't quite place it. She was snapped out of her thoughts when he performed a spinning kick with a snap-off speed and power that she swore she could feel the wind come off even though they were still at the edge of the field. She glanced at her teammates as they also looked on at their new teacher. Will we still be a team by the end of this day? The thought invaded her mind out of nowhere as she observed the feelings of the other two boys. The fear that she was feeling on their journey to the training field started to spring back to life in her heart at the thought of failure and dragging down her team. Her sensei without warning suddenly stopped himself mid-kata and looked in their direction. His focus was absolute as he performed the strikes. He had performed this dance thousands of times with his clones in the past, but it helped him to both relax and find his center at the start of his training. It also helped him to build up a light sweat and warm up his body. He was surprised to feel a sudden wave of coldness hit him from the edge of the training field that snapped him out of his kata immediately. Looking over immediately at the newcomers, he saw his team staring at him the edge of the field nearly 50 yards away. He took a second to admire his new gift's ability to sense from a distance before he realized the implication of what he was feeling from his own team. Snap out of it, Naruto. You don't even know what the feeling is or what it's directed at. Hey guys, Naruto shouted and waved to snap them out of their daze. Come on over. It only took a minute for the three genin to make their way over to their teacher. As they walked over, Naruto smiled under his mask. He saw Shikamaru scowling at the ground at their feet, while his teammates simply observed his changes to the field. He's annoyed that he doesn't know what's going on. Good morning, team. Naruto happily chirped and was pleased when all three offered him a reserved greeting in return. This morning we are going to play a little game so I can determine your abilities and what to work on in the future. All three genin tensed and Naruto could feel the anxiousness wash over him. Guess they are really nervous about the test. I came here a little early to set up what I wanted. Naruto gestured to the field around them. On the ground was a series of concentric circles with Naruto standing in the very middle. I set up these concentric circles starting at 3 feet in diameter and extending out another 3 feet in diameter at each circle. There are 10 circles in total from 3 feet to 30 feet. Naruto gave them a second to make sure they all understood what he was talking about. Your goal is going to be to either land a blow on me or force me out of the circle. We are going to be starting with the largest circle, giving me a 30-foot circle to work in. Naruto pulled a small clock out of one of his pouches and set it on the ground in the center of the circle. I have a timer here set to go off every 3 minutes. Every time it goes off we will shrink my area by 1 circle. The game will be over after 30 minutes or if you succeed in the win. Conditions. How you guys perform will go into my evaluation. And don't worry, I am not going to be attacking you, just defending myself. Understood? Naruto asked. He got a round of nods from all 3 genin. Good. Then why don't you take 15 minutes to warm up and discuss some strategy with each other before we begin? He didn't tell us how good we need to perform to pass. Shikamaru muttered, slightly regretting not taking the opportunity to ask any questions to their sensei. His 2 teammates followed him as he walked to the outermost edge of the rings to discuss what they should do. Hard to really call this a ring though, Shikamaru observed as he looked down at the line in dirt. His sensei didn't take a whole lot of time to carve out the circles with what Shikamaru could only assume was a thin blade of a sword or knife. It seems kind of simple, doesn't it? Shikamaru looked up from the ground to look at his best friend. He had opened a bag of potato chips after exiting the circle and was currently eating the snack slowly compared to his normal rate. He's calmed down some after hearing the rules, but he's still nervous. He doesn't need to make it overly complicated. Shikamaru glanced over at Hinata and was slightly amused to see that she had begun doing some light stretching while continuing to keep her focus on the 2 boys. Choji's warm-up routine would be his snacking and he preferred to not doing anything. He's a jonin, there is no way we would be able to beat him, and from his confidence I doubt hitting him will be easy at all with all 3 of us going after him. That's why he has the ring out rule to give us another chance to win. How do we make him step out of the ring if he doubts we can hit him? Forcing him out will get easier as the circle shrinks and he no longer has the room to dodge our attacks as easily. The problem though is how many circles we can let him fall into and still pass. Shikamaru shook his head slightly. If it didn't matter when we knock him out then we could just wait 27 minutes and he would basically be forced to stand still. So we have to try from the start to get him. Not exactly. Shikamaru frowned at the puzzle. He had ideas on what to do, but not knowing the passing line was making it difficult to judge when they would have to fully commit. We need to use the beginning circles to judge how he reacts to us and the shrinking circles. Then we can enact a plan around 12 or 15 minutes in. What plan? Choji asked as he finished the bag of chips he had been snacking on. His friend folded the empty bag into a small square before placing it back into his bag to throw away later. Shikamaru knew. Shikamaru had known his friend for a long time and both were familiar with each other's habits and abilities. Shikamaru looked over at Hinata and realized that besides her explanation of the Byakugan yesterday he knew nothing of her ability. He had never really bothered to pay attention to her training spars in the academy and only had a small bit of knowledge on her family's fighting style. From passing information, really they barely knew each other besides observations made in class. I need to change that. Hinata. Shikamaru chewed on the inside of his cheek slightly as he debated the heaviness of what he was about to say. A bit of pink was on her cheeks as she became the focus of attention for the 2 boys, but she made eye contact with him. I know that every clan has their secrets. But considering you already told me about your Byakugan yesterday, I am hoping you can tell me some more about your abilities. Her mouth gaped open slightly at the question and Shikamaru immediately knew that she was debating about what to say. Choji and I have known each other for a long time and very familiar with each other's abilities. My clan specializes in the use of yin chakra to manipulate shadows to bind and manipulate our opponents. At my level all I can use is the shadow imitation technique to capture my opponent and make the target mimic my moves. He could see the surprise in her eyes at his ability and admitting it to her. Choji's can use his family's multi-size technique to increase his body mass to use with different techniques. Right now all he can do is expand into a large ball of himself. That he can use with a technique called bullet tank to move like a large boulder across the field. Hinata was glancing back and forth between the 2 clan heirs as Shikamaru shared their family's clan techniques and the current level of their ability. Shikamaru knew that it was normally taboo to talk about such things, but it wasn't like they were trained in any advanced family techniques that would truly need to be kept secret as genin. Everyone in the village knew about the Nara and Nakamichi family techniques, but not how they manipulated the jutsu. I understand. My family. Shikamaru smiled as he listened to Hinata explain her family's abilities in more detail. Now he could come up with a plan of attack, and maybe one more trick. Naruto smiled as he saw the three form a small circle and begin to discuss strategy silently. It was good sign that they were so easily talking amongst one another. It seemed that Shikamaru was the assumed leader of the three. I kind of expected him to be a bit more reluctant to take the role. Glancing down at the clock, he noticed that they had about 1 minute left before they were supposed to start. He had warmed up already with his kata, but one thing he learned early on was that it was good to have a routine to focus yourself. Naruto started to bounce lightly up in the air from one foot to another as he stretched one arm across his body and pulled on it with his other arm. He repeated the same process with his other arm as he continued his bounce step exercise. With both arms sufficiently stretched, he closed his eyes, then rolled his neck in circles and heard the satisfying pops of his joints. Okay, he opened his eyes towards his three students who were facing him from the outside of the ring. Let's do this. By the way, Naruto took on a relaxed posture as he waited for them to approach him. You will need to come at me with the intent to kill if you want to have a chance. A small wave of anxiousness ran over him from all three members of the team, but they seemed to get over it quickly when they glanced at one another. Naruto smiled again under his mask and used his foot to start the timer on the clock. The three genin slowly spread apart with Hinata on his right, Shikamaru in the center and Choji to his left. Shikamaru was standing back slightly further in support of the other two. Naruto's eyebrow raised slightly as he noticed that Shikamaru had an additional kunai holder pack strapped to his other leg now, and Choji's was now gone. Long-range support. A moment later, Shikamaru took kunai and flung it directly at Naruto's chest. Let's try towards Choji first. Naruto weaved to the left to dodge the kunai, was met by a yelling charge from Choji. The boy threw a heavy right hook that sailed right by Naruto's face with a simple sway backwards. The Akamichi regained his balance and quickly threw a left Naruto's stomach. He dodged with a short step backwards. He's pretty good at the Akamichi style. Hard and heavy hits that are easily telegraphed to the opponent. Naruto observed. This style doesn't really hit its potential until he can start using partial expansion to suddenly increase his reach and power at any moment. The small soft sound of something piercing through the air made him lean towards the right to avoid another kunai thrown by Shikamaru from his left side. Shikamaru had rotated around to the left after Choji had engaged him in combat. He's trying to cover Choji and force me in the direction he wants. The sound of quick footsteps from behind made him leap harder to the right to avoid the palm thrust from Hinata. He could just make out the disappointed frown on her face as stood up from her striking position. Choji moved to stand next to her as Shikamaru continued to move to the left and cut off an avenue of escape. Naruto glanced to the ground to confirm his location within the fifth circle about 10 feet from where he had started. They are working pretty well together, but when are they going to use some jutsu? Probably trying to gauge how I will react to attacks and conserving their chakra. To confirm Naruto's suspicions, he looked at Hinata and saw that she had yet to activate her eyes. Her palm thrust earlier had lacked any of the chakra from a Juken blow. Another kunai whizzed towards him from the left and made him dodge to the right. The Akamichi and Hyuga preteens leapt back into action, but this time Hinata came straight for Naruto while Choji flanked to the left to force Naruto closer to the edge. Hinata threw a straight blow at his chest that he leaned aside casually to avoid. A follow-up second strike came at him from a lower angle aimed at his stomach that he avoided easily. Naruto's eyebrows scrunched together as he recognized the combination that Hinata was using from the Juken katas and how she was performing it. Why is she so stiff? It's slowing her down. Naruto frowned as he observed the kunoichi throw herself into the attacks. Should I start making comments now? Or wait until after? A quick glance towards the clock showed 10 seconds until the alarm would go off, and he had only backed up another 5 feet from the center as he weaved through the attacks. Their strategy was making him dance more in a spiral that grew outwards rather than forcing him straight back towards the edge of the circle. Choji was coming at him from the side this time. Ring. First ring gone, Naruto thought as he sidestepped another blow from Choji as Hinata attempted to press forward. Neither of them showed any reaction to the alarm going off and seemed to just continue with their actions. They are attacking well for just teaming up for the first time. Let's see how well. Naruto let them continue their attack for a moment before he changed his dodging pattern and placed himself directly between the new genin in the blink of an eye. The shocked eyes of Choji stared right into the eyes of his mask, and he hesitated for a second before throwing a hasty right straight. Naruto ducked and rolled towards the outside of the circle as he an attack coming from his back as well. Naruto could hear the panic noises come from both shinobi as they barely avoided striking one another and tumbled over each other. A small curse could be heard from Shikamaru a short distance away after the crash. As they stood up, he could see a touch of pink on both of their cheeks and waves of emotion that he could probably relate to embarrassment. Your teamwork is pretty good for the first time fighting as a team. Maybe a compliment would help them shake off the embarrassment. You both have a good base to build off with your skills. Catch your breath and come again. The three genin weren't worn out, but they had started to breathe a little heavier and a sheen of sweat was appearing on their face from the activity. Nearly 4 minutes of constant movement and attack could be a lot for genin at the pace they were going and would have left a civilian gasping for air. Even Shikamaru had been running around the circle deliberately to put him in a position to provide support and wait for good opportunities to attack. They took only a few seconds to regroup and catch their breath before they both looked towards Shikamaru, who just shrugged. The two close-range fighters slowly approached him again, with Choji leading and Hinata taking the flank this time. Another easily dodged kunai from Shikamaru was the signal to begin attacking again. The Akamichi launched a combination of attacks that Naruto easily backed away and weaved around, while Hinata attempted attacks aimed at his side. Naruto glanced at the clock and checked his position in the circle to confirm he was still within the rings at about the 7th circle, 21 feet from center ring, down to 24 feet now. Naruto smiled as he realized he was standing between the two outermost circles. Maybe now they will start going a little harder. To Naruto's disappointment, nothing changed in their strategy for the next few minutes. Hinata and Choji continued to pursue him and attack in the same pattern that they had. With him being in the last ring, they should have been trying a little harder at least to force him out. Next ring we are going to try something different. Naruto glanced at the clock to confirm the time remaining with his countdown in his head. With 7 seconds left to go, he dodged a strike from Hinata with a little extra force and bounced his way into the next ring right before the alarm went off. Ring. There was a look of contemplation on Shikamaru's face, and Naruto could feel what he guessed was disappointment from the other two when they realized their failure to keep him from the ring. The feeling quickly wore off from the two as they walked back into the circle to get to their positions. They looked at Shikamaru again as they did, and he shrugged once again. Not real subtle there, guys. Naruto thought. It was obvious that they were waiting on some kind of signal from Shikamaru before they enacted whatever it was they wanted. I need to keep my eye on him for now. Let's go ahead, change things up. The two taijutsu users launched their attacks straight towards Naruto's torso again. Choji used a straight right, but his eyes opened in shock when his wrist was suddenly caught in Naruto's grip. Using the portly boy's momentum against him, Naruto pulled on the wrist the moment he gripped it and sent Choji stumbling forward before giving him a light pat on the back that made him fall on his face. He noticed that Hinata had stopped wide-eyed at the sudden change in his tactics. Shikamaru's eyes had narrowed, but otherwise he continued to circle around. I thought you weren't going to attack. Choji groaned as he stood up and wiped the dirt off his shirt. That was a pretty standard defensive maneuver. Naruto shrugged with both palms facing the sky. If you throw such large blows, they get pretty easy to counter, ya know. There was a small wave of cold coming from Hinata's direction. Naruto could see she was biting her lip a little bit as she looked at him. She was doing fine. Is she afraid now that I did something other than dodge? Also, aiming for my center mass is good since you are just trying to get a hit in. Naruto placed his hands on his hips as he lectured the genin. But if you continue aiming for the same spot, you become too predictable. Or maybe that was the point. Naruto commented as he put his hand to the chin of his mask and rubbed it. Shikamaru gave no reaction, but both Hinata and Choji's eyes widened slightly at the comment. This is so much fun, Naruto thought as he watched the three gather themselves once again. Every day the only people he interacted with were people much older and more experienced than him in the art of being a shinobi. He appreciated all of the time he spent with the clan heads, Kakashi, and the few Anbu team members that he had, but this was different. This was him being instructor and helping his charges improve. Another glance towards the clock showed roughly 15 seconds left before the time went off, and Naruto would need to hop a few feet towards the center circle. Naruto knew he could move deeper into the circles, but he didn't want to hurt their confidence, and them attacking was letting him see more of what to work on. 5, 4, 3 and hop. Ring. Shikamaru was staring right at him with a focused look as he maneuvered behind Hinata. Then, unlike before, Shikamaru whipped out two kunai at him, aimed just outside of each one of Naruto's biceps, and Hinata was charging between them. It looked like they were ready to start changing things up a little bit. Well, I already decided to start defending more. Her blow towards shoulder was gently pushed to the side by his palm pressing her wrist away. Her eyes widened slightly, but she followed up with another thrust from her other hand while she pulled back her other palm. It was a good attack, but Naruto couldn't help but notice that the attack was still looking stiff and lacking the sharp snap it should have had with her family's style. She continued to press forward as Choji came in from the side. He continued to parry Hinata, block Choji and dodge the occasional shuriken thrown from Shikamaru as they danced their way around the circle again and again. His internal clock was telling him that it was getting closer to the next ring of the bell. 30 seconds. Naruto thought as he put his eyes on Shikamaru as the spiky-haired boy slid to a stop before launching another kunai he was forced to duck under. Why didn't he throw that kunai while moving? All three genin were putting in a lot of effort to try and land a hit on him. They were still holding off on spending their chakra on abilities, but moving around like they were was making their muscles burn and breathing labored. Choji's exhausted state made him overreach on an attack that let Naruto gently send Choji stumbling towards the outside of the circle before he caught Hinata's wrist as she tried to capitalize on the focus he gave Choji. Using her momentum against her, he twisted his body and pulled her into an over-shoulder throw. Not wanting her too badly, he held onto her arm, intending to make the landing softer and prevent the back of her head from slamming into the ground. To his surprise, her legs and free arm shot out as she was about to land on her rear and caught the ground before she impacted. Judging from the look on her face, as she gazed up into his mask, she was just as surprised as he was by the action. He cocked his head slightly in amusement at the stunned look she was giving. Nice. Naruto laughed as he let go of her arm and leapt backwards towards the inner circle. Next time, follow up with an attack if you manage to counter a throw by landing safely. Ring. Hinata swallowed the lump in her throat as she saw Shikamaru pull out 2 kunai to throw. It was the sign that the three had agreed on for Choji and Hinata to attack a little harder during the next round. Flashback, he's not going to go all out on us. Shikamaru answered the unspoken question from Choji and herself. He's a jonin. He could knock us all out before we could react if he really wanted to. Hinata knew from watching her father, and other jonins from the Hyuga family, that the abilities someone of that rank were no joke. If their sensei wanted to beat them into the ground, it would not even be a challenge for him. The test would be pointless if we had no chance at it. Shikamaru elaborated, I expect he will evade and parry our attacks the entire time while moving around. We will need to figure out his patterns while attacking him. I need you two to attack at the same time. Hinata felt her heartbeat speed up at the declaration. One of you put pressure on him to force him towards the outside of the circle and the other pressure him from the side. We probably can't force him out of the circle directly, but making him go in a spiral should let me observe how he reacts to attacks and the bell going off. Hinata nodded her head in understanding to the plan even if she was questioning her abilities. Choji looked over at her and gave her a weak thumbs up and a nervous smile. She didn't feel any better from the gesture. I will provide support from the back with kunai and shuriken. Choji, can you give me your pack so I have some extra? Choji quickly unstrapped his kunai holster and gave it over to Shikamaru. For now, I don't want you to conserve your jutsu and chakra and just go at him attacking normally. When you see me throw 2 kunai at the same time, that means to attack harder, but still wait for me to give you a thumbs up before we go all out. Now here is what we are going to do then. End flashback. Hinata followed the 2 kunai towards their sensei at a faster speed than she used before, tapping into her chakra reserves just slightly to make sure she arrived right behind the kunai. She aimed for his left shoulder with a quick strike but felt a gentle push on her wrist that sent her attack off course. She was slightly surprised to feel him decide to parry instead of dodge like he had done before, but didn't let it stop her from attacking again. Choji joined her from the side, and they began dance once again. Everything they threw at him he easily parried or dodged with the slightest of movements. He was still moving around the circle, but Hinata was sure that if he would have never moved from the center if he didn't want to. He's not even trying. Hinata couldn't help but think as she continued to attack with Choji. She could feel her muscles were starting to burn and her breathing became labored as they used more force and speed in this round than before. Still nothing seemed to even be phasing this boy the same age as them. Then it happened like it did the round previously. Choji extended a little too much and Sensei sent him stumbling forward. His mask wasn't facing her as he watched her teammate stumble. Now, she pushed some chakra into her muscles to speed up her attack at his distracted state. To her shock, she felt his hand wrap around her wrist and pull her forward. Oh no, she thought in a panic as he twisted his back into her and pulled her arm over his shoulder to throw her. She closed her eyes as her world suddenly flipped upside down and her limbs flailed out instinctively. The bottoms of her feet and her left hand hit the ground flat and braced her from impacting the ground. She opened her eyes in confusion at the lack of pain and stared up into the kitsune mask looking down on her. He cocked his head slightly to the side as if questioning what he was looking at. Nice. Her sensei laughed as he let go of the arm he was holding and leapt back into the circles. Next time, follow up with an attack if you manage to counter a throw by landing safely. Ring. I didn't even mean to catch myself. She was stunned at how she had reacted when she was flipped over. She had no experience fighting against throws before with the lack of them in the gentle fist style and was rarely used by anyone else at the academy. Okay, Hinata had just fully stood back up when she heard Shikamaru's voice call out to her and Choji. Her mouth went dry as she realized the Nara felt it was time to really use all their abilities. She quickly moved over to join Shikamaru as Choji also jogged over. Take a break to recover. Shikamaru whispered to the two. When there is 1 minute remaining on the clock, I want to use the second pattern that we discussed to attack him. Got it. Hinata hesitated but nodded her head after a moment to affirm she knew what the plan was. She knew that she was supposed to be the one to get the strike in, and right now she was doubting herself. She didn't want to fail her team or the expectations of her family, but the pressure was mounting on her at this moment. The two boys beside her separated apart as Choji took the lead position and Shikamaru stayed back and pulled out his kunai to the ready. There was no more time to debate in her head as she saw her teammates watching the clock. Their sensei was just standing in the same spot he was before with both hands clasped behind his head. Hinata used the opportunity before they would attack to weave the hand symbols to activate her clan's bloodline. Byakugan, she whispered. The color of the world faded, and her vision expanded to see all around her. Choji stood to a few feet to her right and Shikamaru was 8 feet behind him. She could not see their individual tenketsu but could still see them gathering their chakra in limbs as they reinforced their muscles. Wait, Hinata focused her attention on her sensei as she noticed something. He has so much chakra. Wait, it looks like, Hinata. Her sensei's voice whispered in her ear, and she completely froze stiff. 1 second, he was standing across the circle from her and now he was standing directly in front of her. So close that he was leaning his head over her shoulder to whisper to her as he looked past her. Why don't you keep what you saw to yourself for right now? I will talk about it after the test. Okay, eyes wide and with a blush creeping up her face, from the close proximity, Hinata could only nod stiffly at her sensei's request. Just as suddenly as he appeared next to her, he was gone and back in the spot he was at before. There was no sign of him using chakra at all when he moved, it was purely his speed. Are you okay, Hinata? Choji asked from her side with a concern-filled voice. He looked just as shocked as she did at the sudden movement of the Jonin. Hi. If you're okay then let's do this. She heard Shikamaru say as he launched a barrage of kunai at the Anbu masked teacher. Oh boy, that was close. Naruto muttered quietly as he arrived back at his spot. He realized quickly the mistake he had made when he saw Hinata's eyes stare at him questioningly after she activated her dojutsu. Kind of silly of me to forget she saw what my clone's chakra looked like yesterday. At least it looks like they're about to start really enacting their plan. Naruto was practically giddy with excitement to see the plan his team came up with to use against him. He was using most of his self-control to keep his body from fidgeting in excitement, but part of him was also sensing their emotions. There's a dark feeling coming from Choji and Hinata, but it's more directed in on themselves than towards me. Naruto frowned at the emotions he sensed from the two. Shikamaru feels like the same nervousness that I felt earlier from Sensei. That's a better reaction, but I better pay attention to the other two. The sudden barrage 3 of kunai from Shikamaru knocked Naruto out of his thoughts quickly as he caught the one heading for his center and turned his body sideways to avoid the other two before he tossed the stolen kunai away. Choji was quickly on him from the front and Hinata was rounding on his side again with chakra coating her fingertips. Strong, Naruto thought as he caught Choji's fist to judge his strength. If he wasn't used to fighting with the Akimichi's father, he was sure that some of the bones in his hand would have fractured. Lots of potential. Hinata attacked with her chakra-infused style that forced Naruto to deflect her at the wrist to prevent the damage. She was slightly faster now that she used chakra, but her movements were still stiff. All of her attacks follow the form to near perfection, but it's just off. Multi-size technique. Naruto was surprised to see the boy's body inflate like a ball right in front of him and nearly triple the size he was before. He wasn't surprised that the boy could do his family's technique, but by him doing it right in front of him he was completely exposed. In a real combat situation Naruto would have easily struck the boy hard. Human bullet tank. Naruto was forced to jump up and over as the rapidly spinning Akimichi came barreling towards him. Dodging towards Hinata wouldn't have been possible at the time and dodging outside of the boulder would have placed him out of the circle. As he landed, he had to bend backwards to avoid a kunai that was placed where he would land at. He could feel her coming from his side as he was bent backwards, her palm stretched out to try and get a hit on his shoulder. Thinking quickly, he just let himself fall backwards onto his back and let her attack pass over him. Before she could follow up, he spun his legs around his torso using the momentum to twist himself into a spin on his palms before pushing off and landing back on his feet. Naruto quickly looked at the clock and saw just 20 seconds left before the ringer would go off again. The low rumble of the ground shaking coming from behind him told him that Choji was making his way back towards him. Naruto prepared to jump out of the way but hesitated when Choji stopped his rotation right in front of him. Shadow imitation technique. Naruto's eyes widened as he quickly looked around to spot where Shikamaru and his shadow would be coming from but couldn't find him. He was surprised to see it suddenly shoot out from Choji's shadow and latch onto his own. Capture complete. He heard Shikamaru's voice from behind Choji. He hid behind Choji and used the size of his shadow to extend his reach. Naruto admired the strategy as he could sense Hinata coming in from behind him. Before she could make the last step and connect, Naruto flared his chakra to break the possession off him. Faster than any of them could see, he skipped out of the attack a few feet towards the inner circle. Ring. That was really good, Naruto shouted at them as he could feel the negative energy start to emerge after their failure to strike him. Choji had shrunk back down to his normal size after he released his jutsu with a dejected look on his face that was mirrored by Hinata where she stood. Your timing was really good there. Now that Naruto had jumped to the side, he could see where Shikamaru had stood behind Choji. The Nara looked at Naruto for a minute before he put his hands in his pockets and smirked at his sensei and looked down. Naruto could felt his stomach drop at the look. Oh man, I have seen Shikaku sensei make that look 100 times. Naruto thought as he looked down. Oh come on. To his surprise, there was no line present where he had jumped inside. Instead, he could see the signs of someone trying to cover tracks, and the circle that he had cut into the ground was gone. So that's what you were doing, running around so much and skidding. You were erasing a circle and watching how I reacted before the time. Choji's and Hinata's mouths were agape as they saw what had happened. It looked like Shikamaru either came up with the plan on the fly or didn't tell his teammates about this aspect of the plan. Naruto crouched down and gripped his hair in frustration. Damn it, Naruto admitted after a minute. I guess you win. All three Genin smiled brightly at one another. Choji gave both of his teammates a fist bump which Shikamaru smiled at, and Hinata hesitated to return at first. Naruto had to admit that he was proud that technically managed to accomplish the goal, but still. Winning like that was smart, but it wasn't really the point of this exercise. Naruto caught the attention of the three Genin as he walked up to be closer to them. The three stopped their small celebration and gave him questioning looks. What do you mean? Shikamaru retorted. You wanted us to get you out of the circle so that we passed the test, right? Yeah, that was the goal, Naruto admitted, but I was really just trying to get a gauge of your teamwork and abilities. I need to know what we have to work on. But sensei, what about the test to officially become Genin? Choji asked. Huh, Naruto questioned. He cocked his head slightly as he processed what Choji was asking him. Suddenly the realization struck him. Oh, right, Naruto laughed a little sheepishly. You guys passed that yesterday. This was just a skills assessment for training. All three Genin looked stunned at their sensei. It took only a few moments for Naruto to see the realization start to come to Hinata's face as she remembered what his chakra looked like with Byakugan activated. Naruto formed the hand sign for his most used jutsu, Kage Bunshin. A perfect clone of Naruto puffed into existence next to the original, causing his students to startle at the sudden explosion of chakra smoke. Henge. Shikamaru smacked his palm to his face as he looked at the figure standing in front of him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, bandages over the cheeks and set of dirty clothes announced the arrival of the annoyance that caused him to go running through Konoha yesterday. And now Shikamaru couldn't help but be annoyed at himself for not realizing it sooner. He had seen shadow clones once before when he dad used one to distract his mother and sneak out of the house to go drink with his old team. The clone was completely real until it got smacked really hard by his mother and ended up dispelling. Shikamaru struggled to sleep that night. From the commotion, I wanted to see what you guys would do outside of a mission and how you would work together. Naruto chuckled. What if we decided to just let an Anbu patrol handle it like they should have? Shikamaru couldn't help but ask the question. He wanted to know the parameters of the test that they took yesterday. Nothing, Naruto shrugged. It wouldn't have been fair to test you without you knowing with something like that. I would have just given you a different test this morning that would have challenged your teamwork. Then why do it? I wanted to see what you would do. In the chance that you gave chase, I wanted to see if you could work together. I watched you guys defend each other as you moved, keep track of me, develop a plan and eventually trap my clone. Troublesome. A sudden realization struck Shikamaru and he looked at Hinata. That's why he jumped over to you when you activated your Byakugan. You saw that the chakra was the same. Hi. Hinata nodded. Sensei asked me to wait until after the test. I didn't know it was a test though. Yeah, I just stopped her from giving that information away. I guess I could have told you guys yesterday that you passed, but, well, things got kind of awkward. And I guess I forgot. Shikamaru could feel his eye twitching at his new sensei revelation. He put way too much effort into this morning's test for it to not mean passing becoming a genin. Now Naruto knew his skill level on how hard to train him. So, Shikamaru looked over at his friend as he spoke. Choji was pointing at the clone standing next to his sensei. Is that what you really look like? That's right, we can ask questions now that the game is over. Shikamaru remembered as he awaited the answer to the question. His sensei looked over at the clone quickly and then back to his team. Nah, I am much more handsome than that. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes slightly at the comment. The builds that the two had were similar and the blonde hair that could be seen behind the mask matched as well. There was no telling regarding if his face was the same though. I also don't know if that's his natural hair color either. Anyway, let's discuss the training I have. You said we could ask you questions after we played the game. Shikamaru interrupted his sensei quickly. Naruto was silent for a moment before stretched his arms high above his head before settling them both behind his hands behind his head. You're right, I did say I would answer what I can. There it was again, what he can answer. The shinobi world was one built on secrets, but that didn't mean that Shikamaru was comfortable with being with him and his best friend being on the same team as the biggest mystery in Konoha. He needed to gather as much information as possible and starting simply would be the best bet. Is your name really Naruto? Yes. How old are you? 12. Dad said he was younger than I am. Choji cut in after their sensei answered the question. Shikamaru briefly wondered why Choza let that information out but pushed it to the back of his mind. At least it gave him another question. When is your birthday? Can't say. If we knew his birthday, we may be able to look up records or maybe there is something about his birthday that would reveal something. Shikamaru thought. Why is your identity so secret? Multiple reasons I can't say. How strong are you? Just below elite Jonin. I can probably take most Jonin in our village, but the elites like Hitaki Kakashi are still above me. So you're a genius that moved up quickly? Not really. His sensei shrugged in such a nonchalant manner that Shikamaru immediately believed him. How is he so strong then? Maybe a bloodline. That could explain the secrecy behind his identity. How did you get so strong? Hinata asked. Training. Shikamaru and the rest of his team felt their faces drop into a deadpan stare that demanded their sensei elaborate. Hey, well, I guess you could say that I have been training to an extreme level since the moment that I could walk. A type of training that is unique only to me. But don't worry, I will explain it in a bit. Who taught you? Can't say. So someone high up probably. Maybe even the Hokage himself. Are the rumors about you true? Choji asked next. The Kitsune masked teacher cocked his head to the side a little as he thought about the question. Which ones? He laughed softly. Sacrificing virgins, killing Konoha shinobi that annoy me and eating the hearts of my enemies. No, those are all lies to hurt my reputation. The one where I used an arm as a weapon is true though, a little exaggerated, and it wasn't like I was trying to use his arm. You know what, never mind. Shikamaru's jaw was hanging after Naruto finished his rant. He didn't believe any of the unbelievable rumors that he first spoke of. It sounded like rumors made up by people that didn't like him. The reason they didn't like him though. Why that mask? Naruto stuffed his hands in his pockets and Shikamaru could imagine that his sensei was pouting behind his mask. I have a feeling I am going to get asked this question a lot in the future by different people I meet. Naruto let out a sad sigh. I intended for the mask to represent us moving past the night the Kyuubi attacked and being a symbol of our strength. People who know me understand my reasoning, but most have never given me the chance. A lot of people lost their families to that event. Choji spoke with a somber tone in his voice. Shikamaru knew that each clan had suffered losses from that night and the Akamichi had family was no exception to that. I know. Naruto's voice was quiet. I lost my whole family that night. He's an orphan. Shikamaru's eyes went wide at the confession. This revelation was perhaps the most shocking of all of them so far. It wasn't unheard of to hear of young jonins like Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, but they usually had a family support system behind him that enabled their growth. An orphan would be far more limited in their support, so how did it happen for Naruto? His new sensei had been honest and forthcoming with information that Shikamaru didn't expect to get. There was still a mystery behind him that needed to be put together, but so far there hadn't really been a reason to not trust him. One thing was still bothering him though. Why are you, our sensei? Shikamaru asked. Because I wanted to be. It was such a simple statement, but the conviction behind it was extremely strong. I wanted the opportunity to come out from the Anbu and teach a team. But you are still wearing your mask? Choji asked. I know, I don't want to, but I have to for now. I promise that as things progress I reveal more and hopefully be able to reveal more as soon as possible. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he stared at his students. Look, I want to be honest with you. One of the reasons I must wear this mask is because they are not sure this is going to work out. Shikamaru scowled at his sensei. If they felt that he wasn't ready to teach, then they should have never assigned him a team. It would only hurt team if things didn't work out. They were concerned that about how you all would react to me being your sensei. Between my age and reputation, there are concerns about you accepting me. They want to be able to fold me back into the Anbu if there are any problems. They were more worried about us than about him. Shikamaru frowned at that. They were now shinobi. They should understand the chain of command and how to take orders. Still though, there are definitely some from our class who would have had a big issue with this more than our team. Wait, was this team formed because they thought we would be more accepting of you? You're smart, Shikamaru. Shikamaru wasn't sure he appreciated the praise at the moment. I am going to let you in on a little secret you have to keep to yourselves. I actually picked all of the teams this year. Shikamaru heard a soft gasp from Hinata come out, and he couldn't blame her. It was well known that the Hokage was the person to make and balance the teams, but he passed off this responsibility to the 12-year-old Jonin standing in front of them. I didn't make this team specifically because I thought we would interact well though. Naruto pointed his finger at Shikamaru, the gesture clearly stating that he had a point to get across. I think that you should be able to tell after the test that there is a lot of potential on this team. Your strategy was good for only being made in a few minutes, but can't you think of some of the possibilities once you guys get more accustomed to one another? He's right, Shikamaru realized. Hinata can locate targets and strike their chakra even with my shadow on them. With Choji, she can also easily maneuver around his abilities with her vision. And I already know the combos that work between mine and Choji's family. I really believe in the potential of not only this team, but also in each one of you. I saw your skills just now and I watched you before. There is so much I know I can help you with. I know that I can help you guys become the best damn team ever. Will you give me that chance? Shikamaru glanced over to his new teammates to get a read on how they felt. Both seemed to have settled on their decisions and had a determined look on their faces. Shikamaru smiled at them and nodded his head in agreement. Hi. Yes. Troublesome, but sure. Naruto leapt up into the air with his fist pumping in celebration. Their new sensei seemed to just be full of energy, and Shikamaru could only hope it would get on his nerves too much. Unfortunately, his sensei's next statement let him know that hope would be dashed quickly. I hope you guys like training. Shikamaru could practically feel the unseen smirk behind the mask. Cause I love it. Regret. That was it. That was the feeling. Shikamaru, I hurt, everywhere. Shikamaru let his head roll to the side to look at his friend. Both were laying on their backs on the ground, breathing heavily after they collapsed. Hinata was a short distance away, sitting against a tree in the shade. His whole body was aching, and it wasn't even close to lunchtime yet. Wow, you guys look pretty worn out. There it was, the voice of all his regrets right now. Their new sensei, the demon shinobi of Konoha. I regret accepting you now. Shikamaru muttered. Ha, he laughed at their misery. That was funny. I was doing this routine when I started as a genin too. 100 laps around the entire training field, sets of push-ups, squats, sit-ups, pull-ups and other physical conditioning exercises that were new to the 3 genin and pushed them to their limits. Shikamaru wanted to raise his fist up at the jonin and shake it angrily, but the odd resistance to his movement that was coming from his wrist was preventing him from even lifting it a few inches off the ground. Instead, he had settled for glaring at the blonde and the new accessories he was wearing. Flashback, here, put these on your ankles and wrists. Naruto called out as he tossed 3 bags that he pulled out of pack over to his team. Shikamaru opened the bag up to see a set of 4 bands like the ones that his sensei was wearing, but where Naruto's were a burnt orange color, the ones that Shikamaru had were a dark gray. Glancing over to his teammates, he could see that Choji's were a dark red and Hinata's were a navy blue. Shikamaru started to open and slip on the band where he noticed some kanji on the inside of the band forming a seal he had never seen before. What are these? Shikamaru questioned. Ero Sennin calls them resistance seal bands. I asked him to make a set for each of you when I found out I was getting a team. Naruto said as he pointed to one of the 4 bands on his wrist. When all 4 are placed on your limbs, you will feel them siphon some of your chakra and add resistance to your movement. Why would I want something like that? Shikamaru complained at the objects. There was no way he wanted something that would make just moving more difficult. And who is Ero Sennin? Don't worry about Ero Sennin. He's just some super perv that's really strong. Naruto waved his hand in a nonchalant manner at the question. I want you to wear them because the constant drain on your chakra will help you increase your chakra reserves, and the resistance is going to help us build up your speed and strength. Sensei. Shikamaru saw that Hinata had already put on the bands and was experimenting with moving her limbs around. How high is the resistance? Right now, they are set to about 10%. It doesn't sound like much, but trust me, it has a big effect, and I will monitor it closely. And all I want you wearing them always. Always? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Except when showering or bathing, I want you to always be wearing them. Unless you are in a life or death situation, or I tell you to, I want you to keep them on. Having them on all the time will help your body adapt to the resistance at a faster pace. Shikamaru let out a deep sigh as he sat down and attached the bands to his limbs. The moment the final band was in place, he could feel the pull to his chakra as if a circuit had been completed. It wasn't much, but it was noticeable. Attempting to stand up was an odd sensation. He knew that there were ninjas out there that liked to use weights on their limbs to help build muscle, but this didn't feel like there was something dragging him down. Instead, it felt like every movement he made was being pulled in the opposite direction of whatever he was doing. Okay, let's start with 100 laps around the training field. Shikamaru's eyebrows rose to new heights as his eyes went wide with the look of horror that was on his face. Looking at Choji, he could tell his best friend felt the same way as himself. Hinata had somehow seemed even paler than she had been before, and her mouth was gaped open. Slightly. You can't be serious. No, his sensei seemed to be emoting his confusion with his head cocked far to the side towards his genin. Is that not long enough? We could do laps around the village if you prefer, but I thought this would be easier on you guys. Gotta get you used to the resistance after all. No, Shikamaru stuttered out, concerned that his new sensei was being completely serious. Just out of curiosity, what is your resistance set to? Last I adjusted was to about 500%, I think. Naruto had begun doing the stretching that he had performed before they had performed their test. Shikamaru felt a little sick to his stomach at the statement. How can he even move if he has to put forth 5 times the amount of effort? He better not ever expect me to get to that level. Now let's run. Flashback end. When did you become a genin, sensei? Choji was still catching his breath on the ground. I think it was sometime between 5 and 6 years old that I would have been considered one. That was around when I learned how to do the shadow clone jutsu. This raised even more questions for Shikamaru, but right now he just couldn't do it. It was too much effort. I think I will just watch the clouds for a minute. Shikamaru has the right idea. Huh, Shikamaru startled hearing his name called. He looked at his sensei, who now sitting cross-legged in front of the team. Hinata was slowly making her way over from the tree before sitting in a heap with the rest of the group. Meditation is our next activity. His sensei assumed a lotus position with both of his palms on his knees. What is chakra? Hinata, can you answer? Shikamaru and Choji both sat up at this point to listen to their teammate talk. Hinata was chewing on her bottom lip, looking nervous at speaking, but after a moment she finally talked. See, chakra is the energy that a shinobi needs to perform jutsu. It is formed by combining the body's physical and spiritual energy into one. She stuttered less. Shikamaru noted, I wonder if she is getting more used to us already or if she's just trying really hard. Perfect, Hinata. Their sensei rocked a little back and forth as if he could barely contain his excitement. We have already started working on your physical energy with our training and will continue to do so later, but for now we are going to work on the spiritual side as we rest for a bit. You increase your spiritual energy by gaining experience, studying, or in the case of right now, meditation. For the next hour until 11 we are going to sit here and meditate on what we feel we need to work on. You can meditate how you like. I prefer to sit like this, but if you want to lay back and gaze at the clouds you can. Okay, I can get behind this. Shikamaru thought as he laid back and gazed up at the clouds. His eyes slowly started to drift closed. Shikamaru, if you fall asleep, I will add on additional laps and make everyone come earlier tomorrow. Damn. Naruto came out of his meditation and smiled widely at the three before him. Even though they had been tired at the start of their meditation, he could tell that all three were having at least some success at calming their mind and meditating. In a way, he knew that meditating was like an art form that few had a natural talent for. It had taken Naruto many years to get his meditation to the level that he had it today. His guardians had insisted that he master the skill to make it both easier to commune with and defend himself against the demon inside of him. Shikamaru, it seemed, was a natural at shutting down the influence of the outside world and only focusing on what was inside his mind while he gazed at the clouds. Choji was struggling to reach that state for more than a minute at a time before his attention would snap back to the outside. It seemed that Shikamaru's habits had not completely rubbed off on his best friend. Hinata's skill level seemed to be somewhere between the two boys. She would achieve the state for a few minutes before something in her mind would force a negative thought and make her snap out of it. Naruto knew that meditation was a common practice within the Hyuga clan, so he expected her to be able to handle it slightly better. Something was bothering her, and Naruto could feel it. Alright, time to start our training exercise. Naruto rolled backwards and pushed himself into a handstand before pushing off and landing on his feet. Shikamaru groaned a little but stood up with a little bit of effort along with the rest of his team. Follow me over here. Naruto led him to a set of 3 large cylindrical training posts that were in the center of the open field for taijutsu practice. Once they got there, he leapt up onto one of the training posts and moved as close to the far edge as he could. Choji, come join me up here, Naruto announced as he pointed at the center of the post he stood on top of. Hinata and Shikamaru each take one as well. The 3 genin nodded before leaping up onto the top of the training posts with a little bit of effort. Once on top of the posts, Naruto pulled a scroll out from his pack and unfurled it, releasing a puff of smoke in the small space between the 2 boys. On the scroll was 6 plates, 2 bags of chips, a small box from a local bakery and 2 small bags. The rumbling of 2 stomachs caused Naruto to smile under his mask. Choji looked embarrassed and Hinata turned an interesting color of red that Naruto had never seen before. Please let me explain before you do anything, Naruto said as he handed Choji a plate to each hand that the boy accepted with a confused look on his face. He then opened the bags of chips and spilled them on the plates Choji was holding. I want to work on your balance. Naruto hopped over to the post that Hinata was standing on. She was still feeling embarrassed from before and the proximity of her sensei wasn't helping now. Naruto handed her 2 plates as well and proceeded to put some of the different sweets he had picked up earlier on the plates. It included some cookies, tarts and even a couple of cinnamon rolls that caused Hinata's eyes to go wide. I also want to work on your reflexes. Naruto hopped over to the final post that Shikamaru was standing on and repeated the process of giving him 2 plates to hold. Naruto opened the small bags to reveal wooden shogi pieces that he spilled onto each plate. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow but didn't question him yet. This is a training method that my sensei did with me. Only difference was that I had a steaming hot bowl of ramen in each hand. Naruto laughed as he hopped down from the posts and walked a short distance away. Basically, I want you to make sure that nothing falls off your plates for the next 30 minutes. Choji and Hinata, you get to keep the food that stays on your plates. Shikamaru, each of those shogi pieces is worked 2 minutes of cloud gazing time during our 1-on-1 training after lunch. All 3 genin still looked confused, but Shikamaru seemed to like the idea of more relaxing time. Sensei, are we supposed to just stand here? Choji asked. Naruto pulled out another scroll from pouch and unfurled it on the ground with a flourish and a pop of smoke. Naruto was grinning like a madman and watched his students' reactions to what came out. He wasn't disappointed to see all of them pale with aghast looks on their faces as they saw the dozens of blunt kunai now laying in front of him. You dodged, Choji, Naruto said with a sing-song voice as he tossed one of the blunt kunai at one of his plates. The boy seemed too stunned to move and the plate was struck perfectly, sending the plate and its contents off the post and onto the ground. Choji let out a shocked gasp as he saw the chips plummet. Why, you monster! Choji shouted in horror, causing Naruto to laugh. That's the same reaction I had. Naruto continued to laugh. Deep down, a part of him wanted to tell Choji that his own father, Choza, was the one who invented this technique on Naruto. Only I got scalded by the broth when my ramen fell. Naruto tossed another kunai at Shikamaru, this time aiming for near the boy's hip. Shikamaru's eyes widened at the oncoming projectile, and he scooted himself to the side quickly. The quick movement caused some of the wooden tiles to slide off each plate in his hand. Looks like you just lost 20 minutes there, Shikamaru. Naruto tossed a kunai at Hinata's right shin, hoping to get a similar reaction to Shikamaru before. Instead, Hinata lifted the leg 90 degrees straight out and remained balanced on her single leg. Both plates remained completely still. Good job, Hinata. But how about this? Naruto launched 3 kunai at one of her plates, one set dead on, one was set high, and one was low. Hinata looked panicked for a moment before she twisted herself into a spin and allowed the kunai to pass by her on the side before she returned to her starting position. She had changed the angle of her hands as she spun to prevent any of the sweets from flying off. There was an intense look of concentration on her face, followed immediately by shock as she looked at her plates and saw that nothing had spilled. Oh ho, game on, Naruto shouted as he formed his most used hand seal. Kage Bunshin. 2 more Narutos appeared on either side of him. Each clone had its own set of kunai to use on the genin. Naruto was little surprised that Shikamaru didn't just deem the activity too troublesome and let the plates fall from his hands. His dad probably would have. He snickered in his mind. It made him feel sick. He watched as crows and insects picked at the remains before him. He himself was lost in his emotions at the sight, his eyes completely glazed over. He knew that this moment would haunt him forever and there was nothing that he could do about it. You Choji, you see, can have one of mine if you like. Choji took his eyes away from where the chips that had fallen to the ground had landed. Hinata was standing there offering him a snack from her plate that survived. She had done the best of the three of them, but still only came away with just a few surviving sweets from her once full plates. Choji only had one chip survive the onslaught, the rest had scattered to the floor to be consumed by birds and insects. Choji's eyes glazed over for a moment. Shikamaru was standing there. Look at his palm, which held only 2 shogi tiles. All the rest had scattered on the ground beneath the posts. In a way, only having 4 minutes worth of cloud watching time would only torture the Nara heir, starting only to stop before he could truly appreciate the clouds. Thank you, Hinata. Choji smiled appreciatively at his teammate for her generosity as he reached for the cinnamon bun that was on the plate. He was surprised when she pulled back the plate quickly before his fingers could touch the treat. He looked at her surprised. Sorry, not tea, the sea cinnamon bun please. Her face was flushed with embarrassment as she stuttered and moved the plate back in front of him. Are they your favorite? Choji asked. He grabbed a cookie that was on the plate. Still embarrassed, she nodded her head as Choji quickly consumed the cookie. Don't worry, Hinata, I understand. I don't let anyone have my limited edition barbecue rib flavor chips. As he said the words, he pulled out a bag of said chips from his pack and began to munch on them. He was a little puzzled by the look on Hinata's face as she glanced between him and the fallen chips on the ground. Choji's eyes glazed over for a moment. Okay, gather around, his sensei announced. Naruto had been walking around gathering the kunai he had thrown at them and the fallen shogi pieces that Shikamaru had dropped. He told them he was giving them a small break to recover while he collected the items before they would start on their next task. The 3 genin marched their way over to their sensei and gathered around him. That was a good start, Naruto announced happily. We will keep doing that exercise and progressively shrink the area that you can stand on and use. This will continue to help with your balance, body control and reaction speeds. Oh, we will also mix in some reaction training into your morning runs. All 3 genin tensed at the statement. The thought of doing all of those laps and now having to dodge weapons causing them to twitch slightly. I wonder if Shikamaru wants to request a new sensei. Anyway, I want to do one more thing before we eat lunch. The genin watched as Naruto dug into one of his pouches and pulled out 4 slips of paper and held them up in front of them. This is chakra induction paper. Chakra induction paper, Choji asked. It was the first time he had ever heard of unique slips right in front of him. That right, Naruto answered. These beauties are made from trees that are fed and nurtured with chakra for a long time. They allow us to tell what type of nature affinity your chakra aligns with. Choji could remember Iruka mentioning the different elements in one of his classes but was told that learning them was very advanced. Was their sensei trying to push too hard too fast? Sensei, Choji and the rest of the team looked over at a flustered Hinata. I isn't manipulating nature chakra T2 advanced right now. Not really, was the blunt response to the question. Shape manipulation is not usually done until you reach Chunin due to the required chakra reserve and control levels needed to master it, but mastering your primary nature is extremely beneficial to your repertoire of skills. But that's only part of understanding your nature. Jutsu that are of your nature are easier to control and have a greater effect. Fire nature users will find that their fireballs are larger and consume less chakra, water users will suck in more water from the air, etc. etc. Naruto waved his hand about in the air in a circle in a gesture to match his words. This will tell me what techniques I should focus on teaching you. Here you go, now watch me before you do anything, Naruto announced as he handed each genin a slip of paper and kept one for himself. All you have to do is put some of your chakra into the slip and it will react according to your nature. For fire users it will catch on fire and turn to ash, lightning it will wrinkle, earth will turn to dust and crumble away, wind will split the paper in half and finally with water the paper will become damp. Now watch. Choji watched as his sensei pinched the paper between his fingers and channeled a little bit of his chakra in it. Instantly the paper in front of them cut vertically in half. Amazing. So, he's a wind user. As you can see, Naruto held up both halves of the paper. My primary element is with wind, so my wind jutsu are more powerful than the average person. Now that doesn't mean can't master jutsu and gain affinities for other elements, that is still something you can do. Now you try. Choji stared at the piece of paper clasped in his hands. For some reason it was making him feel nervous starting at the sheet of paper. His family had always been primarily earth and fire users, a trait that he desperately wanted to share his dad. Many of his family's techniques used one of those elements in its preparation and execution. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his chakra into his paper. To his great joy the paper in his hand started to turn to dust and crumble away. A bright smile was on his face as he looked up. Earth. Just like Dad. Earth. Choji announced. Choji glanced over to see his friend's paper get set on fire and turn to ashes that floated away. Choji knew that the Nara family techniques use a different form of chakra manipulation altogether, but those were deep secrets that only they knew. If fire was a pleasing result, Choji couldn't be sure because Shikamaru showed no reaction. Fire, Shikamaru muttered out. On the other side of him stood Hinata with her eyebrows furrowed together as she stared at her slip of paper with confusion. Choji could see that the paper in her hands had become soaked with moisture. It looks like Hinata is confused about her elements. Water, Hinata whispered. Naruto spoke as he rubbed his chin under his mask. I expected Choji and Shikamaru to be either fire or earth, but I didn't expect water, Hinata. Everyone in your family is either earth or lightning. Not that it means anything. Choji had noticed Hinata's gaze started to drift downwards as their sensei spoke. She seemed to be pretty upset about this, but when Naruto suddenly shouted out his last comment, it made everyone jump slightly. Hinata was also back to looking directly at their teacher. Don't worry too much about being attuned to water, Hinata. Choji could see the apprehension in Hinata's eyes, but his sensei also seemed to have noticed. Knowing your element will help me a lot in your training. He is reassuring, Choji thought. He had always been good at telling when people were upset. Shikamaru said that it was one of the traits that he really admired about Choji. In their relationship, Shikamaru would often refer to Choji as the heart of the pair, and Choji would tell Shikamaru that he was the brains. Oh, good, lunch is here. Choji snapped out of his thoughts to see a clone of his sensei walking across the training field carrying several large bags in his arms. A heavenly broth scent wafted across the field on the wind to Choji's nose, causing him to drool. The clone arrived in front of the group and set down the bags and pulled out the individual containers of takeout that was inside. Choji saw the Ichiraku name printed on the side of the containers. I got 2 beef, 3 pork, 3 chicken, 2 seafood and 2 vegetables. Sorry, but I don't know everyone's taste yet, so I just got some of everything. All the broth is miso though, didn't want to get too complicated. Naruto sat down and grabbed one of the bowls of pork. Come on, Ichiraku ramen is the best. It's my treat. All 3 Genin glanced at each other before sitting down in front of the stacks of ramen. Choji reached for a beef, Hinata for a seafood, and Shikamaru went for a chicken. Choji started to pop the lid open on his container when he saw the hand of their sensei reaching for a vegetable. Ramen, done already, Choji thought in shock as he looked and found the now empty container of ramen sitting next to their teacher. Wait, his mask. His 2 teammates also seemed to pick up on this fact as they all stared intently at their sensei as he popped off the lid of ramen. He lifted the noodles up with his chopsticks and brought it towards his mask. The Genins felt their jaws drop as the food seemed to phase right through the mask and came back out and went for another bite of food. It's a pretty simple genjutsu that Anbu uses to keep their face hidden. Their sensei remarked as he went for another bite. He had clearly sensed the disappointment. My mask is actually up higher on my head while I eat. I will dispel the genjutsu after I finish eating and put it back down. Please don't try and dispel it while I eat. Choji accepted the explanation easily. It made sense that Anbu would have to take meals or drink without revealing their identity in public. What bothered him now was the speed that his sensei ate his ramen at. Choji hadn't taken a bite yet and their sensei was done with 1.5. Already, his Akamichi blood just couldn't accept such a thing. Can't Hinata just see through your mask anyway? Shikamaru asked. Choji turned to look at said girl to see her shaking her head no. No, she stuttered softly. I can't see through it. Konoha Anbu have a special fabric cast into their masks that absorbs a tiny amount of chakra from the mask wielder when it is put on. The chakra runs through the fabric to create a sort of chakra shield that can prevent the Byakugan from looking through. Naruto answered as he finished his second bowl. It's not enough to even be noticeable, but the thin layer of chakra does the job. This is so good. Choji didn't realize just how hungry he was as he started inhaling the ramen. He had some snacks throughout the morning, but it certainly wasn't to his normal level. And using his family's jutsu this morning burned a lot of his calories. He quickly finished his first bowl, and reached for a bowl of the pork ramen. He noticed that after inhaling 2 bowls of ramen his sensei had suddenly stopped and was just sitting there. Are you done, sensei? Choji asked. For now, he responded jovially. I want to make sure you 3 get your fill. You all burned off a lot of energy today and it is important to eat up. Especially with your calorie control, Choji. Choji's eyes widened as he heard his sensei so casually mention his family's hidden technique. Calorie control was the basis of all of the techniques that his family used and was considered a secret of the clan that was only shared with trusted people. Who told Naruto sensei? How do you? Choji muttered. I know a lot about all of the clans. Naruto's tone was even toned. It's part of the reason that I wanted to teach all of you. I can help all of you improve not only techniques outside of your family, but also help with your family's specialties. You know how to perform our clan techniques. Shikamaru's question was sharp and accusing. Clan techniques could only stay in the clan. If someone knew them, it could be a major issue. No, Naruto waved his hands in front of him to try and settle down the genin in front of him. I don't know your family's specific techniques. I know the theories behind them and how they work, but I do not know how to perform the jutsu themselves. How did you learn about them? His friend asked again. Experience working with your clans. Who? Can't say. The exchange of words between the two was rapid and direct to the point. Shikamaru's tone was a mixture of curious and accusatory, but Naruto's was completely sincere. Choji knew that Shikamaru wanted to solve whatever puzzle this was in front of him. Sensei is a mystery. Anyway, his sensei changed the subject after Shikamaru didn't follow up with any more questions. After we finish eating, I am going to split you apart and work with you individually for about an hour before we go into town to get a mission. The three genin nodded in understanding. That is going to be our routine for now. We are going to meet here in the morning and start with physical exercises and reflexes. After that we will meditate to recover our strength and work on our spirit. After that we will work on chakra control exercises followed by a lunch break. Choji noticed that the routine didn't follow exactly what they had done so far this morning, but today was probably different with the test they took. Then we will alternate between team training and individual training every day. Finally, we will perform a D-rank mission so we can earn some pay. How are you going to work with each of us individually? Choji asked after he swallowed a mouthful of ramen. I told you that I have a unique training method that only I can do right. You mean we haven't been doing your method with this crazy training this morning? Shikamaru asked and Choji noticed a small twitch on his face. Nah, that was all pretty standard stuff I've been doing for half my life. Naruto was laughing as the three genin felt their shoulders droop. You should be glad. Kakashi-senpai told me about another jonin named Mike Guy that makes his genin do laps around the village on their hands and do thousands of push-ups. Choji noticed that Hinata flinched a little bit when Naruto mentioned the name of the other jonin sensei. He wondered if she had encountered him in the past in a negative way. Anyway, this is how I am going to teach you. Without making a hand signal, there was suddenly a puff of smoke on either side of their sensei. Sitting down next to him were two perfect copies of the Anbu masked teacher. These are shadow clones like the one you saw me use earlier. They are physical clones that I use for combat by dividing my chakra amongst them. One of us will pair off with one of you and go to work with one of you each. How are we supposed to train with clones? Shikamaru asked and Choji was wondering the same thing. Clones were supposed to be basic constructs that followed simple orders. There is a reason that shadow clones are actually considered a kinjutsu. Shadow clones are unique because they have their own individual conscious and because when a clone is dispelled it transfers its memories to the user and his other clones. Choji was deep in thought as he tried to understand why the technique was so powerful. He could see Shikamaru's shocked face and knew that he understood something that he didn't. Shikamaru, he prodded at his friend. His clones can think and act on their own. If he trains us individually then it's like having the real thing with you. Shikamaru was doing his best to explain it, but he kept stealing glances at their sensei to make sure he accurate in his explanation. And because he learns everything his clones learn, he can exponentially increase the speed of his training. You hit the nail on the head there, Shikamaru. Choji could tell that their sensei was pleased. Shadow clones are my specialty and how I have trained to my level so fast. Can we learn it? Choji had to ask. No, the response was quick and had a serious tone to it. You do not have the chakra reserves to learn this yet. It has a set cost of chakra on top of dividing the chakra within your body. If you try to perform this jutsu without at least jonin level reserves you would likely kill yourself. From chakra exhaustion, Choji gulped at the thought. When you get a point that you are strong enough I will be happy to teach it to you though. But you have been using this since you were a kid. How? Shikamaru challenged. Because I have had that level of chakra reserve since I was a kid. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's why I could train this way and get where I am at my age. How does Sensei have so much chakra? Choji thought. Does he have a special bloodline limit? Is that why he has to keep his identity secret? Still, Shikamaru spoke. Tripling how fast you can learn things with a couple of clones doesn't explain how you are at this level. Couple of clones? Their sensei laughed before smoke exploded across the entire training field. Choji felt his jaw drop as they were surrounded by hundreds of clones of their sensei. Each one looked at the genin and they looked like they were trying to hold in their laughter. I use hundreds of clones when I train. I split their work up between chakra control, taijutsu, ninjutsu practice, and anything else I can work on. All of the additional clones disappeared in a puff of smoke and their sensei paused for a second. Clones are my specialty. Incredible, Choji thought. It made sense that he was so strong now. He had incredible chakra reserves and had been training with so many clones that he probably had the training experience at a level that could rival anyone in the world. How about we finish our ramen and get started with the individual training? I don't want us to start our mission too late in the day. The three genin were still in a stunned silence, but they went back to eating their food, lost in their own thoughts. Just how much chakra their sensei had and how he had attained his level was dancing around in their thoughts. Choji reached for another bowl of ramen and pulled the lid to the delicious broth when a memory struck him. Naruto-sensei. Choji wasn't trying to sound nervous, but he couldn't help it when he saw the mask focus on him. I just remembered, but my mom wants you to come to dinner at my house. She wants to meet you. Ah, really? He seemed stunned and excited all at the same time from the loudness of his voice and the stutter. After a couple of seconds, he seemed to relax though. Of course, I will, but I can't tonight. Can we do it tomorrow? I'll ask my folks. Are you okay, Hinata? Hinata had been lost in thought throughout the entirety of lunch. A person's nature chakra has never definitively been proven to be passed down hereditarily, but it was hard to think otherwise when nearly her entire clan was either earth or lightning nature. Even looking at the village, it was dominated by fire users primarily, followed by earth and water. There were not many affiliated with lightning and she couldn't think of any wind users besides her new sensei. If it really wasn't hereditary, then shouldn't the elements be more balanced out in the village? She wondered as she ate her lunch. Sensei said it's nothing, but doubts still ran through her head. She was already stood out as different in her own family, but now the nature of own chakra was different than theirs as well. As much as her sensei had tried to calm her down, it didn't ease her concerns about what this meant for the future. She was distracted from her thoughts for a while when Naruto had discussed their training regimen and then displayed his clone technique. Seeing that many clones appear and him discuss how he trained with them was eye-opening. He had a monstrous amount of chakra to bend to his will. She was also interested when Choji asked Naruto to dinner at his home. She couldn't imagine her sensei being welcomed in one of the Hyuga dining halls. She looked at the Akamichi and wondered what it would be like to attend a dinner at his clan's home. I am sure the food is wonderful, and the company is much more pleasant. She mused to herself. After lunch, she and her fellow genin separated and followed a Naruto to separate areas of the training field. She was happy to feel mostly recovered, but her body was still having some difficulty with the resistance seals that were on her limbs. She had been so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice the first time that her sensei had called out to her. Hinata. He was now standing directly in front of her, his mask less than a foot away from her face. Eep. She leapt back in a fright from the close proximity. Her heart beat fast and she could feel the heat coming off of her face in embarrassment. Her sensei had his hands waving in front of him as if trying to disarm the situation. Sorry, I called your name a couple of times. I wasn't trying to scare you, Yano. Sorry, Naruto-sensei. She gave a slight bow as she apologized. IW was distracted. Hinata. His voice seemed softer than it had before. I understand that your nature was a shock to you, but trust me when it says nothing about your relationship with your family. Hinata felt herself go rigid at the comment. It was like he knew exactly what she was thinking about. Am I really so easy to read? I may have wind, but from what I was told, my father never used jutsu related to his nature. Your nature doesn't define who you are or where you come from, it is just something that we use to add on to our abilities. You know the Sarutobi family, right? They specialize in fire and earth skills, but the old man's son Asuma is actually more in tune with wind. It happens all the time. But can't it affect the skills you are able to learn? Hinata hurried out. See, could it be why I have difficulty with the gentle fist? With my own family's skill. Hinata swallowed the lump in her throat as she let out her fears. Naruto wasn't answering her and instead was just staring at her with his hands on his hips and his mask cocked slightly to the side. His silence was only making her feel worse as it made her feel like he was confirming what she already knew. Hinata, I don't think you are bad at gentle fist. His voice was full of confidence, but it didn't make her feel much better. He was an outsider of the Hyuga. There was no way he could know just how much of a failure at the style that she was. The elders were the experts, and they made sure that she knew. There's nothing wrong with your form. Your use of the striking swallow kata, the gentle fist, was good except for the final attack of the combination. Your movement with that one is just slightly stiff. Hinata's mouth hung slightly agape as she looked at him. He knew the exact name of the kata that she had taken a combination attack from. He also saw the same weakness in her combination that Elder Hisao had constantly tried to correct in her. How could he know that? The elders would disagree about my form though. How do I know what combination you were doing? That's because I know the kata. Hinata watched in astonishment as he took a deep breath and then slipped into a perfect gentle fist stance. His rendition of the striking swallow kata was perfect. Every move he made was precise, subtle and powerful. It was far beyond anything she had ever performed previously. B but H how? She felt the color drain from her face as watched him perform the maneuvers. Those are Hyuga clan secrets. You can perform gentle fist. Was he a Hyuga this entire time? It would explain how he knew these techniques, but not why he hid his identity. The way he acted was unlike any Hyuga she had ever met at home. No, I can't perform gentle fist, he replied as he raised himself up out of his stance. I know the forms, the kata and the theory, but I am not a Hyuga. Without the Byakugan I cannot see my opponent's chakra and can't see exactly where I should strike. He had explained earlier that he knew information from each of the clans, but she never expected it to go this far. It could cause a great scandal in the Hyuga clan home, if not all Konoha. She wasn't sure what to think. If the elders heard of this, they would demand his head. Hinata chewed on her lip and brought her hands up to her chest as worry flooded her. Should she speak with her father about this? If someone from the clan found out that she was hiding this information? Hinata, she was snapped out of her thoughts as she winced in pain when Naruto grasped her by her shoulders to get her to look at him. He backed off immediately when he saw her pained look. Are you okay? I wasn't trying to hurt you. I just wanted you to focus. Sorry sensei, Hinata timidly responded. She didn't want to admit that there was still some light bruising on her arm from training session earlier in the week, but he just happened to touch a sore spot. Just sore from my tea training. Okay, Naruto seemed to accept her explanation. Listen Hinata, you seem to be really worried about what I know. If it will make you feel better, then you can speak to your father about it. Only your father. Father knows. Surprise raced through Hinata's mind. Why would he allow her sensei to know their family style? Back to your gentle fist. He sounded like he was ready to change the subject. He had given her much to think about already today, but she would save her questions for her father for now. I don't think it is bad, but you don't think so? Do ya? Elder Hisao says I have no talent. She confessed in a whisper. He is always adjusting my form, commenting on my ability, showing me where I am weak. Hold on. Naruto held his hand up. He is wrong. You are not to train with him anymore. Hinata's eyes went wide, and her mouth opened and closed, but no words were coming out. He wanted her to stop training with the elder that had been assigned to her by the council. He was her sensei, but he didn't have any pull within the clan. I see can't. Yes, you can. His voice was stern but had a softness to it. You are a Konoha shinobi now under my command. I give you this as an order because I believe it is negatively affecting your performance and could be detrimental to the team. Hinata had no idea how to respond to this. He was her superior and he could give that order, but such a demand could have a negative impact on him if the reasoning was not just. He was making a claim without evidence that an elder from the most prominent clan in Konoha was negatively impacting her ability to serve as a shinobi. You don't have to tell them anything. I will speak with your father about this. He rolled his shoulders backwards and Hinata could hear a small pop in his joint. He seemed to be completely relaxed about the whole situation. Ya know what? From now on unless I tell you different. You are only allowed to train with me or your father. Father, Hinata gasped. Her father was far too busy with his private training and clan business to possibly train her. How could he possibly expect the clan leader to suddenly disrupt his business to train her? Yeah, it will be no problem. Trust me. Hinata could only shake her head slightly in disbelief. In the span of 24 hours her life was flipping upside down and it scared her to think about what that meant. He had so much faith in his own ability, and she just couldn't fathom having that much confidence. She desperately wanted to believe that he could do these things. Okay, she almost spoke just above a whisper. Good, he laughed as she jumped a little bit from his loud confirmation. Can we talk a little bit more about your gentle fist? When I asked you why I thought you were bad at your gentle fist you just told me what the fool said. What do you think of your gentle fist? Hinata felt a little embarrassed to hear her sensei badmouth one of her family elders, but quickly pushed it aside. Her opinion of her taijutsu had always been based off the comments of others, but she had rarely appraised herself. Instead, she always just focused on what others told her. To correct, Hinata felt her cheeks warm a little bit at the physical contact and the praise from her sensei. It wasn't something that she was used to receiving, and it felt nice. But I don't think that the style suits you completely. He paused for a moment and Hinata knew that it was to allow the words to sink in and allow her to focus. You are having to overthink your moves because they do not feel natural to you. With enough time it will become completely natural, just like when you slip into your stance, but I have another idea. You have good reflexes, you're flexible, and when you are not overthinking, you are smooth in your attacks. I think it would be best to try a different style. I don't. Could she really do that? Could she possibly disregard her family's traditions and learn a different style? Even if something else did suit her better, it would mean the Hyuga had an heir that was more proficient in another style. I think that your father can continue to instruct you in the gentle fist. He cut off her thoughts. It is something that you should still know, and I am sure he will do it. Hinata wondered how he was so sure that her father would take the time to assist in training her. He spent most of his time secluded to his own training or handling clan business. He was said to be developing new techniques for the clan to use, but she didn't think that he had completed his work yet. Suddenly he laughed and she wasn't sure what to think. It's funny, I spent a bunch of time talking to you about how the nature of your chakra doesn't determine anything, but in this case, I think you relate more water. You react and bend like a river. You are not rooted and straight ahead like the earth that fits that gentle fist. He seemed to take pleasure in his revelation, but Hinata was still unsure. I think it might be best to take the gentle fist back to its roots. Its roots? She questioned. Yeah, he sounded like he was really enjoying this. The gentle fist is a style that branched from Bagwajang style taijutsu. 8 trigram palm. Hinata knew that her family's style was a style created to fit her family's bloodline, but there was very little ever spoken about the origins of the style in her home. According to the elders, it was the perfect style to fit their eyes, and it had been developed over generations. I don't know everything about the style, but I know that your family incorporated a lot of the open palm attack style into the gentle fist. Without warning, several shadow clones puffed into existence around them and quickly performed a henge to look like different Konoha shinobi that she had never seen before. As quickly as they appeared and changed, they seemed to disappear with a flicker. They are going to collect information on the style from the libraries and training facilities. I know the basics of the style, but if we really want to master and adapt it to you, I need more. Things were changing so rapidly that it made Hinata's head spin. Her new training routines, her chakra nature, her sensei's knowledge or her family skills, and now a completely new taijutsu style was overwhelming her. In the back of her mind, however, she was feeling a level of excitement at the possibilities. She could feel her muscles still straining to deal with the resistance bands, but even that felt good. I am also collecting some water jutsu scrolls that we can complement with your close combat skills. Hinata nodded her head in acknowledgement after her seemed to be waiting for her response. Good. Now the thing to remember about Bagwajang style is that you are always moving in a circular pattern, and the clone of Naruto was starting to wonder if maybe he was taking things a bit too far with his training as he watched Shikamaru trudge across the training field to join him for their one-on-one training. Come on Shikamaru, I know you can do it. Agreeing to this training is the worst decision I have ever made. What was I thinking? He muttered as he walked. Naruto frowned as he barely heard what Shikamaru was saying. Truthfully, he never expected everything to go perfectly when he started their training, but hearing Shikamaru's words had put a little bit of doubt in his plan. He knew that they grew up training in a very different way than he did, but if they wanted to advance and survive, he knew that they needed to take it up a notch for their academy and family training. That they were complaining about this level of training was a small concern for him. The boss didn't complain at all. The clone thought before he suddenly frowned as he looked at the frowning Nara. Wait, I don't feel anything from him. He hadn't realized it at first, but he hadn't sensed anything negative coming from the lazy gene, and ever since he had been summoned. He had made his way over to this side of the field and Shikamaru followed while complaining the entire time, but there were no negative emotions rolling off him. Now that he thought about it, he didn't have any memory of negative emotions from the clone that went and retrieved food from the village earlier. Even though it was in a henge, it should have felt something while it traveled through the busy village. Is it connected to the Kyuubi's chakra? I am only made up of boss chakra, none of the Kyuubis should be present. The clone stood there pondering the situation for a moment as he let Shikamaru rest for a couple of minutes for the shogi tiles that he managed to save in the dodging exercise. It made sense that the demon funneling chakra into him seemed to be what was giving him the ability to read the emotions of others, and that couldn't transfer over to him without actively putting the Baju's chakra into the clone. That seemed to be a small weakness of the ability. He had spent a little bit of time this morning as he observed his team doing their physical training, thinking about different ways to use this new ability. It seemed like a slam dunk to him for his new sensor abilities to be used with his clones and grant him an edge when performing scouting and reconnaissance. Having to actually focus some of the chakra from the Biju would draw all kinds of attention that he didn't want, but at least it seemed to work in his original self with the constant leak of chakra into his system. Suddenly he realized that it was a good thing that the real version went off with Hinata. He had been sensing some troubling emotions from her during the chakra testing and during the lunchtime. Being able to pick up on some of that would help him when he spoke with her in private. Is that a good thing? He wondered. Am I invading their privacy in a way? I don't know exactly that they are thinking, but still. Certainly this ability was going to be helpful in many different ways, but now he was wondering if it was going to cause problems with his team in the future. If they learned about his ability, would they feel like he violated their trust by reading their emotions? He was going to have to speak with Inoichi about his opinion on the matter. What is it you want to work on? The clone snapped out of his thoughts as he noticed that Shikamaru was now sitting up and starting at him with calculating eyes. He was a little surprised that the Nara didn't decide to continue resting while the clone was lost in thought. Seems like Shikamaru understood when things were important. First, I want to know what you think of the training so far. Shikamaru scowled at the question. The clone didn't need to be able to read emotions to see that he was annoyed. It's tougher than anything I have ever done before. These resistance seals are troublesome and you are still a puzzle. A puzzle with a bunch of missing pieces. I guess that frustrates you. Yes, Shikamaru responded as he started to stand up. I said before that I do not like being kept in the dark about things. Solving problems is what I am best at. This many variables is frustrating. I am willing to bet that you are going to figure it out, Shikamaru. The clone's voice was low as he spoke, but the honesty in it rang clearly. It may take some time, but I am sure you will solve everything about me. TCH, you really don't want to be hiding everything, do you? What a drag. The clone stood perfectly still for a moment in thought. Building trust on this team was going to be key to them succeeding and possibly accepting him in the future. Shikamaru was the most suspicious of the three, but he also was the most logical and seemed to have the trust of the other two, especially Choji. When I was told that I was going to receive a team, I was so excited. Naruto's voice turned slightly bitter. Then I was told but had to continue to keep my identity hidden. I was so upset about that. I already have a bunch of things against me because of my reputation in the village, but now I also had to continue to hide my face and more information about myself. I'm sure you can see how that puts me in a rough position. Shikamaru sat cross-legged with his fingers tented together in front of himself as he listened to Naruto talk. The clone wondered if he was giving out a little too much information, or if this kind of personal information was really even affecting Shikamaru and his logical thought process. Why take a team then? Shikamaru questioned. Why not just wait some more time until they felt you could reveal your identity? Besides thinking that I am ready, the clone questioned. Honestly, there are two reasons. The first is that I need to get out of the Anbu. Not that I hate it. Naruto quickly added. It's just that, it takes a certain person to do those kind of missions and always hide behind a mask. I've done my best to avoid the darker kind of missions. I prefer to take the missions a normal Jonin would take, but I can't always avoid them. And if you can't tell, my personality isn't like most Anbu. I can't say I have spoken with many. Shikamaru noted. Hey, true, I guess. Someone our age shouldn't have much experience with Anbu. Naruto let out a sigh. What's the second reason? That's kinds of embarrassing. Absent-mindedly Naruto reached up to scratch the whisker marks on his cheeks and only hit the porcelain mask upon his face. I guess I am, lonely. Lonely? The clone could see Shikamaru's eyebrow twitch slightly. Yeah, he couldn't scratch his cheek, but at least he could scratch the back of his head. It's not the main reason, but it still is part of why I wanted to do this. Don't you have friends? Not really, Naruto responded. The closest thing I have to a friend is Kakashi-senpai, and he is more like an uncle or older brother to me. Only a few members of Anbu know me and have seen my face, but the only other Jonin who really knows who I am is Asuma Sarutobi, because he is the only other wind expert in the village. Besides the Hokage and my senseis, there is no one else. What about our dads? Naruto could feel himself start to sweat a little under the mask. Shikamaru was starting intently at him and was making the clone start to wonder if maybe Shikamaru was going to figure things out too soon if he gave out much more information. Yeah, your dads are members of the village council and have been involved with me for a long time. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the full truth either. Telling Shikamaru that their fathers had been training him for the past decade was out of the question, but telling him that it is confidential would make him far more suspicious of the relationship. Shikamaru hummed. So, you want to be our sensei and our friend? Yes, I mean, only if you want to. I won't treat you any differently while we are acting as a team, but if you want outside of team activities. The clone's voice trailed off as he talked. Naruto had been through diplomatic training, interrogation training and even seduction training just in case. He frowned slightly as he remembered the seduction training with the feral Inuzuka clan head instructing as the only female amongst his teachers. That had been an embarrassing experience he wanted to forget. This was different though. He was interacting with someone with high status like a daimyo, but this interaction was just as important to him. He had no idea how to communicate with people his age, but just figured being honest and treating him as an equal would be the best bet. Troublesome. It's hard to become friends with someone you don't even really know. Shikamaru mumbled as he stood up and brushed the loose dirt and grass off his clothing. I want to say no, but you just seem so earnest that it's annoying. I'm not promising anything yet beyond a sensei-student relationship, but just try not to be as much of a drag as this training. Thanks. Naruto did his best to hide the emotion in his voice but was finding it difficult. What Shikamaru said did rub him a little wrong though. Shikamaru, you do understand why I am training you, like I am right? You said it yourself, did you? Shikamaru shrugged. You want us to make us the best damn team ever. That will certainly help your position. Shikamaru. Naruto's shout instantly snapped the Nara out of his lackadaisical stance as Naruto used the tone of voice he used when commanding an Anbu squad. This is not about you becoming the best team or my reputation. Naruto stalked over to stand directly in front of the Nara. This is about you surviving. Shikamaru recoiled from the shout with wide eyes. Naruto couldn't tell if what was in his eyes was fear or understanding, but he was desperately hoping it was the latter. For now he would tone down his voice and try to make him understand. Shikamaru, I have been in the field for half of my life. We have chosen a life that is full of risks at any moment. People don't always come back from missions, and I can tell you right now that the shinobi from other villages don't have the same attitude respect for life that we do. A Jonin from another village will not hesitate to strike down a genin just because of his rank. Naruto let out a sigh and backed off some as he realized he was laying this on a little thick. The academy training is fine, I guess, but it's not enough to survive out there. It's going to take more effort to keep yourself and your teammates alive. More than anything, I want you all to survive. I know this is coming across bad, but I need you to understand this. I don't want you to figure it out before it's too late. Sorry, Shikamaru muttered after a moment. So many things have been in my head that I didn't take that into account. Are you telling the others the same thing? No, not yet at least. The Naruto clone backed off from Shikamaru a little bit after he realized he was still in close after his outburst from before. Why not? You think they already understand it? No, I just think that they will follow your lead. Shikamaru frowned in annoyance. What wrong? I don't like the idea of them following my lead. You are the sensei. Yeah, but just from this morning's test you can see that they both put their trust in you. Naruto shrugged. I am the sensei and of course you are all going to follow my directions, but trust has to be built over time. They are going to be look at you to see how you react. Choji has a deep level of trust for you and Hinata wants to fit in and for now is going to be afraid to voice her opinion. I get it. It's a drag, but I get it. Shikamaru rolled his shoulders a bit to work out some of the soreness he was feeling from the training. So, what do we need to work on? Your weaknesses have more to do with the physical side of your chakra. We will continue to work on your physical training to help raise up your abilities. We are also going to continue to work on chakra control more starting tomorrow and teamwork exercises during our missions in the afternoon. The Naruto clone started to lead Shikamaru towards the nearby river running on the side of the training ground. For now, I am going to teach you a fire jutsu to get it in your repertoire. Shouldn't I master some of the techniques I already know before adding in more? I can only perform the shadow possession so far with my level of yin manipulation in my clan's techniques. Shikamaru asked. Normally I would agree with you. Naruto answered. I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times, not the one who has practiced 10,000 different kicks once. However, one thing about your shadow manipulation is that it does have a significant weakness. Lack of shadows. Shikamaru spoke with realization dawning upon him. That right, Naruto knew that Shikamaru would understand quickly. Most clan children trained heavily in only their family's techniques until they were higher ranked and branched out from there. While family hidden techniques were great, they still had weaknesses. This way you gain an attack that you can use at any time and way to enhance or provide shadows depending on the situation. Understood. Here, take this. Naruto called out as he tossed over his water canteen from his belt. You're gonna need it. The technique I am teaching you is a C-rank fire jutsu called the Dragon Fire technique. Choji still had a small smile on his face as he and the team walked in a group from the training grounds. When Team 10 reconvened in the center of the training field after their individual workouts, Choji had difficulty not laughing at his best friend's face that looked like a small explosion had gone off in face and smoke seemed to be drifting off him. Hinata looked more disheveled than she had looked before and was lightly rubbing her wrists and hands. Choji himself was tired from using his chakra, but overall was just covered in dirt. Sensei was teaching me the earth wall technique. Choji was currently walking in the center of the three genin with their sensei trailing just directly behind him. Shikamaru and Hinata had shared what they were learning first, and now it was Choji's turn. It's a really good defensive technique to block attacks from reaching us. So far, I can only get it about a foot in height and 2 feet long, but I'll get it. That's right, Choji, Naruto spoke. You have a long way to go with it, but when you master it, you will be able to control the size better and even control the location where the wall raises from. Why is that so important if I am trying to block an attack?
Before we continue, I would like to shout out the Discord server. If you guys want to join the Discord server, link in the description below. And anyways, hope you're enjoying this what if, and let's get back into it.
Tactics. Naruto announced happily. I waited until we were all together discuss yours a little more. Can any of you think of additional benefits that Choji learning Earth Wall will add to the team? Shikamaru hummed. In an open field it could provide an additional source of shadows for me. Also, hold on Shikamaru, his sensei interrupted. What do you think, Hinata? Any ideas? Choji and Shikamaru looked over at the Hyuga girl that was now ducking her head shyly from the attention being put on her. She started nervously tapping her fingers together as she fidgeted, something Choji had seen her do multiple times in class before when she was nervous. He could be block and escape P path. She spoke. Good, both of you. Choji imagined that his sensei was smiling brightly under his mask from the tone of voice he used. He could see a small blush on Hinata's cheeks from the praise. BTU Shikamaru seemed to just roll his eyes with a wry smile. A wall has multiple strategic elements that it can bring besides defending from an attack. You can use it to hide your movements, force your opponents into unfavorable positions, and with proper teamwork it can enhance your clan abilities. I get the shadows, but what about Hinata and me? Choji asked. Hinata can see through the wall to give guidance, and you can stop an opponent from escaping her by erecting a wall behind them. It can serve as a stopping point for your family's bullet tank technique, and maybe we can even get you to the point where you can bounce off the wall to change directions quickly. Wow, Choji muttered while thinking of the possibilities. I wonder if my pa ever thought of that. I'm sure he has. Naruto replied. Your dad is an excellent jonin. One of the things that separated the great from the average is their understanding how to use their techniques. You can't say that you have mastered a technique until you understand all of the applications for it. Choji could still feel the soreness in his muscles from this morning's training and the pull from the resistance bands, but he earnestly smiled as he walked with his best friend and new teammates down the path. The hard work felt rewarding, and his team had been encouraging. Hinata and Naruto didn't put him down about his weight or anything. It wasn't until they reached the village proper that things started to feel different. There was a tenseness in the air as villagers and shinobi alike stared at the team. Choji didn't know how to react as he saw the looks of concern from some directed towards him and the glares that were directed towards his new sensei. They were muttering to each other, but Choji couldn't make out anything they were saying, but he could tell it was about them. It was putting him on edge. Hey, Naruto's call instantly got their attention and snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking at his teammates, he could tell they felt similar. I'm gonna take care of something real quick. Meet me at the Hokage Tower so we can get our mission. Alright, and just like that he leapt up to the rooftops in blur, leaving him behind. The three genin looked at each other and then looked around him at villagers and shinobi staring at them. He's trying to spare us this treatment the whole way. Shikamaru frowned and he spoke quietly to the team. He doesn't want him to feel negatively towards us. He doesn't need to. Are you kids okay? A man's voice interrupted Choji as the three team members turned around to see tall jonin with short brown hair and his forehead protector wrapped around his right bicep. His arms were crossed in front of him, and his face was sneering in the direction that their sensei took off in. Yeah, we're fine. Choji was surprised at the curt tone that Shikamaru took with the man. The man scowled a little at the Nara that was staring at him with a bored look. Choji was also aware of the villagers that stared at them and listened to the conversation. TCH, watch your tone, genin, the man snarled. I'm just making sure the demon didn't do anything to you kids. Weren't you the sensei for Team 1? Shikamaru asked. Choji took a better look at the jonin and realized that Shikamaru was right. The man had been at the team assignments yesterday and took one of the team of civilian-born kids with him. Shouldn't you be with them? The man's eye twitched a little and Choji was starting to wonder Shikamaru was acting the way he was. Yeah, Team 1 didn't pass their additional exam this morning. Shouldn't you be doing a mission or something then? Choji swallowed hard and reached for a bag of chips from his sack. Some comfort eating would help him deal with the sudden nerves he was dealing with. He could see Hinata starting to fidget as well as she looked around at the attention her team was receiving. I was concerned for your safety, kid. Who knows what the freak could be doing to you? Everyone is worried for you. The Jonin raised his hands and waved them around as if to indicate he had the villagers' support. I wanted to offer you help. If you aren't comfortable with a sensei, we can ask the Hokage to. No thanks. Shikamaru stuffed his hands into his pocket and looked over to his two teammates, motioning for them to follow him. We will trust the Hokage's judgment. Shikamaru walked past the stunned Jonin and the gossiping villagers that were around them. Choji and Hinata hurried to catch up after they were stunned for a moment. Quickly they sped up to catch Shikamaru and match his pace away from the small crowd. What was that about? Choji questioned. TCH. The aggravated Nara grunted. We are giving Naruto-sensei a chance. They don't know anything about him and they expect us to feel the same way as them. That guy just wants to use us. He doesn't really care about us. Is it wise to antagonize them? Hinata asked timidly while looking around them. In all honesty, Choji agreed with Hinata. The crowd from before now behind, and without their sensei it was once again like walking through the village normally. Some smiles were given to the clan heir and nods of acknowledgement from strangers as the new team of Genin made their way. Soon everyone will know, Choji thought as they continued down the main thoroughfare. Rumors were already spreading and the gossip of the exact Genins to be the demon students would soon be known by the whole village. The ones who saw us today looked worried for us. I may have handled that poorly, but we have to be ready for that. Shikamaru spoke with bitterness in his voice. Soon we are going to be the fresh gossip around town and everyone is going to be looking at us differently. We just need to keep our heads straight and think about our team. Don't give them anything to use against us or sensei. I never expected to deal with this kind of thing after we became Genin. We better get used to it. I don't know what kind of treatment we are going to be getting starting soon. Shikamaru let out a sigh. For all I know, we could be treated the same way that he is starting soon. People may think that we are brainwashed or whatever else stupid that they can make up. Choji could only hum in agreement as he thought about what Shikamaru said. He hadn't really considered that the villagers may act differently towards them now. The thought of being disliked by anyone left a bad feeling in his gut. The Akamichis were well loved in Konoha, and to suddenly be ostracized by the village would make him the black sheep of the clan. They turned the corner and could see the Hokage tower just ahead. Standing off alone to the side of the entrance was their sensei, once again wrapped in his cloak to hide his physical body. Small groups of ninja and villagers were standing around the tower and along the street, observing him and muttering to each other. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared as the three Genin made their way up to him. Hey, sorry Abo, Naruto started. Stop. Shikamaru raised his hand to interrupt. We get that you were trying to spare us the looks and uncomfortable conversations, but you can't hide it. By tomorrow everyone in the village is going to know that we are officially your team. We will deal with it together. Nothing is going to change if you hide from it. Why yeah, their sensei stuttered. I was hoping to spare you from that. I won't do that again. I give my word. Your word, huh? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. That right, it's a part of my nindo. En nindo? Hinata asked. Choji was wondering the same thing as he wasn't familiar with the term from his time in the academy. Yeah, my ninja way. Naruto's voice seemed to raise a little in excitement. I won't run away, and I never go back on my word. That's my nindo. It's a way to help guide myself. It should mean something to you. Choji wasn't sure how to feel about this. A personal ninja way wasn't something that he had thought of before. I wonder if Pa has one. I should talk to him. For some reason I can't see you running away. Shikamaru chuckled. It's more about life in general than just fighting. I have struggled with a lot of things growing up, and this motto has helped me with my struggles. Their sensei was looking down towards their feet. Choji could hear the somberness in his voice. Remember how my shadow clone memories work. Every technique I try to learn I am spending hundreds of hours mentally failing repeatedly. Geniuses like Kakashi Senpai see something once and understand it, but I work myself to exhaustion understand some things. Some things, like shadow clones, just click for me. And I understand it, but other things are harder. Sometimes people don't realize that it takes a toll on me because I am still learning things in days that should take months, but failing over and over was hard mentally. Failing is a part of learning though, and I won't run away from that. Choji's mouth was slightly agape as he listened to his sensei talk. He was constantly worried about his own shortcomings, but here was sensei talking about his motto to get him through his own failures, which apparently happened often. His upbringing was clearly very different from their own, so in a way you are older mentally than you are physically because of your clones. Shikamaru asked, curiosity in his voice. I guess. Naruto shrugged. I certainly have the experience of someone much older. I try to be really careful and not use them for things outside of training and missions. I don't necessarily want to experience life through the memories of a clone. That makes sense, Shikamaru admitted. Anyway, let's go get your team's first mission. Naruto exclaimed happily. Shikamaru shook his head and Choji had a small grin on his face. As he looked around the street he could see the disapproving looks for those that heard the outburst, but he decided to put that in the back of his mind for now as they entered the tower and proceeded to the mission assignment room. This was Choji's first time in the mission assignment room and he took everything in with eager eyes. The room was on the level below the Hokage's office, but was actually open to the outside around the perimeter of the room. In the center of the room sat 3 connected tables where the Hokage sat along with different advisors, clerks and ninja. The table on the right had a Chunin and an advisor accepting different mission requests and assigning him a rank based on the description of the mission. When they had a question about the ranking, they would occasionally ask the Hokage at the next table for his input or other advisors in the area. Once the mission was ranked and agreed upon by both parties, the client received a slip stating the details and left. The table on the left had 2 clerks that were responsible to receiving payment for the completed missions. Several villagers were turning in completed mission slips and the agreed upon amounts of Ryo for those requests. The clerks and the clients were pleasantly exchanging their appreciation before heading for the exit. At the center table sat the Hokage in the middle with an advisor on one side and a Chunin on the other. Choji was surprised to see that it was Iruka sitting next to the Hokage handing out missions rather than at the academy teaching. There were a pair of Chunin in front of the table, currently accepting a mission and discussing the details with the Hokage. Oi, old man, my team is ready for their first mission. Everything came to a halt in the room, and everyone turned to stare at Choji's sensei. For the most part they were looked at with disgust and in the most extreme case loathing from one of the Chunin. Iruka and the 3 Genin had their mouth fall open with disbelief. What surprised everyone most of all was that the Hokage laughed with mirth. Ho ho, he chuckled. It is good see you and your team, Naruto-kun. Hokage-sama, the 3 Genin shouted and bowed to their village leader. Iruka's eye seemed to be twitching a little as their sensei and the Hokage's action, but he was proud of how the Genin represented themselves. Now, no need to bow so deeply when you come in the mission room. Choji smiled as he and his team raised their heads. His past experiences with the 3rd had always been pleasant. The man acted more like a grandfather to the village rather than one of the most powerful shinobi to ever walk the earth. I do appreciate the correct title being used though. Bah, Naruto scoffed with amusement in his voice. You know it comes from the heart. Naruto-san, Iruka spoke up. Could you please show respect to the Hokage? Set a good example for your students. Iruka. Choji saw how Naruto glanced away from the Hokage to address their former teacher. Naruto sounded almost as if he just recognized the man. I thought we agreed to drop the honorifics between us. What are you doing here? Is this what you do when you have no students? Iruka seemed to blush slightly and swallow loudly as all of the attention in the room was suddenly turned on him from the villagers and shinobi in the room. Ah, yes. I help out with mission assignments when I am not teaching. Students coming into my class still have a few weeks of break. Makes sense. Naruto chirped back happily. Iruka-sensei knows Naruto-sensei. Choji wondered as the two interacted. I wonder if Iruka-sensei can tell us anything. Anyway, Iruka coughed. You should consider coming to pick missions out earlier in the day. In the afternoon the pick of good D-rank missions tends to go down. Oh, that's okay. I know just the mission that I am sure is available. Choji could feel himself shiver from the tone of voice. It had the same giddy and slightly sadistic tone that he had earlier when he announced how much he loved training. It didn't help when the Hokage started to chuckle. For once Naruto was truly thankful for the mask that covered his face. He really didn't want his team to see the smile that stretched across his face as they walked down the street. Especially with negative emotions begin directed at him from 2 of them. Choji and Shikamaru were covered in scratch marks across their hands, arms and faces. They had some bandages on their cheeks that reminded Naruto of his alter persona that caused Naruto to snigger a little. Hinata on the other hand had no scratches on her at all and the cause of the boy's damage comfortably resting in her arms as she ran her hand softly along its fur coat as she hummed along the street with a soft smile on her face. The cat known as Tora was something of a legend among the shinobi in the Leaf Village. The pet of the fire daimyo's wife escaped from her Konoha residence every morning and was supposed to be captured every afternoon. If no Genin teams accepted or completed the mission before close end of normal business, then the Hokage would send one of his Anbu to retrieve the cat as a personal favor the nation's ruler. Naruto was very familiar with this cat. Damn furball, Shikamaru muttered as he rubbed the scratch marks on his arms. Why would you want us to take this mission? Oh, that's easy. Naruto chuckled. This is the best D-rank mission that you can take if you want to actually gain anything from it. What do you mean, sensei? Choji asked. Iruka-sensei knows Naruto-sensei. Choji wondered as the two interacted. I wonder if Iruka-sensei can tell us anything. Anyway, Iruka coughed. You should consider coming to pick missions out earlier in the day. In the afternoon the pick of good D-rank missions tends to go down. Oh, that's okay. I know just the mission that I am sure is available. Choji could feel himself shiver from the tone of voice. It had the same giddy and slightly sadistic tone that he had earlier when he announced how much he loved training. It didn't help when the Hokage started to chuckle. Are you all familiar with the mission ranking system and what those missions are like? Iruka-sensei told us that missions are ranked as D through a depending on difficulty, but he didn't go into much more detail than that. Choji answered, that's correct. Missions are ranked D through a based on their difficulty and that determines what ninja can take the mission. Jinan handle D rank and low C rank missions, Chunin handle the upper C and lower B rank missions, and Jonan handle the upper B and A rank mission. Naruto confirmed. What Iruka did not tell you is what kinds of missions fill up the D rank requests. To be quite honest, they are basically chores. See chores? Hinata asked. Yeah, the D rank missions are filled with tasks like babysitting, painting a fence, doing yard work and dozens of other similar tasks. Naruto replied, it's a good service to help promote unity between the shinobi and the civilian community with cheap labor, but it doesn't really provide a lot. Towards advancing your abilities, Jinan are required to do D ranks for a while because it gives ample training time to your sensei and a source of income that is not too difficult. So, you think chasing a cat is better? Choji asked and Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I think it's a lot better than painting a fence. Just think about some of the things we talked about during the mission. I spoke to you about some of the basics of tracking, we discussed strategy for capturing Tora, enacting your plan took teamwork and physical exertions, and finally some basic first aid. Naruto held back his chuckles at the grumbling of his students. So yes, catching Tora is a much better mission compared to painting a fence. Shikamaru and Choji looked a little put off but seemed to understand the logic behind Naruto's words. Hinata was thoughtful but judging by the content look on the cat's face, and her hand's continuous petting, she didn't mind the mission at all. In fact, this was the most relaxed he had seen her the entire day. He was already planning on making them do this mission repeatedly, but helping Hinata relax a little more was an extra bonus. You aren't the one getting clawed, Shikamaru complained. Neither is Hinata. Naruto laughed as the girl let out a small eep. In all honesty though, I've done this mission solo dozens of times. Tora and I have a close relationship. Isn't that right, Tora? The cat in question let out a small growl of warning before relaxing back into Hinata's arms. Naruto chuckled and couldn't believe how good of a time he was having right now. He wasn't sure how today was going to go based off yesterday's introductions, but they were giving him a legitimate chance. He was sure that if people could feel positive emotions he would be radiating like the sun. What about the other mission ranks? How difficult are they? Well, it depends really. Naruto shrugged. The categories are much broader in the upper ranks and really depend on the level of risk or the skill needed. A and B rank missions can be anything from destroying a target, acting as a bodyguard, or even just information gathering. It all depends on what the difficulty is and how much the client is willing to pay to determine the rank. What about C rank? We will be doing those before we get promoted, right? Yeah, C ranks. Naruto mumbled. C ranks are weird. C rank missions are supposed to be missions are located outside the village and combat is either not expected or something very minor. Things like escorting a merchant to a village with the possibility of running into simple bandits. For example, why are you talking about them like that then? Shikamaru questioned. Well, C ranks are also nicknamed cursed missions. C rank missions either go almost exactly as simple as a D rank mission or they tend to go to hell and need to be raised in ranking. It's rare that they go exactly like described. Why is that? This time the stutter came from Choji. Naruto could feel a little of what he figured was nervousness come out of the boy from being on a C rank mission. No one really knows. There are just too many things that can happen outside of the walls that raise the risk of mission, but we can't just make everything a B or a rank mission. Many people that come and make mission requests assume that C rank is all they need and can only really afford that. We would lose too much business if we raised most missions to a higher rank. So we risk Jinan on those missions. That's why I am here. A Jonin can handle dearly anything that comes up and has the experience to know when the mission is over. The team head Naruto's confident words seemed to work as the nervous auras from his team seemed to calm down some. Plus those missions give you the best real experience as shinobi. You need them to grow. The team nodded their understanding as they continued their way to the tower. Naruto could feel the emotions running through his students and the crowds they passed as they walked through the village. Normally he preferred to use the rooftops so he could avoid the glares and disparaging whispers, but he wasn't going to leave his team again after his discussion earlier with them. It didn't take long for them to reach the Hokage Tower without any incidents. Once inside the mission hall they got inside, he told Hinata to walk over to one of the mission completion clerks and inform them that the mission was accomplished. She hesitated for only a moment before nodding and going to the clerk. Naruto looked around to see that the clerks for accepting missions and completing missions were still present, but it looked like the old man and Iruka had moved on to other work for the day. Honestly, Naruto was a little surprised to see the Hokage there in the afternoon instead of working on his normal paperwork, but he chalked it up to man wanting to greet all of the new Genin teams. Arano, he said that the client would be here momentarily. Hinata spoke as she returned. Naruto was a little surprised that they weren't just leaving the cat with the clerk to be picked up by the client later, but if the client was present then he supposed it wasn't a big deal. He had never actually met Lady Shijimi in person, as he always delivered Tora to one of her gate guards at her compound before leaving right away. The door opened up behind them and in walked a slightly chubby woman wearing regal-looking robes that showed her status. Her hair was black and ornately done with gold hairpins. She walked with the grace of a leader that made Naruto immediately realize who he was looking at. Tora baby. It lasted for all of 3 seconds before she spotted the Kate in Hinata's arms and immediately ran over to retrieve the feline. Naruto felt his eye twitch as he looked at the woman now rubbing her cheek against the feline struggling to get out of her grasp. Said cat was shooting pleading eyes towards Hinata, but the poor girl was still in a state of shock at having the cat pulled from her arms by the royal woman. Thank you so much. She smiled at his Genin, but Naruto could see a certain gleam in her eyes. To have the heirs of such noble clans rescue my baby is truly a blessing. She knows who they are from just a quick glance. Naruto kept his composure as he observed her. He had studied how to read people and the politics involved in the courts, but this was his first time meeting someone of such high status. The look she had given the Genin was minuscule, and he would have never noticed it, if not for his training. She is not a simple person to deal with. I will have to make sure they help you more often, Lady Shijimi. Naruto spoke. Naruto had been standing slightly to the side of his team when she had come up to his students. She had noticed him standing there from her glance, but she must have assumed that he was there for another purpose from the way she turned to look at him now. She showed some surprise on her face when she looked at his mask, but Naruto didn't sense any kind of negative emotion coming from her. Oh my, she cooed out as she observed him from head to toe. The famous Kitsune Anbu. Are you involved with these Genin Kitsune-san? Yes my lady. Naruto offered a small bow. I am Naruto, the Jonin instructor of Team 10. This is Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Hyuga Hinata. Just Naruto-kun, no family name, she asked, and Naruto could see that she still wore the same perfect smile, but her eyes were calculating as she watched him. No my lady, just Naruto, and you continue to wear your mask Naruto-kun. Even when teaching, it is one of the conditions of my teaching, but we are not letting it affect us. I see. Her smile grew wider as she observed the team, and Naruto was starting to wonder if he made a verbal mistake or let something slip accidentally. Thank you so much for helping my dear Tora. I simply can't wait to tell my husband and son all about this. I look forward to our future dealings Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he watched her walk away to pay the mission fee. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter would set things in motion. At least he couldn't feel any negative emotions from her. Water nature. Hayashi's voice was full of surprise at the clone's announcement. A few minutes ago, the clone had arrived in his office to speak with him. First, the clone had informed him of his daughter's performance during teamwork exercise, but it was the information about Hinata's chakra nature that left him briefly stunned. Yeah, it caught her off guard in a bad way. The clone added, and Hayashi's eyes widened slightly at the comment. Explain. She started to question if her connection to the clan and if her nature was made learning the gentle fist difficult for her. Clone Naruto adopted a serious expression as he looked the older man. Honestly, the way she reacted was like she confirming that was something was wrong with her. It took me a while to convince her that there was nothing wrong with having a different nature. I see. Hayashi's voice was low as he listened to the clone. The information was bothering more than he would be willing to admit. Ever since the meeting with the elders, he had felt doubts surface in his mind about his actions over the past 12 years. He had exposed Naruto's identity to the council and took on the primary responsibility for helping to raise and train the boy. Hiyashi was also the only clan head that provided him with lessons and training every day. The others had created schedules that involved rotating schedules every 2 to 3 days. The Hyuga leader had dedicated so much time to Naruto, and the remainder of the time he did have needed to be spent handling clan matters required by his position. He had realized just how little time he had spent with daughters and being a part of their lives as they grew up. Hiyashi could not remember the last time that he had spent time with just his 2 daughters together. Mealtimes were always large affairs with many members of the house. He had passed off the training to the elders and they would go to sleep before he was finished with business in his office. It was a large part of the reason he requested to have a private dinner with his daughters tonight. The council meeting had shaken him, and he needed to get more involved with his daughters' lives. Hiyashi had decided after that meeting that he would start to become less involved in Naruto's everyday training. In a way, it was a blessing that Naruto was now taking on the role of a teacher and his new responsibilities would require less time dedicated to lessons from the clan leaders. Hiyashi-sensei, sorry Naruto, I was considering what you told me and other information I have recently heard concerning my daughter. Hiyashi let out a small sigh at the confession. It wasn't like him to get distracted in the middle of important conversations, but this had been weighing heavily in his mind. He had what other information? The clone pressed. Hiyashi hesitated to speak to Naruto about the internal politics of the clan. As much as he and the others had trained Naruto in politics and social manners, he was as hot-headed as his mother when it came to things he thought was unfair. She is my student now. I want to help her if I can. A couple of days ago there was clan council meeting. Hiyashi began after taking a few moments to debate, telling Naruto. In the meeting I was informed that the council wished for Hinata to be removed from the position of heiress to the clan based on her talent and demeanor. The elders said that she lacks any skill in our art form, and that further effort would be wasted. Hiyashi was proud that Naruto was remaining composed so far and hadn't blown up. I denied their request to the disfavor of many on the council, but it will not end there. They are idiots. Naruto's blunt voice cut in as soon as Hiyashi finished. She understands the style very well and her form is very good. She has some issues with overthinking, but it's because she doesn't believe in her skills that she is like that. What do you mean, I wanted to talk to you about that. Naruto rubbed at the back of his neck with one of his free hands, a nervous tic that Hiyashi could associate with Naruto feeling uncomfortable. The only person that I want Hinata learning gentle fist style from now on is you. Whoever Elder Hisao is, he has completely destroyed her confidence in her abilities for no good reason. He is the elder that proposed for Hinata to be removed from her position. Maybe he should stop teaching then. Whatever his methods are, they did not work at all. Naruto crossed his arms with a huff. I understand your frustration, but Hisao has successfully taught multiple main branch members over the years that have gone to rank highly. He is well respected in the family. Hiyashi knew that removing Hisao from teaching Hinata would be seen as an insult in the family. It could lead to more negative views towards himself and the family. It would be hard for me to justify it to the council. Not really. Naruto's used a stern voice, something Hiyashi had only heard when Naruto was commanding Anbu and never towards him. I ordered Hinata to not receive lessons from anyone but you. Hayashi's eyes widened with surprise, but quickly a sternness came over him. Naruto knew better than to try and give orders on clan matters. Not only was he putting Hinata in a poor position, but he was also challenging his clan. He still had a responsibility to the clan and couldn't back down from something like this. Naruto, Hiyashi commanded, you know better than to do something like that. You have no right to interfere in clan affairs when I have every right when I think it could cause a risk to safety of my team. Hiyashi nearly recoiled at the fierceness in Naruto's voice. Eyes narrowed though at the accusation Naruto was laying out before him. That quite the accusation, Naruto. What are you trying to say? I am saying that having a member of my team injured before a mission even starts is unacceptable. Hiyashi inhaled quickly in shock. He slammed his palm down on the desk in front of him in a display of emotion that Naruto had never seen before. The boy managed to keep his cool for the most part but was clearly surprised. Tell me right now, the first day I started observing at the academy I watched get bumped into a wall by another student moving too fast through hallways. Naruto began. It wouldn't have been a big deal if I didn't notice her wince and grab onto her arm in pain and hold it until she entered the classroom. I didn't think the bump was hard enough to cause any real pain, but I just brushed it off as training injuries. During her training this morning though I grasped her shoulder when talking and she winced in pain immediately. It's our first real day training, but I know that my routine didn't cause damage there. I would never leave any of my students in enough pain that they will wince at contact days later. Hiyashi was bristling with controlled anger. Hisao was known as a disciplinarian within the ranks of the Hyuga, but would he go so far as to cause real harm to the heiress? Harm to his daughter? I haven't confirmed it, and I doubt Hinata will. Naruto sounded almost disappointed. I don't know if she is afraid, but judging from how she talked about her abilities she would blame herself. How could I have let this happen? Hiyashi knew that his tone was that of a defeated man. It certainly wasn't an emotion that Hiyashi was used to showing anyone. Hiyashi could only remember feeling this way a few times in his life and rarely ever in front of others. This was the second Time this had happened in front of Naruto, however, the memory of the first time filled him with shame, but he had to stop and focus on the present. I don't really know what you want me to say. Naruto spoke nervously as he scratched at the back of his head. I'm sure you are doing your best and didn't mean for this to happen. It is my fault. Hiashi retorted a little harder than he may have meant to, but Naruto didn't look offended in the slightest from the outburst. I have not been much a presence in my daughter's life. Wait, why not? Naruto asked. Hiashi let out a deep sigh at the question. The honest answer was that he was simply too busy. The hard truth of that answer was that his priorities are what caused that. He had dedicated so much time to Naruto and running the clan that he had become unaware of the daily lives of his children. How would the blonde in front of him feel about the answer? I have not spent the time with my daughters that I should have. Hiashi started to explain. I am beginning to realize how much time I have dedicated to pursuits that are away from my daughters. Being a good clan head has been the main goal of my life, and the work that I have to dedicate to it is long and tedious, but not the only reason my absence. I spent so much time with so much dedicated to another goal that I have lost sight. Naruto looked at him expectantly with a curious look on his face. For all of the knowledge and common sense that they had tried to beat into his head over the years, the boy could still be as dense as his mother when the subject matter actually involved himself. It's amazing that you can be so dense sometimes, Naruto. Naruto looked indignant at the comment and was about to respond harshly before Hiashi quickly added. I am talking about you. The Naruto clone's eyes went wide with surprise, and then he looked down at the floor in thought. Hiashi was the most adept person in his clan at reading muscle twitches and the emotions that could be displayed on the body. He could easily read the swirling emotions on Naruto's face. As he processed what Hiashi said, he is running through a myriad of emotions as he processes this. He is thinking about our history and all of the time we have spent together. Guilt, that's what he is primarily feeling. I better stop him. It is not your fault, Naruto. Hiashi interrupted as he grasped the blonde's shoulder. I dedicated myself to your training and did not take other things into consideration. It is my fault that things are this way. I dedicated myself to your training and you were unaware of the consequences. He could see that Naruto was still frowning with guilt as he listened to him. Naruto had always taken the stories about his parents very seriously and with great enthusiasm. He desperately wanted his parents in his life, and now he feels like he has taken a parental figure away from someone else. Sometimes these things happen, Naruto. Hiashi spoke softly as he gained Naruto's attention once more. We cannot change the past, but we can do our best in the future. We can guess all we want about how things could have been different, but without knowing for sure we are just speculating. What do you mean? You would be there for them if it wasn't for me. Things would be better for your family. It's not always that simple, Naruto. Hiashi answered as he thought about the question and how he had recently been considering the influence Naruto had on his life. I may have been just as bad or worse to her if you were not here. What? But you are great, Hiashi-sensei. There's no way you would. Naruto fell silent when saw Hiashi shaking his head slowly. Naruto, I have not always been this way. Hiashi let out a mirthless chuckle. Before the influence of your father and mother, I was the epitome of the ideal Hyuga according to the elders. I was cold, prideful, and treated those below me as if they were less than dirt. It took your father and mother a long time to, as your mother would say, remove the stick from my ass. You are so much like your parents, Naruto. Hiashi said softly. Their influence softened me and helped me become a better man. A man that was different enough to earn back the trust of his brother and the love of a woman far too good for him. When we lost your parents, I despaired. But you were in my life soon enough to remind me of the lessons Minato and Kushina taught me. For some time, I believed that was enough. Then the incident with Kumo happened and my brother was taken from us. Hayashi's tone had turned bitter at the sour memory. I felt such despair after that and started to shut myself off and become the leader that my father and the elders wanted, but I had Hitomi, Hinata and you in my life to remind me of who I wanted to be. Then we lost Hitomi shortly after Hanabi was born. The love of my life was gone. You remember how I acted? Flashback. Again, the young blonde in front of him winced as he pulled himself off the ground. Sweat rolled down his face and dripped only the tatami mats of Hayashi's private dojo. The 5-year-old slowly managed to get back into a ready stance and Hiashi waited for him to move. With a small shout, the blonde rushed towards the Hyuga patriarch and started his assault. Hiashi frowned at, parried and dodged the boy's frontal assault, the blonde's reactions and speed deteriorating with every strike. He should be better. Hiashi deflected a palm. Minato's child should be stronger. Hiashi sidestepped a leaping kick. He is being trained by all of us. Hiashi blocked the spinning backhand that came after Naruto landed from his kick. Minato would prevented Kumo from taking Hisashi. Hiyashi pushed back on fist and sent the boy spinning. Kushina would have helped Hitomi. Hiyashi smacked away another attack with chakra glowing in his fingers. Weak. Naruto hissed in pain, but kept attacking. Weak. Another chakra-filled parry had the blonde wincing. You have to be strong. Frustration boiling over, Hiyashi jabbed into the boy's abdomen and watched him bend over in pain. He struggled to catch his breath as Hiyashi looked on at him impassively, but inside he was seething. How can you protect anyone like this? Hayashi's voice was cold and unrestrained. The blonde has caught his breath finally and was trying to straighten up from hunching over. I am sore. Crack. The slap cracked like a whip and the blonde was on his knees with both hands on the mat. How could he apologize like that? He raged in his mind as his eyes glared at the mat in front of him, refusing to look at the offender. Sorry won't bring them back. Sorry won't protect anyone. Sorry won't. Hiyashi paused as he noticed movement and saw the boy's hand gingerly touch his own cheek. Slowly Naruto raised his head and Hiyashi could just make out his eyes through his blonde bangs. Hiyashi couldn't help but gasp. A small bit of blood leaked from the corner of his lips and tears slowly trickled down his cheeks, but all Hiyashi could see was the fearful look in his blue eyes. In the eyes that looked so much like his father's. The eyes of the man that Hiyashi had loved like a brother. What have I done? Hiyashi whispered as his hand unconsciously moved towards the blonde who flinched backwards. Hayashi's shame magnified as he retracted his hand. Slowly he got down on his knees and placed his forehead on the mat in front of him. Naruto, I am so sorry. Hiyashi apologized softly, the irony of him apologizing for his reaction to an apology not being lost on him. Hiyashi stayed there waiting for a response. It's okay Hiyashi-sensei. I forgive you. Naruto spoke softly. Hiyashi pulled himself up from the ground, but continued to sit Caesar style. Naruto was also sitting the same way as he moved into the position after the apology. He still looked nervously at Hiyashi. Hiyashi could see the bruise already forming on his cheek. The guilt that Hiyashi was feeling was nearly unbearable. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing, but the evidence was turning a shade of purple right in front of him. The feelings he had been containing had overflowed and he lets his emotions and thoughts get the better of him. He never should have trained Naruto this morning. Not when his spirit was in turmoil, not when his wife was to be buried this afternoon. Flashback end. I forgave you for that. I didn't understand right away, but you were in pain and lashed out at a low moment. Naruto spoke softly. The memory of that slap must have been ingrained in his mind, Hiyashi realized. That's true, but that doesn't mean it was right to do, or that I should have been forgiven so easily. Hiyashi admitted. The point is that I am man enough to admit that I was going down a dark path. But when I looked at you and I saw your eyes filled with fear, the same eyes as your father, I realized what I had done. I had never seen that look in your father's eyes and it shocked me to my core. I had forgotten the lessons your parents, Hazashi, and Hitomi had taught me. I can't guarantee that I would have had that realization if you were not in my life, Naruto. No, in fact I know I wouldn't have. Hiyashi spoke out sadly. I would have shut myself off to the world, even my daughters. I would have likely acted like Hisao towards Hinata. Only it would have been even more damaging to her, because it was coming from her own father. The two sat in silence for a while as they thought about the topic. Hiyashi didn't like the subject, but he had to be honest with himself. If he had fallen back into the attitude he had during his youth, he would have likely gone along with the elders' wishes to remove Hinata as heir. He had to start making positive changes to their lives. Will you agree to my request now at least? Hiyashi looked up from the tatami mat and into Naruto's eyes with a questioning look before he realized what Naruto was asking. Talking about his failures had distracted him from the original request of Hiyashi becoming Hinata's only instructor for the Juken. I can manage to train her after her daily work with Naruto. Now that he is working with her in the morning, I can perform my clan head duties earlier in the day and reserve the evening for her instruction. Perhaps Hanabi as well, Hiyashi thought. Very well, Hiyashi agreed. It may cause some problems, but I will work with my daughters after Hinata's daily work with you is completed. The elders won't like it, but they will get over it. Phew, that's good. Naruto let out with a smile. I know I can teach her some stuff, but you are the best and I have other stuff I want to teach her. Hiyashi raised an eyebrow at this. Hyuga were taijutsu masters and had developed clan techniques to allow him to deal with multiple situations, but he was starting to wonder if the clan was becoming stagnant with its skills. If they were to branch out with new ideas, it could be beneficial for the whole clan. He knew that Naruto would bring his influence into her style, but he was curious about what ideas he had. What ideas do you have? I want to teach her some water ninjutsu to add some range into her arsenal, but one thing I really want to do is work on her taijutsu style. Hayashi's eyebrows rose just slightly, but enough for Naruto to notice. Watching how she fought today, I think she would be more suited for a different style. Naruto, she must know Juken. I thought that was why you wanted me to teach it to her. You want her to learn another style. I know she needs Juken. I need you to teach it to her so she will get it to a respectable level in the clan, but I think she can be much more effective with a different style. Which, I want to go back to the basics of the Juken and teach her Bagwajang. I think that the more circular nature of the predecessor of Juken can maybe be worked into a style that fits her better. Hiashi rubbed his chin slightly as he thought about the idea. The elders would be up in arms if she wasn't focusing on Juken, but Bagwajang is what their style was modified from. If Naruto and Hinata could modify Bagwajang into a style that fits her better, it wouldn't cause as much of a stir. If she were to learn something like the strong fist that Might Guy used, it would have been much more troublesome. It seems worth exploring. Just tread carefully with what she reveals for now. I do not want to get her embroiled in drama if the elders find out how far she is branching out from the normal training routines. Yeah, of course. Of course. Hiashi felt his eyebrow twitch at Naruto waving off his concerns. Elders bad. Change is scary. I get it. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? Hiashi loved the boy and training him was never much of a challenge because he absorbed things very well, but extended periods of talking could sometimes lead to a headache. I believe you have a session with Inoichi and Sume. Later, I also should prepare for dinner with my daughters. Nope. I still have more to learn about Hinata, she's very different from you, and then I might have some more questions. Naruto spoke as he stood up and placed his mask back on. She takes after her mother. Hiashi replied. The memory of Hitomi brings a sad tone to his voice. Naruto paused for a moment in front of the exit to the tunnel he frequented. You've never really spoken about her. Naruto commented. Maybe you can tell me a little about her next time. Hiashi gave Naruto a weak, but honest smile and nodded his head. What the hell do you think you're doing? Empo, Shikamaru, stop talking into the floor or so help me. Shikamaru groaned as he rolled his head to the side so his face was no longer pressed into the floor. As soon as he had made it into the comfortable confines of his home, he collapsed immediately on the floor of his family's living space. The nice cool floor lulled him into a nice sleep. Until his mother had apparently found him. I don't think I can move. Shikamaru groaned out. He had never worked so hard in one day in his entire life. Hell, he wasn't sure he had worked that hard in a week, let alone one day. Just leave me here. Seriously. Shikamaru looked at his mother and immediately noticed the large tick mark forming on her forehead as she stood in the doorway leading to the family kitchen. Her long brown hair was tied back in a ponytail with some strands sticking out in places. He assumed that she was cooking dinner considering she was wearing an apron over a maroon blouse and pair of blue jeans. It's your first day as a genin. Try to show some more backbone than your lazy father. Go easy on him, dear. Shikamaru tilted his head to be able to see his dad standing in the doorway that led to their interior courtyard. Shikamaru was a little surprised to see his father home already from his duties as Jonin commander. The smirk on the older man's face as he looked at his son on the ground told the story of why he was there. Damn old man, he's enjoying this way too much. Hard day at the office, son. Shikamaru's glare could set the man on fire. Apparently, that only amused the elder Nara even more as he let out a louder laugh. The laughter abruptly ended with an exhalation of air as the matriarch of the family slammed her fist into the laughing man's stomach. How long have you been here? She growled as she removed her fist from the wheezing man. If you have enough time to make fun of your son, then help him get ready for dinner. With a huff his mother whirled around and marched back towards the kitchen ranting about lazy men hiding away. Now it was Shikamaru's turn to smirk a little as he looked at his father's defeated face. At least I am still standing. Shikaku muttered when we saw the look on his son's face. His dad walked over and put out a hand towards Shikamaru. The younger Nara rolled his eyes before forcing his body to reach out and grasp his father's hand to stand up. The resistance seals, forcing him to work far too hard for such a simple action as standing up. Resistance seals, huh? He called in some favors. Shikaku mentioned as he helped his son walk to his room to get changed out of his dirty clothes. Favors? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, those resistance seal bands aren't something that just anyone can get. It takes a Fuinjutsu master to craft those, they aren't crafted in stores. Shikaku watched his son's eyes go deep in thought. He said he got them from someone called Ero Senin. Shikamaru prompted, hoping to gain a little insight and maybe a clue to the identity of the man from his father. His father snorted a little at the mention of the name. I've heard that he gives nicknames to some people. He considers them terms of endearment. Shikaku spoke. I heard he even calls the Hokage, old man, in front of anyone. Yeah, I witnessed that today at mission assignments. Shikamaru deadpanned. He got reprimanded by Iruka-sensei, but Hokage-sama didn't seem to mind. He laughed at it. Not surprising, Shikaku answered. The Hokage is very fond of him. Why is that? His father just shrugged his shoulders. I hear he wants to become Hokage. Maybe the Hokage believes in him. It can't just be that. Shikamaru thought. Many people proclaim they will become Hokage at our age as a boast. They don't get the kind of treatment Naruto has. There is some kind of deeper relationship there. Go get cleaned up and then tell me about your first day. Choji was not surprised to see his mother waiting for him the moment he crossed the gate into his family home. He knew that she was nervous about his sensei and that seeing him safe and sound would make her feel better, so he didn't say anything about it and simply gave his mom a smile and tired wave as he walked inside. She was immediately upon him as soon as he waved, looking him up and down, commenting on the small scratches and bruises around his body. Choji-kun, are you okay? You were covered in scratches. How did you get so dirty? Fuse's worried tone was evident as she kept asking questions rapidly. Choji gave a weak chuckle at his mother's overprotective nature and was glad no other members of the clan were present right now. It's fine, Ma. Choji tried to sound reassuring as he waved his hands in front of him. The training was really hard, but these scratches actually came from a cat that we had to catch for a mission. Ah, Tora, well that certainly explains that, came a booming voice from behind him. Choji smiled as he turned around to see his father walking in from the gate behind him, apparently also done with daily duties around the village. Pa, Choji shouted as the man approached his family. How was your first day, son? It was really hard. The words didn't seem to match his attitude, however. Choji had a warm smile on his face that showed he was happy. But it was really good too. Sensei really seems to believe in us and is serious about training us. He has so much he wants to teach us, but he wasn't harsh or overbearing at all. That's good. Choza laughed as he slapped his son on the back heartily, nearly sending the boy flying forward. See, Fuse-chan, nothing to worry about. His mother still looked a little dubious at the statement. Choji knew that all of her worries wouldn't go away that quickly, but hopefully his attitude would help alleviate her fears. Oh, that's right, Choji announced. Sensei said that he could come to dinner tomorrow night, Ma. Tonight, he had some business to take care of. His mother looked confused for about 2 seconds before she realized what her son was talking about. Her mouth gaped open slightly and she blushed slightly at the realization that she had momentarily forgotten what her son was talking about. Is that so? Yeah, Choji replied and looked at his dad. He brought us all Ichiraku ramen today for lunch. Is that right? Choza chuckled and scratched at his cheek slightly. Well, if he just had ramen maybe he would like something different tomorrow night. No, Choji and Choza both recoiled back slightly from his mother's sudden outburst. We must make a good impression for Choji-kun. If his favorite food is ramen, then we will have ramen. Fuse-chan, we don't have to make a go all out, dear. Choza tried to insist. Why, yeah, Ma, he really seems nice. Choji tried to back his father up. His mother was possibly getting a little too fired up for this, judging by his dad's reaction to the news. He seems nice, huh? His mother asked through narrowed eyes. Then he should like my ramen, shouldn't he? Or are you trying to say something about cooking? What? Choza and Choji immediately choked out in a panic. No way, Ma, your cooking is the best. Choji rushed out as quickly as he could. That's right, Fuse-chan, Choza announced loud enough that he was sure the entire compound heard him. No one can outcook my beautiful wife. She hummed out a suspicious look on her face. Then we're having ramen. That's final. Okay, just make sure you make a lot, Ma. I get the feeling he can eat a lot. Choji could tell his mother had her mind set. At least he was getting some good food. Not as much as me, of course. Choji boasted to help his mother feel better. He heard his father groan slightly next to him, but he wasn't sure why. His father always enjoyed eating competitions between the Akamichi father-son duo. That's right, Choji-kun, his mother cooed as she pinched his cheeks. Embarrassed, he chuckled and brushed her away lovingly. Come on, Choji. His father put his hand on his shoulder and started to guide him into the house. Let's go get cleaned up for dinner. Alright, Pa. Hiyashi-sama, a moment of your time, please. Hiyashi paused his walk along the Ingawa of the courtyard to the private dining room and turned to see several elders making their way towards the Hyuga head. Hiyashi didn't move to meet any of them and instead waited for them to cross the courtyard to him. The group was made up of several of the more hardline main branch-focused elders, including Elder Hisao to his great distaste. Hiyashi had spent the time in his office before dinner quelling his anger and centering himself, from his meeting with Naruto. He had managed to keep his stoic face in place and give no indication to his true feelings when the man appeared in his view. Among him were also elders Osamu and Junko. Osamu was a tall grey-haired man that walked around with his gaunt face nearly emotionless. He was a strict man that followed clan laws too zealously. In a way, Hiyashi could respect that the man never oversteps on subjects that he shouldn't. But it also meant that there was no leniency or compassion in his heart for small matters. He had once used the caged bird seal on a 5-year-old branch member that had accidentally entered a private council meeting while trying hide during a game of hide and seek with other children. He had been emotionless about the entire experience. The child had entered a forbidden area and had to be punished. He held the seal for the exact amount of time that laws dictated and then sent the child to the infirmary to recover. The meeting simply resumed after, with some members looking disturbed that he didn't show any leniency and others thinking he should have held it for longer. Junko wasn't much older than Hiyashi. She was a fair-looking woman with ivory skin and long black hair that she kept tied in a bun with ornamental pins. She was quite the beauty amongst the council, but that was also a part of what made her dangerous. Like Hiyashi, she was also a widower after her husband had passed during the Third Shinobi War fighting against Iwa, and she had never remarried. Some had thought it strange that she had never remarried and never had any children, but it became apparent to Hiyashi that she was interested in something else. Altogether, Junko wanted power. The death of her husband put her in line to become an elder as she raised in rank and status. She used a silver tongue to get what she wanted and manipulated those weaker minds to put her in a position to gain an advantage in the council. She was smart and dedicated, but it only pertained to herself. She wasn't concerned about most clan matters unless it directly affected or could be made to gain influence within the clan. She had made several passes at Hiyashi in the years since Hitomi had passed away, but he always rebuked her advances. He could see that she was only looking to rise in status by becoming entangled with the head of the clan. "Good evening, Hiyashi-sama," she said with a warm smile on her face as the three settled down in front of him. "Good evening, Junko," Hiyashi replied in a polite tone before nodding his head at the other two elders in acknowledgement. "Are you not joining us for dinner tonight?" "No," Hiyashi shook his head. "I decided I wanted to have a private dinner this evening with my daughters." "Oh, how nice," she said softly with a smile. Hiyashi had to admit that was a perfect actor. If he didn't know her games by now, he would be caught up in her ruse. "I am sure they will appreciate that. Hanabi has so much talent and Hinata is such a good girl." Hiyashi frowned internally at the hidden barb towards his eldest daughter. A good girl and nothing more in their eyes. She held little value to them as things currently stand, and most of them were not afraid to say it. "Indeed," Hisao joined the conversation. "She is one of the reasons that we came to visit you." "Is that so?" Hiyashi asked with a tone of indifference, not wanting to lead him on at all. "Rumors are spreading around the village that Hinata-sama has been put under the tutelage of the demon." Osamu said, "Surely this is false." Junko followed up, "Hiyashi-sama would never allow our heiress to be around someone with such a poor reputation. Perhaps this is the reason that Hokage-sama was here so early this morning with the Yamanka, Nara and Akimichi clan heads?" Hisao asked, so that he could be reasoned with to change the teams. The only reaction that Hiyashi gave them was to slightly raise one eyebrow questioningly. It may not mean much to the outside world, but to the elders it clearly told them that he was questioning the audacity of their line of thinking. That was village council business. They wouldn't get anything more than that from Hiyashi. They had no right to know any of the discussion that took place in the village council until it became knowledge to be released to the rest of the village. The only other occasion they would be consulted on the matter was if the matter had to do directly with the clan, such as the incident with Kumo years ago. Without the rest of the council, and in our compound. Interesting, Hisao mused. It is good that Hokage-sama has such trust in our head to come and seek counsel on village matters. It was clear he was curious and tried to get more information, but if he thought that flattering Hiyashi would get him anything, then he was sorely mistaken. Especially after his earlier discussion with Naruto. As for the other matter, and quote, Hiyashi wanted to end that line of questioning. They weren't an Arpos going to get anything out of him, and they were delaying him from meeting with his daughters. And quote, my daughter and Arpos' teacher is indeed the Kitsune masked Anbu member of our village. His name was revealed to be Naruto during the team assignment meetings 2 nights ago. And quote, Hiyashi had to raise his hand to stop Junko and Hisao from speaking up. And quote, I spoke with the Hokage after the meeting, along with the Shikaku Nara and Akimichi Choza, and he assured me that the reputation he holds in the village is false and testified to his character. In fact, the Hokage seems to be very favorable to him if his mannerisms were any indication. And quote, Hiyashi could see that they were interested in this piece of knowledge. It was known that the Hokage had introduced the Kitsune Anbu into the ranks, but that he was looked upon favorably by the Hokage could speak to either his skill or potential future influence in the village. And quote, he will also be teaching the heirs of both the Akimichi and Nara clan. Neither one of them raised a protest to the Hokage and Arpos. decision, so how could I protest without the Hyuga looking distrusting of the Hokage? Unquote. Hiashi could see it was working as the three nodded their head in agreement. For them to be the only clan to protest to the Hokage and Appo's decision would have looked bad in the eyes of the village. Unquote. We did receive some assurances. Unquote. This caught the attention of elders as their focus sharpened. Unquote. Their progress will be monitored, and we will speak with the Genin to verify that they are flourishing with the arrangement. I am going to speak with my daughter at dinner about her impressions on her first day. Unquote. Unquote. That seems acceptable. Unquote. Hisao carefully replied. They had no influence over Hiashi in this matter, especially when dealing with the Hokage, but they could make things difficult within the clan if they wished. Unquote. We do not wish to hold you any longer then. Have a pleasant dinner, Hiashi-sama. Unquote. Unquote. There is one more thing I would like to bring to your attention. Unquote. The three elders halted their departure at the words of their clan head. They had not expected for there to be a response and had begun to walk away. They looked at him with curious eyes. Unquote. I have recently reached a barrier in my efforts to advance our clan's techniques. Unquote. Hiashi said with as much fake sincerity as he could muster. The three looked at him in surprise. It was rare that Hiashi ever divulged anything related to his private training and only ever gave small concessions when asked. They were all very interested to see just how far he could advance with their techniques. Most were only interested in having new techniques added to the clan library, but he had once heard a rumor that some wondering if Hiashi was raising his skill to a level that could compete for the Hokage seat. Hiashi had no desire for the position, but he wouldn't deny that his training with Naruto had also allowed him to advance his own skills to a level that could rival any of the elite Jonin under the Hokage command. He didn't think that he was on the level of one of the legendary Sannin, but he was sure it wouldn't be a completely one-sided fight that ended in moments. He knew that he had them completely invested in what he wanted to talk about. I briefly discussed this with the Hokage after the meeting with all parties, and he recommended that I should step back, look at the basics and try to see it from a different view. The three nodded in understanding. It was common advice that was given by many in the same situation, but it was also advice that many are reluctant to follow. It was hard for someone dedicated to something to be able to remove themselves from something that they were solidly rooted in, especially when those practices helped them reach a high level in the art form. I have decided that I want to take over the training of my daughters. Hisao immediately scowled, Osamu gave no reaction and Junko looked thoughtful. I believe that training them and helping them with their challenges may give me the perspective I need to break through my block. Hiashi-sama, Hisao interrupted, surely your work on the village council and as clan head would limit your time. Hiashi made a show of gripping his chin in thought. He knew that he would have to give some concessions to them or there was the risk of insulting them. You are quite right. I am quite busy with matters. How about this? Hiashi said. Since Hinata has begun training and missions with her team, she will not be available during the daytime. During that time, you will continue Hanabi's education outside of the academy once it resumes, but after Hinata returns from her duties I will train them. Hisao looked thoughtful at the proposition, and him not immediately dismissing or arguing told Hiashi exactly what he was thinking. Hiashi knew that Hisao's main concern was continuing to influence Hanabi. His desire was to mold Hanabi into a more suitable Hyuga heir and to have Hinata cast aside. He would still have time to influence Hanabi during the day, but Hiashi would work to counter that in the evenings. Hiashi knew that Hinata was the bigger concern to the elder. If she suddenly started to flourish under Hayashi's teaching, then it could cause a problem getting Hanabi instated as the heir. Under his tutelage he could keep a close eye on her and perhaps sabotage any advancements that she made. But the man has already deemed her a failure in his eyes, and perhaps he would see this as an opportunity to prove it to Hiashi if she continued to fail. So many thoughts seemed to cross his eyes in a moment, but it was taking him too long to answer and Hiashi was growing annoyed. If anything, he was showing them courtesy by even discussing this with them and allowing them to think he was getting their advice. It was his decision if he wanted to train his daughters, but at least by letting them feel involved he wouldn't have to let them know that Naruto had ordered Hinata to no longer train with anyone else. Very well, Hisao said, I will handle Hanabi-sama's training until Hinata-sama returns from her duties then. Good, then have a pleasant evening, counselors. Hiashi nodded before proceeding back on his route to the private dining room. He could hear them mutter some goodbyes behind them, but he was sure they would soon skulk off to discuss what they had learned this evening with the rest of the members of the council. Hiashi quickly arrived at the doors that lead to the small private dining area and took a calming breath. Tonight was the start of him trying to rebuild his family just as his wife would have wanted. He had to start here with the two that should be the most precious to him. With that he slid open the doors to see both of his daughters on opposite sides of the table, sitting Caesar and waiting patiently. Good evening, Otu-sama, both girls chorused as he entered the room. Good evening, daughters, Hiyashi acknowledged as he sat down at the head of the table. Hanabi was doing her best to sit perfectly still and look completely calm, but Hiyashi could see the nervousness. She wasn't blinking at a natural rate, a sign that she was trying to control her eyes from moving, and her jugular vein could be seen on her thin neck beating at an elevated rate. She was dressed in her black training garb that she would work in after her time at the academy. Hiyashi was amused at how much her looks reminded him of younger female version of himself and his twin. Long brown hair, slightly tanner skin than most Hyuga, and the same powerful eyes. Hinata was far more obvious to how she felt, as she wasn't trying to conceal it nearly as much. She was nervous, and it showed in the way her eyes darted from his to the table before peeking again, and how she was fidgeting with the fur that lined the bottom of her jacket. She was still dressed in the cream-colored jacket that she had decided to make her standard uniform as a shinobi. She looked so much like her mother, Hiyashi thought as he observed the color of her hair and the softness that her eyes held. Her eyes also held a slight tint of lavender in them that was not as common in the family. She had a soft blush on her cheeks from the attention that he was giving her as he looked at her. Hanabi, he saw her eyes flinch a little. Tell me about your day. Yes, Otu-sama. Hanabi gave a small bow, and Hiyashi internally frowned at the action. After I awoke this morning, I had training after Wani-sama with Hisao-sensei. Following breakfast, I had more training and lessons with the elders until meditation before lunch. After lunch, I spent time with the clan historian for history education and finally had more training with Hisao-sensei. I see. Hiyashi was suddenly realizing just how disconnected they were as a family. This was more a report than a discussion about one's day, but he supposed that he likely acted the same way around that age. He was sure that if Kushina could see this, she would be making some kind of impression of a robot. And Hinata, why yes, Otu-sama. Hinata stuttered slightly, and he could see the slight bloom of pink on her cheeks of embarrassment. After morning training with Hisao-sensei, I met my new team for training. We practiced until early afternoon when we attempted our first mission successfully. I was hoping Hinata would be willing to share more, but it seems like she followed her sister's lead. Hiyashi thought, it seems I will have to say something if I want the change to begin. Girls. The eyebrows of both daughters rose in surprise at the informal wording. They both looked at him slightly surprised. I know that this is unusual, but we should be more relaxed with one another. We are family. Hiyashi almost grimaced at the strange looks his daughters were giving him. I know that I have not been there for you for such a long time, but I would like the chance to change that. Otu-sama, Hinata whispered out with wide eyes. I don't understand. Hanabi's small voice came out. You are the head of the clan. You have many responsibilities that take up your time. I do have many responsibilities to the clan, but I also have responsibilities to you both. Responsibilities that I have shirked for other duties. His tone sad, and his distraught face gave his daughters a glimpse at the man he truly was underneath the composed clan head. That is why I am making an effort to change. I want to be closer to my daughters if you will give me the opportunity. There was reluctance from both girls. Hanabi had never seen her father act in this way in her life. Hiyashi may not have been cruel to his daughters, but he couldn't deny that he had neglected them with his other activities, and that when he did see them it was always amongst the other Hyuga that he put on a mask in front of. This situation was new and unexpected to his youngest. Hinata had experienced this different version of Hiyashi before. He was still busy during the day, but Hitomi had insisted on having more of these private dinners and spending time in the evenings together as a family. After her death, Hiyashi had distanced himself from the painful reminder of his wife. It wasn't fair to his eldest that he had done such a thing, and now he was paying for it. She had seen willing a couple of days ago during their discussion in his office, but the pain of being neglected for the past 8 years would not ebb away so easily. Before either of them could respond, the door opened up and a servant entered the room carrying their dinner. Everyone sat in a slightly awkward silence as everything was placed down. Hinata gave a quiet thank you to the woman, but other than that it was silent until she had left the room, and for a few minutes after, no one said anything or moved to eat their dinner. Hiyashi had a lot to say, but they needed to be willing to start this process for it to have any meaning. How do we start? Hiyashi gave a small smile to his eldest. She held eye contact for a few moments before she smiled shyly and looked back down towards her food. Hanabi looked confused but took on a determined look. First, both girls looked at him expectantly. We enjoyed dinner together. The family sat together and really talked to one another. It took Hanabi a little bit to truly open up as they ate dinner, but slowly a little girl was starting to come out from her shell. Hiyashi asked questions about their lives inside and outside of the compound, about their hobbies and anything else that could allow him to understand them better. They discussed Hanabi's experience at the academy last year and started to talk about Hinata's new team. You mean your sensei is the demon they talk about in the market? Hanabi was leaning forward with an excited expression on her face. Hiashi wasn't sure how to take her reaction to the news. She seemed genuinely interested. Why yes. Hinata also seemed flustered at the reaction. What's he like? Are the rumors about him true? Is he really strong? Should we be afraid of him? Hanabi kept spouting off questions and Hinata was looking flustered at the bombardment. Hiashi wasn't sure what to make of it. He of course had heard the rumors that went around the village through Naruto and some others, but he wasn't sure how Hanabi knew of them or why she was acting this way. He figured he should save Hinata from the barrage of questions and give her a moment to regain herself. Hanabi, how have you heard those rumors? And why are you so interested? Oh, Hanabi snapped out of her rambling and wore a light blush on her face. Hiashi couldn't help but to chuckle slightly at the embarrassed face of his youngest. I sometimes go with Nastu-chan to the market. One time we saw him leaping across the rooftops and a bunch of villagers started talking about him. So, you heard those terrible stories? Hiashi asked. Why are you so interested then? His mask looks cool. Hayashi's eye twitched slightly. He needed to remember that Hanabi was only 7 and could be easily swayed by things. And those stories were too crazy to be true, but he has to be strong. It seems you have a little fan already, Naruto, Hiashi thought. You were right, Hanabi. Those stories have been bred by hatred and jealousy. Hiashi provided insight to his daughters. But why? Hinata asked. In the village, the way they looked at us. Hiashi let out a troubled sigh. The village was already starting to look down on the Genin, it seemed. Of course, it was going to happen, but he had to admit to being slightly afraid of just how far they may go with their hate against easier targets. I am sorry you must go through that, daughter. The suffering that came from the attack of the Kyuubi left a stain on the hearts of this village, and the mask he wears only further causes that wound to fester. He seems so sincere, father. Hinata's voice was low. He really believes in us. Hiashi caught the raised eyebrow of Hanabi out of the corner of his eyes. She seemed to be disbelieving of the last bit of information, but there was some kind of internal struggle occurring behind her eyes. The father had to wonder if this had to do with Hinata's statements on Naruto's sincerity or Naruto's belief in his eldest. What kind of things are the elders telling Hanabi about her older sister? Hiashi thought. Sincere or not, Hinata, Hiashi spoke. The village will not change their mind until the mask comes off or something drastic happens to raise his reputation. Hinata nodded her head slowly and Hanabi looked back and forth between her sister and father. There were a few moments of silence as they considered the information before Hanabi was over it. So, Hanabi asked, you didn't answer my question. Is he strong? Oh. Hinata snapped her attention to her younger sibling. He is very strong. We played a game this morn. A game? Hanabi interrupted. Why yes. Hinata stuttered. We had to either land a strike on him or force him out of a shrinking circle. Interesting. Hiashi said. So how did you do? Hanabi asked. We managed to get him outside of the circle with a strategy prepared by Shikamaru-san. Hinata had a small smile on her face before she slowly shook her head. Only because of that did we win. We would have never been able to actually strike him. He's too skilled. He is a jonin, Hiashi added. For you to successfully complete the task in whatever manner is very impressive. If Wani-sama can do it, then so can I. Hanabi shouted slightly before quickly shutting her mouth and looking down at the table. Hiashi had raised an eyebrow at the outburst as he observed her. Hinata seemed to just be looking down at the table with a disappointed look. Hanabi, Hiashi spoke. I am glad that you are confident in your ability, but your sister is a graduated genin with. But I always win our spars, and everyone says I am more talented than her. Hanabi interrupted before Hiashi finished his statement. She looked down ashamed of what she had done to her father and clan head. Sorry, Hiashi could see Hinata's fisted hands on her legs as she tried to keep her composure after the outburst. A dark shadow hung over his eldest face as she looked straight down, and Hiashi was left questioning how much of this Hinata had also heard from the others in the family. Hanabi, Hiashi spoke after a minute of contemplation. Do not let the words of others poison your feelings towards your sister. No, Hanabi looked wide-eyed at her father. It's not that. I love Wani-sama. Hiashi and Hinata both looked at the youngest in the room with wide eyes. Hanabi seemed to be at war with herself and just what she should be saying. Her eyes kept glancing between the two as if judging what to do. Hanabi was struggling with her words. I want to protect Wani-sama. Hiashi eyebrow raised, and he could see Hinata's mouth go agape. She seemed to be flipping from one extreme to the other when it came to Hinata and how she communicated with the two of them. Hanabi, I am getting, for lack of a better phrase, mixed messages. Hiyashi asked in a confused tone. I'm sorry, Hanabi muttered. I don't know what to think right now. What do you mean, Hanabi? Hanabi was chewing on her bottom lip slightly as she debated what she was going to say. Hinata was looking at her sister with a strangely focused look on her face, and Hiyashi was beginning to worry just how much these next few minutes could affect his eldest daughter. I always admired Wani-sama when I was younger, Hanabi admitted. She was always so graceful and amazing to watch when she practiced, but then one day, she lost to Neji, badly. The elders punished Neji with the caged bird seal, but they also punished Wani-sama for failing. Afterwards, Elder Hisao explained to me the purpose of the seal and why we have to use it to keep things stable. He said that if we show weakness like Wani-sama, then it would cause chaos in the family. Hiyashi frowned slightly at the explanation. It seems Hisao was trying to justify the caged bird seal as a way to keep the family together. Of course a child would take this to heart. He said that he saw talent in me and wanted to train me personally, that I could surpass Wani-sama. Hanabi's voice was barely above a whisper at this point. I wanted to become strong for Wani-sama. Training has been hard, but the elders say I am talented and have been ingraining the values of the main family on me. They praise me and it feels good, but when they discuss Wani-sama, it's always about how the family will suffer with her as heir. That I need to prove to be the better candidate if I want to protect the family and Wani-sama. Hinata had tears in the corner of her eyes as she listened in. Hayashi's teeth were clenched tight in anger as he thought about the manipulation and treatment being given to his children. There was no way he could let this continue. Thank you, Hanabi. I am glad to know that you desire to protect your sister and your family. Hiyashi then let out a deep sigh. You should continue to grow strong and train to the best of your abilities, but please realize that the elders do not always know what is best for the family. Hanabi's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. The elders are trying to maintain the power of the main branch of the house. They speak of stability being what is best for the family, but they are only thinking about themselves. Hiyashi felt for his daughter as he revealed the truth to her. They do believe in your ability, but they also believe that you will agree with their philosophies. They hope that you as the clan head will continue with the family traditions, something that they fear Hinata will not do. But our clan is the strongest in Konoha. The clan has been around since before the founding of Konoha, Hanabi said. Why should we change our traditions? That is true, Hiyashi answered, but those laws and traditions were created during the Warring States period. Fighting was constant and it was a crueler time in our clan's history. The development of the caged bird seal worked primarily as a way to protect our bloodline from falling into the hands of opposing factions. But the Warring States period was also a treacherous time, and disagreements within clans was not uncommon. There were several clans that erupted into a civil war that caused them to eventually be wiped out. That is why the caged bird seal was also given the ability to cause pain and even death. The main branch wanted to assure the loyalty of the branch families and prevent any possible treachery from occurring. A logical, but very cold-hearted decision for our ancestors to make. Hiyashi had a disappointed look on his face as he thought about how different things could have been. While it is hard for me to argue against the desire to protect our eyes, I have to debate if the element of control is justified anymore. Both of his daughters looked at him wide-eyed, and Hiyashi wondered if he had said too much. He was just trying to get his daughters back into his life, and now he was throwing them into a state of confusion with his confessions against the clan. Father, Hinata asked, are you really against the S-seal? Hiyashi paused for a minute before answering. Hinata, Hanabi. Hayashi's stern voice immediately caught their attention and had them sitting up straight and rigid. You must not discuss this with anyone outside of this room. Only between us can we talk about this. Do you understand? Both girls nodded their heads after pausing for a moment. Good. Hiyashi could only pray that they listened and were sincere. I have been debating for years about the value that the seal provides our family and if there is any manner of removing from service. I have yet to find a way that I believe could be proposed to the elders and agreed upon. It is simply impossible without building support within the council or providing a case so strong it could not be refuted. You are the head of the clan. Can't you demand that it no longer be used? Hanabi asked, and Hiyashi frowned slightly at the question. He had to remember that Hanabi was still young and the education on clan politics was being taught to her by the elders themselves. I am not all powerful within the clan. I am not sure if the elders have given you that belief as they trained you to become the head, but the council holds great sway over clan and even has power to overrule me with enough of a majority vote. Hiyashi could see some clarity come his youngest eyes. Decisions that I make on the council can win me allies and make enemies of others. Too many enemies on the council will make it difficult, if not impossible, to enact anything. I think I understand, Hanabi said after taking in what he said. A moment later she was biting the bottom of her lip slightly. Is Elder Hisao one of you allies, father? No. Hiyashi grimaced a little at his daughter's distraught reaction. So everything he told me about protecting the family and protecting Wani-sama was a lie? She asked in a small voice. In his mind they weren't lies. Hiyashi replied, he believes that having you as heir and eventual head will be better for the family. He wants your sister removed from the position because he thinks that her gentle nature will lead her to break from traditions. That is why he asked her to be sealed into the branch family. Hanabi gasped and covered her mouth with her hand in shock. Hinata's was holding herself together well, but Hiyashi attributed that to her knowing this already. But why? Hanabi pleaded. I haven't been sealed, why should Wani-sama if I become heir? That is my fault, Hiyashi confessed sadly. In my desire to keep either of you from getting the seal, I accepted a request from the elders. The council was already nervous about Hinata due to her shy nature, and in my desperation to buy time I accepted a proposal to delay the seal being implemented as they judged Hinata's worth as an heir. I know that this is causing problems for us now, but I do not regret my decision to put off your branding. I don't want Wani-sama sealed, but I don't want to be sealed either. Hanabi swallowed hard and Hiyashi could see the emotions going through both of his daughters' faces. Hiyashi wasn't sure himself how things had escalated this quickly. He wanted to start easing into these topics over the course of multiple meetings, but things had started getting out of hand right away. He thought he needed time to feel out how Hanabi felt regarding these issues, but he was pleased by what he had heard so far. Luckily we have some time before that would come to pass, but we have a lot of work ahead of us. Both of his daughters looked at him completely focused. Change has to start in the clan, and we need to show that holding on to the old traditions will stagnate our clan and lead to our downfall. You girls will be the catalyst, but we have to be careful about how we handle it. What do we need to do? Hinata asked. Your sensei is going to work with you to branch out your abilities in non-traditional ways. You will be learning things that deviate from the philosophies of a main branch member, and you must be careful to hide that. We cannot let the others catch on too soon or in the wrong setting. It would be disastrous to our cause and likely result your immediate relegation to the branch family. Hinata nodded shakily. I have already spoken to your sensei regarding this and of his request regarding your gentle fist training. He saw his eldest eyes widen in surprise. I agreed with his proposal, and from now on you both will be training with me after your duties to the village or the academy are completed. I have already spoken to the elders and gotten their agreement. What about my training with the elders? Hanabi asked with a sour look on her face. Unfortunately I was unable to negotiate a deal to remove you from their training completely. To do so would have been a large insult towards the elders and would have cost me on the council. Hiyashi could understand her reluctance to deal with him now and honestly sympathized with her. For now you will have to continue training with them when not at the academy and when your sister is not home. But, Hanabi started. Hanabi, I know you don't like this. Hiyashi interrupted, but you must keep up appearances with the elders. They need to believe that you are still on their side and listening to their directions. If they believe that you have suddenly had a change of heart, then it will reflect directly on our interactions and put everything in jeopardy. Hanabi looked conflicted but determined after he spoke, like she realized how big and distasteful of a role she had to play. It made Hiyashi sick that he had to ask his youngest to do something like this. I am sorry that you both have to go through this. Hiyashi closed his eyes as he looked down towards his lap as he had both of his palms on the table in front of him. He was surprised he felt fingers wrap around his hand. He looked up to see Hinata holding his hand with tears in the corners of her eyes. She seemed like she was putting on a brave smile as she looked into his eyes. Hiyashi could see the touch of lavender in her irises that reminded him so much of Hitomi. Thank you, Otu-sama. Hinata reached her hand out across the table, palm up towards Hanabi. The youngest looked at it for just a moment before she reached and grabbed her sister's hand. Thank you, Hanabi-chan. Hiyashi debated for just a moment before he knew what he needed to do. He reached his hand out and took Hanabi's before he lightly pulled both girls towards him. It was something that Hiyashi had not done with them since they were both little, but once they were close enough he immediately wrapped his arms around them both in a hug. Tonight the healing starts for us. Soon for the rest of the clan. He cursed silently to himself as he crouched on the crown hidden in the shrubbery of the woods. The darkness just barely illuminated by moonlight filtering through the tall tree branches of the woods outside the village hidden in the leaf. His cerulean eyes were fully dilated as he tried to take in as much light as possible so he could spot the minuscule signs that his target had been in the area. Which way did she go? Naruto mused as himself as he slowly moved out of his shrubbery and inspected his surroundings. No obvious tracks on the ground, no scent in the air. He had been on the trail for 3 hours now and knew that he must be getting close, but this was by far the most difficult tracking job he had ever done. Visibility was poor at best and the target wasn't leaving anything that he could really work with. His previous attempts at night tracking had been against targets that were quickly trying to flee and keep away, but this one was different. This target was slow, methodical, and nearly impossible to track until a small flash caught his eye. There in a bush was a tiny leaf that was glinting in the moonlight just so slightly as it twisted with a small breeze. Naruto looked at the leaf and could see the twisting was being caused by the tiny branch holding the leaf being just barely broken enough to hold on and not fall off of the bush. It wasn't much, but it was still a lead he could use. It took him nearly another hour before he found himself in a small clearing deep in the woods. He had nearly been ready to pull his hair out in frustration multiple times, but he was able to center himself enough to remain calm and find the minuscule clues that led him into this open space. Took you long enough, pup. Naruto would have jumped up into the air if she had not done this to him dozens of times during their training. Turning around, he saw the Inuzuka matriarch leaning against one of the trees where he had just emerged from. Her hound Kuramaru sat on his haunches next to her, his one eye staring at Naruto. Inuzuka was wild and animalistic-looking woman dressed in her dark grey Jonin uniform. She was average height with a lean build and tanned skin. Her long brown hair was completely untamed and fell to her shoulders. She had vertical slit-like pupils that stood out when paired with red color of her deep eyeshadow and the red making on her cheeks. Her grin showed her elongated canine teeth poking through her purple lipstick. I guess I can appreciate the effort though, Naruto-kun. She purred out and Naruto immediately flushed, causing her to laugh. Stop doing that, Naruto half shouted in indignation. Ever since she had gotten him completely flustered during seduction training, she took every opportunity she could. His embarrassment caused from being reminded of the event. She just laughed harder like she did every time. Sure thing, Naruto-kun, she said as she walked by him and ran a clawed finger along his jaw. He sputtered as she sat down on a boulder in the large clearing, Kuramaru laying down next to her, and pulled out some water. How would rate tonight's exercise? Naruto frowned just slightly in thought as he walked over and took a seat on the ground. I don't think I did very well. You were super tough to track, and I think you would have escaped. If you were heading to small base, then maybe I could have caught up, but if this was a border crossing escape, then I would have been forced to stop. Interesting, she replied as she scratched her ninken behind his ear. But why was it so difficult for you? I couldn't see well, and you barely left anything to track. I couldn't even track your scent. Naruto pouted slightly. He knew that Sume was one of, if not the, best trackers in the entire village. She knew every trick there was to spot trails and how to make them disappear. It was not even a challenge for her to lose nearly anyone trying to tail her enough to make an escape. She had never gone to quite this level though in his training. Naruto knew that he had good skills at tracking, but he doubted he could ever reach the level of Sume or Kakashi. His training would certainly get him by in most missions, but his specialty was more in brute force tactics than stealthy tracking. There had been a couple times on missions that instead of the calm approach and contemplative approach, he instead just summoned hundreds of clones to search for his target. Yeah, you failed this one, pup. She chuckled lightly and she shook her head. It's because you assumed your target was trying to escape. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed in confusion and his eyes squinted as he tried to understand what she was saying. All of his tracking lessons had been on him following his target until finding Sume or the location she wanted him to find. Let me show you something, she said as she stood up from the boulder and got closer to him. Naruto made to stand up himself, but she waved him off quickly as she took a couple of steps to reach him. She started pulling down the zipper on flak vest and shrugged the garment off before grabbing the bottom her shirt tucked into her pants and pulling up. Immediately Naruto blushed and covered his face as he looked down at the ground. What is she doing? Naruto thought in a panic. Oi pup, look at what I am trying to show you. There was a slight edge to her voice and Naruto could sense a tense feeling. Nope, Naruto shook his head. I am not pervert. A sudden growling noise made his stomach drop in fear. Then suddenly he was smacked hard over the head with a fist. What do you take me for, brat? Sume shouted. I helped train you in seduction because no one else could from the clan council. That doesn't mean I am into teenage boys. Naruto winced as he rubbed his head and slowly looked up at the woman. Her shirt was untucked and fallen as she now had her hands on her hips and was glaring down at him. He at least did his best to look apologetic before she shook her head and started to raise her shirt again. Naruto flushed but kept looking as she revealed her stomach to him. She paused just as the bottom of her sports bra was starting to be revealed. It took a moment for him to see what she was trying to show him in the night, but he could see the telltale skin discoloration of a scar right under her ribs on the right side of her torso. It looked like it had been a bad wound. I got this back during the Third Shinobi War, she explained. I was tracking down an Iwachunin that had scouted out where some of forces were. He was on his way back to his side to pass of the information, but we were right on his tail. He was really difficult to track. Hardly left any signs of where he was going, but there were really small ones. He seemed an expert, like I was at hiding his trail, but there were still small mistakes. It wasn't until it was too late that I realized how much he had to slow down to leave a trail. Like this. She dropped her shirt back down, but her hands were clenched into fists. He wanted to get away, yes, but he seemed to realize that wouldn't be able to outrun us. So he decided to become the hunter. It was almost too late by the time I realized it, and he launched an ambush. That nearly ended my life. Naruto really liked Sume, and it was hard to imagine a life she had never been present in. She was so different than the rest of the clan heads and reminded him more of his owner personality. I was close enough tonight to end your life multiple times. It felt like a bucket of ice water had splashed over Naruto after she said it. She was an expert at hunting and had managed to stay hidden from him the whole night. How she did it, he didn't know. The point I want to make is that you need to read the signs you are tracking better. Don't think that someone you are tracking is only trying to escape. There are times when you are both tracking one another, and it can be especially dangerous. You must think about not only your safety, but that of your team. With that, she tucked her shirt back into her pants and picked up her vest before sitting back on the rock and leaning back. Naruto sat there in his thoughts for a minute as he considered what she was saying. Danger could come at you when you were least expecting it, and now, he also had to be concerned about a team of genin. Sume-sensei, did you support me having a team? Sume raised her eyebrow at him from her seat, but only sat there for a minute. Naruto could feel different negative emotions coming off of her, and from his session earlier today he was trying to associate some of them, but it was still difficult for him. Not really, she answered. It's not that I don't trust you, pup, but to me the pack is what's most important. I believe you can lead for sure, but I was worried about how immature genin would handle you being their sensei. Especially my son if you picked him. Kiba right, you think we wouldn't have gotten along? Not at all, at least not as a sensei. Sume shook her head and Naruto just squinted in confusion. Maybe if you two grew up together and were friends it would be different, but Kiba, he didn't manage to make too many friends outside of the clan. I tried to introduce him to some of the other clan heirs, but he never really managed to get along with them. The Nara was too lazy and his Akamichi friend followed his actions. He couldn't connect with Aburame heir, and the Uchiha didn't give him the time of day. There was nothing there to bind him together as friends. Things will be better now with the Shibi's son now that they are on the same team, but I don't know. Naruto just looked at her slightly confused. He had staked out the academy for a few days before the teams were selected and had observed Kiba as a potential student. He could see a competitive nature to him and he seemed to glare at some of the other students at times, but there. At least in those few days he didn't notice anything that would have Sume this worried. He has ended up spending a lot more time in the clan than I might have preferred. Sume continued, as much as I love my clan, I know that our animalistic nature and tendencies are not always a good thing when dealing with others outside of the clan. Kiba has spent a lot of time with some of our clan members that really embrace that part of themselves. He has started to focus more on becoming the alpha than he is on the pack itself. Isn't he supposed to be the alpha if he is supposed to lead your clan one day? Naruto asked and Sume just shook her head. An alpha has to be more than just the strongest person in the clan, just like the Hokage is about more than just being strongest ninja in the village. There are politics and decisions that come with running a clan that require a sound mind as much as a sound body. An alpha that only focuses on becoming strong for himself and not for the pack cannot be allowed to become leader, or it will lead to the downfall of the entire pack. Sume explained, I would do the same thing with you, Naruto. If I thought you were becoming arrogant and not focused on what would benefit the village, I would cut your training off and try to end this program. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Naruto tried to joke, but he could tell that Sume wasn't really in the mood at the moment. Well, is there anything I should keep my eye out for? He's not my student, but I did pick his team and it kind of feels like my responsibility now. No, it's not your responsibility as much as it is Kurenai's and mine, Sume sighed out. He should hopefully recognize your strength and no, not challenge you, but he may look at you as a threat to his status and try to knock you down a peg. Threat to his status? Naruto again had a puzzled look on his face. Why would he be a threat to Kiba's status? He wasn't an Inuzuka looking to take his place. Is he trying to become Hokage or something? No, I don't think so. Sume laughed for a moment before sobering slightly. You probably don't realize it yet, because your identity is only just starting to be revealed, but you are going to rub a lot of people the wrong way. Especially the arrogant type. I kind of thought I would have some trouble leading a team with either the Uchiha or your son on it. That's why I picked the team would be best to handle me being their sensei. Naruto said. It's more than that, Sume spoke. There is a hierarchy in everything. For years now those new genin have believed that Uchiha Sasuke was the strongest in their age group. Kiba has believed that he is, and I hear that there is a prodigy among the Hyuga a year older. All of the top dogs are going to realize they're just pups compared to you. Naruto knew that him coming out into the open would cause some issues with the older generations, but he didn't really think that people his own age would have problem with him. He genuinely wanted to be friends with his own age group even if he was higher ranked than they were. He figured they would more than likely be afraid of him. He didn't consider that they might feel jealous. Angry, they have lived at the top of the food chain for your generation and now they are being knocked down a peg. It can be a severe blow to the ego, and all three of our clans have enough ego to go around. You need to be prepared to handle that and prepare your team to handle the others as well. Prepare my team. Why? And why can't they just be happy there is another strong person here to help the village? Your team is going to deal with some backlash from their peers. They are going to question why they are following someone their own age and try to get information out of them. Sume was serious. And not everyone your age has your sensibility and education. You will just sweep into the limelight to take over the top spot and everything they wanted. Everything they wanted. I just want to defend the village and one day maybe lead it. What did I take from them? Depends on who you are talking about. Sume shrugged her shoulders and waved her arms slightly. To some you are rival for missions, to others a rival for status in the village and now a competitor for women. Women. Naruto squeaked out and then immediately felt his cheeks heat up as Sume started laughing. Yeah, she stated like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Hate to tell you this, kid, but you are going to be considered quite the catch to some of the ladies out there. Son of the Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, heir to the Uzumaki, future Hokage, quite the catch. Women will be all over you as get older. Why was it that whenever Naruto was around this woman she made him blush from embarrassment? He sobered quickly as he thought of something though. You forgot a couple titles there. Naruto mused with a bitter tone, Demon of the Leaf and Jinchuriki. Nah, she waved him off, much to Naruto's shock. That will just keep away the shallow women that aren't really interested in you. Women that will pursue you are either really interested in you, or a real kinky kind of crazy. What? Naruto sputtered again as Sume chuckled. Don't worry about that for now, pup. You just worry about your team and helping them be the best they can be. You are going to need them in the future. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, and just keep an eye out. You don't want someone jealous of you to start a problem with your team. Thanks Sume-sensei, I will, I promise. Oh sage. Shikamaru groaned as he completed the last lap around the training field. His muscles were still aching from yesterday, but there had barely been a let-up between yesterday's physical training and today's. In fact, today may have been even worse because they had to also dodge kunai as they ran and performed exercises. Sensei, isn't there such a thing as recovery days? Choji panted out as he collapsed to the ground. I mean yeah, their sensei shrugged. You didn't have to do as many reps today, Yano. Shikamaru rolled his eyes as he sat heavily on the ground. His muscles were still burning from the activity, and he had to wonder if the other teams were experiencing anything like what they were. He seriously doubted it as he glanced at the bands on his limbs making every movement. Just a little tougher. Dad said only a seal master could have made these bands and that Naruto must have called in a favor. Shikamaru thought, there probably aren't a whole lot of these in Konoha, especially not for Genin. Shikamaru did his best to settle his mind as his sensei started their meditation time after they had all caught their breath. The Nara was having a difficult time settling his mind, however. His thoughts were full of the information that he had learned over the past few days about their new sensei. Our age, but birth date unknown. Classified origin, mid to high level jonin. Massive chakra reserves. Wind affinity. Possible connection with a Fuinjutsu master. Wants to become Hokage. Hated by the village. Shikamaru had to be honest with himself and just admit that he needed a couple of more clues, or to at least do some research on the clues that he did have. He could look up all the Fuinjutsu masters in Konoha capable of making the resistance bands and find a connection there. He could see if there is some kind of registry for chakra affinities kept for records and if he is mentioned as one of the few wind users. But he didn't know how his sensei, or anyone else, would react to him digging for information. I could get into serious trouble if anyone finds out, Shikamaru thought. He gazed over at his sensei who was sitting still as a statue. It's not like I want to use it against him. I just want to solve to the puzzle. What a drag. What's up, Shikamaru? Shikamaru snapped out of daze to realize he had been starting at his sensei. Naruto was currently looking at him with his head cocked just slightly to the side as if he was puzzled by something. Nothing. Sorry. Shikamaru got out quickly before his sensei just shrugged his shoulders and stood up in front of the team. Let's move on to our next task. Naruto announced as he started to walk his team towards the edge of the woods. Our next exercise is going to be to work on tree climbing. Tree climbing? Choji asked. Shikamaru could already feel his weary muscles protesting the thought of climbing trees. Yeah, let me demonstrate, Naruto announced as he walked up to the tree. To Shikamaru and company's surprise, the Jonin proceeded to plant a foot on the tree and then walk up it and proceed to hang upside down on a branch while looking at them. Sensei, Choji exclaimed, how are you doing that? Naruto chuckled a little bit as he suddenly dropped and flipped to the ground with practiced ease. I'm using my chakra to stick to the tree, Naruto answered. This is a great chakra control exercise, and a very important skill for you to learn in your career. You have to regulate the chakra in the bottom of your foot to be at the right amount for what you want to accomplish. Too little, chakra and your foot will slide right off. Too much and you will actually bounce right off of the tree. Why are we only learning this now? Shikamaru asked. If it's an important skill for a shinobi to know, why not teach it at the academy? You answered your own question. Shikamaru was puzzled for only a split second as he realized the answer. Shinobi, Shikamaru muttered as he realized the answer. It's important for shinobi to know. We don't want those that fail the academy to know this skill. That's right, Naruto responded happily. The skill and control you learn through tree walking transfers to numerous skills you will use. It can assist you when traveling across the village roofs and through trees by repelling your chakra through your feet. You can climb over walls too. Sneak in somewhere, and you can find a place up high that no one would think to look for you to hide in. Valuable to a shinobi that works for a village, potentially a problem in the hands of a villager that goes rogue or careless. That makes sense, Shikamaru thought as he imagined how the rooftops of the village would look if every single villager tried to use them to traverse Konoha. This exercise is good for learning control and building your reserves. It will drain you and help build your reserves. Naruto said, I know you all have probably learned your family's chakra control exercises that deal with your techniques, but this is something you need to learn along with some nature manipulation techniques I will teach you after lunch. All three nodded and started to walk towards the trees to begin figuring out the exercise while Naruto continued to stand to the side and observe them. Shikamaru glanced at both of his teammates before he suddenly remembered something. Sensei, can Hinata use her eyes to help with this? Said girl suddenly stopped and looked at Shikamaru with wide eyes. Unless that's a problem, Hinata. No, it's fine, she replied with a shake of her head. No one has ever asked me, that is all. Of course, that's okay. Naruto practically yelled and Shikamaru could feel his eyebrow twitch slightly. You guys are a team. Anything you can do to help one another advance is okay by me. If it's not a shortcut, I do not mind. What do you mean, Naruto-sensei? Choji asked. Hinata's eyes will let her tell you how much chakra you need to use to be able to stick properly. Good for the very beginning of the exercise, but regulating it as you walk up is the real challenge. So it doesn't really hurt your development. Naruto explained. I may use my clones to learn skills faster than the normal person, but it is still putting in the effort and the time to understand what I am doing. Taking shortcuts to power will only cause you problems in the end. Alright Hinata, watch me demonstrate again with your eyes activated. The three Genin nodded before Hinata activated her Byakugan and observed Naruto place his foot on a tree trunk and flow his chakra to stick to the bark. He walked up a couple of steps and stood there before leaping back down. Hinata looked thoughtful as she processed what she saw. Oh okay, Shikamaru could barely hear her say to herself. He watched as she placed one foot on the tree and held it there for a moment. After the moment passed, she lifted herself off the ground and placed another foot on the tree and started a slow walk up the tree. Once she was about 10 feet off the ground, she looked like she wobbled slightly before jumping back to the ground in a crouch. Good Hinata, Naruto praised. Maintaining the flow of chakra to your feet and keeping up your Byakugan might be challenging, but it is excellent exercise for you. It will help with your reserves, concentration, and help you advance your eyes as you continue to use it. Advance her eyes. Oh right, Naruto admitted with a slightly sheepish tone as he scratched the back of his head before he redirected his attention back to Hinata. Hinata, it's not a secret amongst the ninja ranks. Why don't you go ahead and explain? Oh okay, Shikamaru could tell the girl didn't like being the center of attention, but he knew his sensei was just trying to get her to open up a bit more. My eyes allow me to see the chakra and weigh your body, but as we develop our eyes sight more, we can start to see the actual tenketsu, the actual points we release chakra from. You can see something that's small. Shikamaru couldn't help but ask. She had told him that she could see their chakra and how it flowed through their body, and he had imagined it being like specific pathways, almost like veins. He imagined that her clan's technique could damage those pathways, but he didn't imagine seeing the actual points. I see can't. She had a somber tone that made Shikamaru regret asking. But yes. My F father and the more advanced members of my C clan can. They can attack those P points directly and shut off the F flow of chakra to parts of your body. That's right. Naruto jumped in. It's one of the best techniques in the Hidden Leaf and we are gonna make Hinata one of the best. Shikamaru smirked as he saw the wide-eyed look on Hinata's face. A small hue of pink on her cheeks at the praise and belief their sensei was heaping on her. Sensei is really trying to boost her confidence. Guess we can help too. Of course, Shikamaru said as he rolled his eyes to look nonchalant. We all believe in her. Can you help me figure out how much chakra I should be using, please, Hinata? With that, Shikamaru started to head towards a tree to begin the exercise, but he could see Hinata's mouth slightly agape as she stared at her teammate. After a moment she nodded quickly and jogged over to Choji and Shikamaru. Hiruzen smiled slightly as he observed the training of Team 10 through his crystal ball. The team had just wrapped up their training with their natural elements and was starting to head towards the tower for daily mission. He was happy to see that things had been going all right so far. For Naruto and his team, he had to admit that he still had some doubts about letting Naruto lead a team his own age, but the genin that Naruto selected had shown a good temperament towards their situation. It also was a good thing that Naruto was getting this kind of interaction now with people his own age. He had been growing worried about how much longer Naruto's mental state would last if he kept hidden behind the mask. The boy had so much personality that it was slowly eating at him to stay hidden in the shadows. Hiruzen let out a sigh as he thought about the situation. Naruto would have needed, if not demanded, to reveal himself in the next year or two anyway. At least this way he has a solid chance at developing relationships with important members of the village his age. It was as good an excuse as any to get Naruto out into the open, but was it the right time to give him a team? Hiruzen wasn't sure. There had been multiple discussions amongst the clan heads on how to best acclimate him to rest of his generation, but all of them had risks associated with them. There was a brief idea of having him join the academy as a student and join this graduating class as one of their comrades, but the idea was quickly shot down when Naruto became worried about the breach of trust from lying to his comrades about his skills. Akamichi, Nara, and Hyuga. Hiruzen muttered as he stood up from his desk so he could make his way to the mission room. He had been taking a break from the standard mission room to take care of some paperwork and hand out a couple of the higher-ranked missions in the privacy of his office, but now he wanted to be present for when Naruto and his team arrived. Hiruzen had been impressed with Naruto when those three were chosen by Naruto. Choji, similarly to Naruto, wore his heart on his sleeve and cared about those around him. Shikamaru's rational personality allowed him to think about why Naruto was assigned to them. And young Hinata was kind and reserved compared to the rest of her family, but Iruka had said she had the best eyes amongst her family for spotting the character of a person, even if she held back her opinion. A team that would give him a chance. Hiruzen thought, a chance to earn their trust and show them what they could become. And he certainly was trying to show them what they could become. Naruto was not slacking or taking it easy on him at all. It was probably his own upbringing and the level of training that he was at when he became a genin, but Naruto was working hard to build a strong foundation in his team: physical conditioning, chakra control, reaction training, meditation, nature element training and jutsu, taijutsu training and tactics. He was running through the full gambit of training that he had been doing for years and making it obvious that he felt they should be able to handle what he was doing to them. Hiruzen was impressed, but also slightly concerned about spreading out the training too much. A solid foundation was good, but eventually they needed to find some form of specialization or focus that would guide their career paths. Perhaps he should have a conversation with Naruto at some point about that, but for now there wasn't really any harm in letting them build foundations for their growth. At the very least he would mention to Naruto about giving them rest days as they grew. Not everyone was blessed with Uzumaki genes or Kyuubi-influenced recovery. It shouldn't have surprised him to see Naruto training them on elements right away, but it certainly did break from the norm for most teams' first days. Naruto had always been a jutsu sponge and it seemed like he wanted to pass on that trait to his students. Yesterday he gave them some simple jutsu that matched their elements so they could get the feel of the hand signs and the molding, but today he gave them exercises to train their manipulation of the element. Shikamaru had been given a candle with a wick that was sensitive to light with only a small amount fire chakra manipulated in the air around it. A perfect beginner training tool as he spent his time cross-legged in front of the candle with his hands hovering over both sides of the wick. Choji's didn't require any elaborate preparation. Instead, Naruto had showed him a soft patch of dirt on the ground and placed two hands down on earth. Using earth chakra he compacted down the particles to form a harder surface and then loosened it back to an almost sandy texture. A difficult, but overall simple exercise of using the nature chakra to feel the particles of the earth. Hinata had a bowl of water that she had sat down in front of and placed her palm down in the water. It was a multi-level beginner exercise that Hiruzen had used in the past during his training while mastering all 5 elements. The first level was getting a feel for the chakra in the water and manipulating it to move just with chakra. The second level was to have your palm hovering above the water and to bring drops of water out of the bowl into your hand. With enough master, the final step was to maintain the shape of the bowl of water while pulling it out with just chakra. Hiruzen smiled as he entered the mission center and was greeted respectfully by the staff. There was only a scattering of shinobi there to accept missions at this time of day, most preferring to get the pick of the better missions in the morning rush rather than in the afternoon. Some of the Genin teams preferred to train in the mornings, such as Naruto's Team 10 and Guy's Team 9, and follow it up with missions in the afternoon. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Good afternoon, Iruka-kun. Hiruzen smiled. Did I miss anything interesting since this morning's briefings? Nothing interesting. Iruka smiled with a shrug. Well, there is one thing that is slightly unusual. Hiruzen's eyebrow raised in question just slightly as he lit his smoking pipe with the same fire nature control that Shikamaru was learning. It seems that Tora hasn't escaped today. Iruka let out a small chuckle as the small surprised look Hiruzen gave him. Lady Shijimi hasn't put in a request today. Small miracles from the sage, I suppose. Hiruzen let out a soft chuckle to Iruka, but on the inside his thoughts were wondering why a mission that was submitted daily was now absent. Did something happen to Lady Shijimi that prevented her from coming today? Should he send someone to go and check on her? How would the fire daimyo react if something happened to his wife in the village on his watch? Of course Hiruzen knew that Lady Shijimi was more than she let on to the rest of the shinobi under his command. She was a trained woman of the court that had her own machinations and reasons behind everything that she did. A woman in her position of power could not afford to be anything else. Was she directly there as a spy? Perhaps. But beneath all of the politics and hidden messages, Hiruzen could see that she was both honorable and kind in her own way. Tora was demon from hell, that was true, but to escape every day and have to be caught by ninjas. No, Tora was released every day so that she could provide a simple mission to the village that she always overpaid for. A nice was of providing a simple tithe to the village without overtly donating to the funds. Did she genuinely like the village? Hiruzen was sure she did. It made no sense otherwise for a woman in her position to choose to stay in the village. Even if she originally came here to keep an eye on the village, there is no way she would have stayed in the village for this length of time if she hadn't grown attached. She could have easily moved back to the capital and enjoyed the luxuries of the palace while having another representative of the court here. That is strange. Hiruzen muttered. I wonder if I should pay a visit. Just as he was about to finish his thoughts, the person in question came through the door to the mission room. She smiled warmly at the Hokage as she made her way to his desk. Hiruzen, how are you this afternoon? Lady Shijimi. Hiruzen smiled back, not perturbed by the name familiarity the higher-ranked woman gave him. I was concerned to find out that you didn't come this morning. I was worried that something may have happened to you or your dear Tora. Oh Hiruzen. A small blush came to her face that she quickly hid behind a fan she held in her hand. He could still see the mirth and playfulness in her eyes over the top of the fan. I must admit that I am behind a little bit today, but I am sure one of your dedicated Genin teams will come in this afternoon and help me find my dear Tora. Of course. I am sure I can round someone up right away to perform the task. Hiruzen replied as he glanced around the room at some of the shinobi looking to accept missions and saw their less than eager faces. I am sure a team will be along shortly, Hiruzen. Hiruzen quirked an eyebrow at her comment. He was about to just assign the mission to one of the free shinobi in the room for the daimyo's wife, but the sudden sharpness in her eyes caught him slightly off guard. An amused sharpness like she knew something that he didn't. Old man, we are here for our mission. A loud voice suddenly boomed from the door and Hiruzen couldn't help but smile slightly, recognizing the owner. Oh Naruto-kun. The small smile fell from Hiruzen's face at Lady Shijimi's call out. What's this? He wondered worriedly. Oh, Lady Shijimi. Naruto offered a bow as did his students. I am sorry, I didn't see you there. Ho ho, please do not fret Naruto-kun. She waved her fan in his direction as if to wave off his apology with a smile. I was just here because my dear Tora has run away again and I was going to put in a mission request. Your team did such a fine job yesterday. I trust I can count on you again. I'm glad you enjoyed Team 10's service. Naruto sounded a little sheepish towards the praise and Hiruzen could see that Naruto was trying to control himself. Of course. I was hoping that mission would be available for my team when we came. That's wonderful. Lady Shijimi clapped her hands together in excitement. I was hoping that you would accept the mission. I wanted to be able to tell my family how the team of the fearsome demon of the hidden leaf helped catch our dear Tora. Hiruzen's eyes hardened slightly and he was glad that Naruto seemed to be controlling himself. It was clearly no coincidence that she arrived precisely when she did. She wanted a chance to speak to Naruto and gather information on him and his team. She was playing a game and already steps ahead. We will begin right away. Naruto bowed again as he took a mission slip from a clerk that quickly wrote one up. With that, Team 10 exited the room to start their terrible task. Lady Shijimi stayed and smiled as the door closed behind the cloaked teenager. It seems you have spoken with young Naruto already? Hiruzen asked. Oh yes, she responded with a smile as she turned to face Hiruzen. There was a look in her eye that told Hiruzen that the smile was genuine, but there was also a coolness behind it. We spoke momentarily after his team retrieved Tora yesterday. I see, he seems to have made a good impression. Oh Hiruzen, all your shinobi are so respectful towards me. None dare to make a bad impression. She laughed. I was glad for the interesting interaction. It gave me some interesting news to add to my letter to my husband. Hiruzen didn't drop his smile, but on the inside his stomach did a quick flop. One day, he thought annoyed. It took only one day for word of Naruto to now spread all the way to the capital. Please give my husband my best when you respond. She gave a mirthful chuckle as she exited the room and left the occupants confused at her comment. Hiruzen frowned as the door closed, realizing what she was talking about. His concerns proved true almost immediately as a Chunin ran into the room with a scroll on his hand clearly marked with the seal of the fire daimyo. Hokage-sama, a message from the capital. Naruto swallowed thickly as he stood in front of the door to the Akimichi home. He had been in the compound multiple times before, but never through the front entrance in such a manner. For some reason he was feeling nervous about this dinner in a way he couldn't explain. Come on Naruto, he whispered to himself in an attempt to hype himself up. You faced missing Nin for Pete's sake. It's just a family dinner with your student's family. But that was exactly the problem. Naruto had never attended a family dinner before. Besides the occasional meal he might share with one of his sensei during his training sessions and eating with his teams on overnight missions, Naruto had never really sat down and eaten with a group of people that weren't assigned to be around him. Nothing close to what anyone would call a family dinner. Are you just going to stand there? Or are you coming in? A deep voice caught him off guard and Naruto nearly jumped in fright. He quickly looked at the entrance to see Choza standing in the now open doorway with an amused look on his face. Naruto glanced around to see that there wasn't anyone else nearby before he spoke. Sorry sensei, Naruto muttered quietly. I am a little nervous. What's making you nervous son? Choza had a slightly confused look on his face. And just make sure you keep the sensei part down. I've just never been to something like this before. Naruto elaborated further when he saw Choza still looked a little confused. A family dinner, no. Other teachers. I'm sorry, I should have realized. No, it's okay. Naruto could sense the waves of emptiness rolling off Choza. He had only worked with Inoichi one night so far and hadn't gotten to this feeling, but he was guessing that he could relate it to sadness based on how Choza was reacting. You couldn't have done anything. It's not like you could have just started inviting me to family dinners. I'm a secret. His words didn't seem to alleviate any of the guilt that Choza was feeling, but the large man still gave him a sad nod as he placed his large hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Pa, is sensei here? The two quickly separated as they heard Choji's footsteps start to come from the hallway behind Choza. Naruto could see him peek around his father's large frame as he got close enough to see Naruto. Good evening sensei. Good evening Choji. Naruto greeted. I just arrived and greeted your father. That's right son. Choza smiled at his boy. Let's head inside. Your ma has been prepared all day for this. Naruto smiled behind his mask as stepped onto the threshold and removed his sandals and cloak. The three men proceeded down the hall towards the dining room while giving Naruto a small tour of the clan leader's home. It didn't have the same kind of old-style elegance that the Hyuga home had, but it certainly did have a warmer feel. Pictures of family, mementos of vacations taken and other knickknacks were on shelves in the hallway and decorated tables. As they walked into the dining room, Naruto could immediately smell the richness and feel the warmth of a broth radiating from the connected kitchen. His mouth started to water at the smell of what he knew was ramen. He gave a curious glance towards Choza and the man just shrugged in a defeated manner. Take that proper diet, Naruto thought with glee. Tonight I make Choza-sensei pay for talking with Hiyashi-sensei about my diet and taking my ramen away. It was at this moment that the door across the room slid open and there was a small audible gasp let out with a feeling that made Naruto gut do a flip with nervousness. Naruto looked in the direction of the door to see a dark-haired woman that was just a head taller than Choji standing there. She was wearing a yellow sleeveless blouse with the kanji for food over her heart. Looking at her face, Naruto could see a resemblance in the roundness of her cheeks and Choji's. Choji's mom, hello dear. Choza broke in quickly and snapped the group out of their momentary silence. Naruto, this is my wife Fusere. Good evening Fusere-san. Naruto bowed to her politely. Thank you for inviting me into your home. Oh of course. She stuttered for a second and then Naruto could see her rein in her emotions. The hostess of the Akimichi clan smiled and offered a small bow of her own. Thank you for accepting the invitation Naruto-san. Please call me Naruto. Naruto did his best to make his voice sound warm and cheery. I have been looking forward to this ever since Choji invited me. That's so nice to hear Naruto. He couldn't help but glance at the amused look on Choza's face. Naruto was sure the man was enjoying the first-hand display of the etiquette training Naruto had received. Naruto knew he wasn't perfect, and likely never would be with his mouth, but he could be polite when it counted. But, yes, Naruto asked, curious as to what could be troubling her. Do you plan to eat dinner with the mask on? Afraid so. Hokage-sama's orders are for me to not remove my mask except for in certain company. She looked a little down from the statement, her curiosity not sated in the slightest. But, Fusere began. Now Fusere-chan. Choza interrupted. Don't give him a hard time. He has to follow orders and he can use the Anbu genjutsu trick to eat with the mask still holding his face. Yeah ma. Choji chorused. Sensei uses it at lunch. It looks like the food passes right through his mask. Or okay. Fusere pouted a little bit but relented with a smile. Naruto was grateful that the moment had passed, but he was slightly annoyed that the mask had caused an issue in the first place. He was sure she only wanted to see to sate her own curiosity and maybe take place in gossip, but he couldn't relent. Please take a seat Naruto. Food will be brought out shortly. Thanks. He sat down at the table next to where Choji was pulling out a chair for himself. So Naruto, Fusere spoke as she sat down. Tell us a little about yourself. I want to know about the young man that is taking care of our dear Choji-kun. Mom. Choji whined in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled nervously knowing she might not like the answer. There is really only so much I can tell you right now. Hokage-sama has forbidden me from revealing too much at this time. That shouldn't stop us from learning what kind of a man you are. Fusere replied. That's true. Naruto thought out loud. Well, I am 12 years old. I reached the rank of Jonin 2 years ago. I like ramen, training, and gardening. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes to heat up ramen and people that judge others before getting to know them. I never give up and I never go back on my word. My future goal is to be the Hokage, believe it. Hokage. She seemed stunned at the revelation. Naruto knew that he really needed to get used to people being surprised by this. He had a feeling this was going to be a common occurrence. Yep, that's my goal. She was still gaping slightly when the door to the dining room slid open and several members of the Akimichi family came in carrying already full bowls of ramen and several pots full to serve for refills. They paused slightly at the sight of who was in the dining room, but a quick glance from Choza had them leaving the room politely. Well, don't let it get cold Naruto, Choza proclaimed as the family began to dig right into their food. The group started to dig in with gusto. The only one eating slightly slowly was Fusere as she still seemed to be glancing over towards Naruto. That's quite the lofty goal Naruto, Fusere commented in between bites. I never heard anyone mention that about you before. Naruto had paused mid-bite wide-eyed at the comment. He was sure that it was probably an amusing sight to see a feared Anbu with noodles hanging through his mask and his genjutsu. He quickly slurped up what was hanging to not appear rude. Yeah, not a lot of truth really gets around about me. He chuckled, but there was no mirth in it. He wasn't sure exactly how this dinner was going to go, but it was clear that Fusere wanted to interrogate him and learn more about her son's teacher. I know there's a lot of rumors out there about me, but I would say that nearly all of them are false or are at least misleading. I am a loyal shinobi of Konoha. I did not gain my power through evil means, and the reason I wear a kitsune mask to honor the events of that night and move past it. I lost my family that night too. I want to honor them. That's. Fusere stuttered and went silent. Naruto was struck by a different whirlwind of emotions from around the table and he couldn't pinpoint anyone feeling. Choza had a small amount of anger at first and slowly it seemed to become an empty feeling he related to sadness. Choji didn't have any anger, but that empty feeling was there. Fusere was a mess of different feelings that seemed to change rapidly. The most predominant one he couldn't tell, but if it reflected the look on her face, then Naruto guessed it was guilt. I'm sorry Naruto, she replied after a few moments of silence. I am just concerned for Choji-kun. I just want to get to know the kind of person that you are, but I did listen to the rumors spread about you. Please call me Fuser. That's okay. Naruto smiled behind his mask. I know what people say about me. That doesn't make it right, sensei. Choji piped in, to Naruto's surprise. They don't know the real you. Choji. Naruto was happy to hear that but was shaking his head at the same time. Thanks, but you don't know the real me yet. We have been a team for 3 days. Well, Pa knows you, and I trust Pa. Choji took another slurp of noodles into his mouth after he believed his retort won the argument. That's true. Naruto laughed and the mood around the table seemed to lighten. Naruto decided it would be a good opportunity to have a little harmless fun. In fact, your dad has seen my face. What? Choza froze with a grimace at the shouts from his family members. Naruto was sure that his grin was stretching from ear to ear under his mask. That's right, Naruto added, snickering at the gaping looks that Choza was now suffering from. Before I became an Anbu, I was introduced to the Shinobi Council. Oh really? Fuser spoke with a tone that was both dark and playful. My husband knows so much and didn't tell his darling Fuser-chan. I wonder if someone could have abated all my concerns. Choza sent a look at Naruto that promised pain in the near future. Naruto just laughed at the misfortune and quickly ate his way through another helping of the food in front of him while Choji was distracted. That's not fair. I want to know what Naruto-sensei looks like under the mask. Choji said, just some hints, Pa. Choza coughed into his hand. I'm sworn to secrecy unfortunately, and besides, your sensei is just trying to distract you as he eats all of the ramen. What? Choji shouted as he turned back around to see that the amount of food in the pot had taken a severe dip. I won't lose to you at this, Naruto-sensei. Knock knock. Naruto had been about to fully challenge his student to a contest when a sudden knocking on the door interrupted the group. The door slid open to reveal an Akamichi guard. Choza-sama, there is an Anbu here for Naruto-san. Naruto frowned slightly under his mask as Choza told the guard to let the Anbu inside. A few moments later, a female Anbu wearing a mask with the markings of a cat walked into the room. Pardon the intrusion, she started with a quick bow. Naruto-san, the Hokage has requested your presence immediately. Message delivered. She quickly flickered out of the room. The four sat in the room for a moment before Naruto let out a loud sigh and stood up from his seat. Fuser, thank you for having me over. Naruto gave a quick bow. Choza-sama, thank you as well. Choji will have to challenge you to a ramen eating contest sometime soon. I better go see what the old man wants. Hiruzen sighed and blew a large plume of smoke out his mouth as he did so. The young blonde in front of him rightfully looked angry and he couldn't blame him. Unfortunately, there was little that he could do. No, Naruto shouted. There is no way in hell they are ready for a C-rank mission. What are you thinking?
Anyway, it's been a long video and I hope you'll enjoy it. Please take care, stay safe. This was King Weebs here. This is taking me so long to edit. It's 4 AM and my ducklings, you're all dismissed. Please take care, stay safe. This was the King Weebs here. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And a random like goal, 200 likes maybe. And don't forget to join the Discord server, link in the description below, and support the creator, also link in the description below. My ducklings, you're all dismissed, and peace.